Our eyes fellow compatriots, Nigerians go back to serve our fatherland in love and strength and faith. Oh, yeah. The labor our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom.
All right, guys, I got so many clues.
Oh God, a creation direct our noble cause. Leaders right, help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and live in just and true. To build a nation where
Thank you, viewers. Thank you for joining us for the part 2 of what came before. And henceforth, as they say, have your say has come to pass. And today, now we start to have your truth. This is about factual statements, and anybody that makes anything that is not deemed to be truthful shall be called to order. You have to prove your case, just like Farotimi has to go and prove his case. Even if we do not like the method, everybody has to stand up to their claims, because this is important to us, and we have to be able to stand by what we say and prove it. Okay, so I think we are going at we finished the conversation regarding the Farotimi, or do you guys want to say something about it so that we move on to the Ghana election? It seems to be only 2 issues that was put forward today. The Great Ghana election. We also want to talk about the issue regarding the South African visa-free movement, a kind of that they gave to Nigeria. I'm not sure how true that is. But they say they are looking to do that, or whether they've done that already. And we also look at other issues that are occurring within the continent recently, and maybe go global to discuss some issues in the coming hours, so that after we cover those areas, then we get a better idea of what is happening in the world, because this is important for our daily lives. When we go around, we want to know that we have a better awareness than we did before. All right, so where do we start from? Let me see. Do you guys want to say something about the previous conversation, or we move on to the Ghana elections? Half of Turkey is in Europe. Do you want to say anything about
Well,
Dele Farotimi?
oh yeah, yeah. There's still. I think we've been. This is just something I don't think we can stop talking about. But if you guys want to move on to the Ghanaian election, I do not know anything about what's going on. If you're more versed, if my big brother over there, John Abba, is more versed about it, I'd be glad to listen to y'all. But about Dele Farrow, to me, yes, I think there's still a lot we should say, even though we've beat it to the ground and we will keep beating it to the ground, because these are things that are
Hmm.
very important for our societies. To we're on a trajectory where we need to fix certain things. So whatever you guys choose, I'll go with it.
I like Dele Farotimi is one of those few people. When he talks, I tend to relate to him quite closely, the way he talks about the issues of Nigeria. I don't know everything he said, whether he said some things or it's been, but whenever I've heard him speak, I don't even find him engaging, because it's almost as if me and him are just, his mindset is not that different from mine. So I don't
Same
even
here.
bother. I
Same
don't
here.
even bother listening to
Mhm.
him. So not like Jonaba, of course. Jonaba is very, very far, so I have to listen to everything Jonaba says, just in case he says something I don't believe in. So yeah. So what do you think about it, Jonaba? Because I do like the way he comes across. He was like, how he says something about why should he be afraid? Whether he's going to die after he's pounded yam, or whether he dies for something. And that is something we've had a conversation about here. We have to be ready to die for something. For some reason, we are scared of it. But we are ready to die. But what is going to happen to us is that probably we finish eating, yeah, according to him, pounded yam, the pie, you go for nothing. So that's a very, it takes it takes a bit of strength to confront the fact that you're going to pass, but better pass for something than for nothing. It takes strength to do. That's why I really respect the guy. So, what do you think, Jonaba, about the kind of treatment he's getting? How do you think he's going to end?
That is not, I think no person, whether you're afraid of death or not, you're going to die, but it's the
My
process
name is
that is the process of death that you don't want to. If anything, we just kill you in a minute. You don't have a problem with that. The process, some people suffer so much in the bed and all of that, or go through so much pain in the hand of people who want to kill them slowly. So I don't think a real person, whether you like it or not, you're going to die. But some of the process of death, people don't want to go through. I personally don't want to go through. To die in the hand of my enemy, or to die by sickness or disease for a long time, bedrid and all of those things. So um, I think um,
But
the issue in
hold on there. I think that's an interesting point you just made. To die in the hands of my enemy, or to die in serious sickness and those things. But yet, both happens to us anyway as human beings. And if they say die for, if you have an peradventure you have the option of dying from sickness and dying from the hands of an enemy. But while you're dying in both of them, one of them dying in sickness, you die innocently. You just die for, the best they can be known for is that you had a family. But when you die in the hands of your enemy, you die for a purpose, like the kind of stuff Dele Farotimi is going through now, or you dying for the freedom of your people. Which one would you go for?
Yeah, what I mean by die in the hand of your enemy, which means they choose how you die slowly. If they just shoot you to death, that's okay. But then they get you through pain, and your loved one go through it with you, and hope upon hope and all of those things. I
Mm,
think that is the problem. It's not because, of course, you, whatever it is, you want to die for what you believe in. and
Mm.
that to you it's a fulfillment of life because you don't you say it and you mean it. It's not like one of your panelists that say that it's not afraid of death, but he ran from Nigeria to Europe when they are looking for him. So
Name him, name him. It could be me. For all you know, it could be me. You're saying. I don't know who you are talking about. I dare not.
I
You
don't
see,
understand where you can come here and brag, say, I'm not afraid to death. And then you say, in the same context, you say, I escaped death. Why should you, why should you
escape
could
death
have
and take off
stayed
to Europe.
there?
Solution.
So, so it's all right.
Mm,
He's a man that he believe in what he believe in. Everybody, have a life journey and have a different grace that they go through. Like I said in my earlier submission, many Nigerians are going through the same thing. The only thing that make this loud is because of the personality involved in it. If not,
mm.
this is a common way of life in
Occurrence.
Nigeria.
Yeah.
So I hope this is also the they can feel the pain of common man. I hope both of them were even in prison, but 92 years old man, so they can know the injustice that ordinary Nigerians have been going through. What is the most painful thing is that these are legal experts in the country. It tells us that there is no rule of law. Because if ordinary human being, ordinary people that are not related to this kind of profession are going through it, then we consider it as a different thing. But I think to whom much is given, much is expected. I believe that Dele Fatromi uses he doesn't choose his word carefully. That is who he is, very brutal. And those things, some people don't take it lightly. But I can't take him for who he is. But then word have consequences in Nigeria. And I truly think our people understand how power work. The one that people are saying, whether you and I can form a talking point around it and say it's done illegal, it's not done illegal. Power don't respect all of that. Not in part of the war. Power is power. So it's just the way he uses it. I would choose that he could have not bring so much attention to it in this way because it's not going to go to his own advantage. I'm talking about Babalola. It's not going to go to his own advantage because there are youth that don't even know he exists. Now they know him, and when they are hearing about him, they just see that he's an oppressor or someone that is a thin skin who they talk about him and he just went and uses his power and influence and grab somebody.
but
That's what is going to be out there. And
but
that is
but
not good for him.
but John Abba, while I agree with you, right? Do you, if you were 92 years old, let's be real, if you were 92 years old, would you care what the populace thought about you? If you really cared about it, he wouldn't be arresting this guy. And if indeed he was the one that orchestrated the way he got snatched up from his house. So at 92, why would he really care?
A 92 years old man that is doing very well. I think all his life have enjoying the fruit of labor and he's maybe he's still believing he's going to live for another 20 years and he don't want to be hearing or any book like that. So he wants
20
to
years.
uh, so and based on our lifespan, you already outlived that double in that being an average Nigerian lifespan. He already outlived it. So and now he brought more attention to what so many people are not aware of. And I think it's a miscalculation on his part. Whatever he want to accomplish, end of the day, even if the court says guilty or not guilty, there is a public opinion, and that is the real court. And that is when that one is against you, it doesn't matter the justice you get from the court system, because especially our court system is corrupt, just like he said. So in the end of the day, they say it's still part of the corrupt system that is against the guy that you're saying is guilty because of all the process. So he could have taken new another level. And this is to tell us that our people are not still learning. Because if we are learning in 21st century, I don't know. Is there because they hide themselves on substance and they think that moment is the everything? You know, when you take when you are high, you think the whole world. Just like some of your people that come here when they're high, when then they come and talk like somebody should be afraid of them. I don't have to take any substance to be high. I'm high already as a Nigerian. It's in my
Of course.
DNA. So, so I don't understand why they are doing some of those things in the whole world. Okay, the legacy that you're trying to leave behind. What about the whole nation? The name of the country you represent as an estate elderman, and you are international man. And I
Mhm.
learned that he gave money to King's College
England.
in England.
Yeah.
So what that is how much influence and reach and fame he has. So now he brought so much attention to all of those things. And just for what? Just to, I have made the man more popular. I'm talking about Dele Farotimi. He have made him more popular than ever. What is all that for? For the name of a 92 years old, if not for what? If it's part of this America, he'll be on one medication and have a nanny that take care of him. But
How
we
did
have
that? But
organic
that's
food.
what I'm saying. He's probably on all of that already. This is a
So,
man. Guarantee you, John Abba. He's a man. I can't. If they leave him in the living room right now, he doesn't know if he's upstairs or downstairs. So I don't. I
exactly.
personally don't think.
Some of them are still sharp at 90.
How
No
how
matter how
how
sharp
And
he
how
is,
something.
how sharp can you be at 92? Let's be
at
real.
You
92,
never
and
know.
I
No,
mean,
no.
We've not had him
well,
talk, so we don't know fully.
yeah, but in any case, he could have. If I know truth is bitter, if something like that pay him to this level, it's another telling that maybe the guy went to part of his thing that he don't want anybody to hear about it or to know. So whatever pinch him that he reacted this way, I believe he could have reacted. If he was my father and I was aware of it, I will counsel him not to go public and not to arrest the guy, to take it slow and put a call across to him and say, son, I don't know, I might not be perfect in my public service, but I would love you to do this, to do that, and take these grudges off the table. I beseech you, I'm not perfect. I've made a mistake. There's a better way you talk. And if you have done all of that, maybe he did it in behind the scene. I don't know.
But
But I think go
but
ahead.
Jonaba, how do we know for a fact that he was the one that called the police and orchestrated the arrest? We don't know that.
We
We
have
don't
his
know.
lawyer that represented him there, and the lawyer is another funny lawyer. He was reading like an analog brain. The way the lawyer was reading is like another. It's like even himself is 92 years old, and I don't know
92
what.
years old lawyer representing 92 years old man.
Yeah, because he's very funny. Even the table they set before them is like it's in a pig house. The court look like a pig house. I don't. I think that place is Ekiti like that. People of Ekiti have to tell me, is that the farm or
Oh
is
God.
Ekiti? I don't understand.
Even I noticed it that even the place they pick Dele Farotimi up and it's like, why? Look at the situation we live in. Everywhere just look unkept. Nobody, and
Yeah.
this is this for me. This goes to the crux of what Farotimi is talking about, and why the lawyer of Babalola feels so aggrieved. Because I believe that if you criticize any Nigerian leader right now, they should just say, even if it's not directly true, but I should take it because this. Look at what we've left the country. You know, the
Mm,
country is so bad now that
mm.
defending yourself is completely useless.
No,
Because
there's no point. Everybody's supposed to be on medication and manage our life. There's no point.
just
Anybody,
accept the criticism
people
in good
have been
faith.
damaged. Even the lawyer that will represent a prominent lawyer like that, I don't care how much in his bank account. He looked like a homeless in any part of the world. He's just like they're cleaning up and then give him a book and he was reading with
Mm,
anxiousness and all of that. I think, and I know that we are all broken or damaged in one way or the other. But Nigerians are going through a lot. If people like this can be in this and have these grudges among themselves, these are elite. There are some certain things that you overlooked because of
exactly.
you don't want to worry about it. You want to have fun. You don't want to be distracted. You just want to keep going. And then maybe the money he gave out it's the same thing, the money he wanted to waste, maybe he just, I don't think, it's ridiculous to me. Looking at the whole scenario, it makes no sense. I think people could have spent their life for better things that, and by then doing this is a proof, regardless, that something is not right and that their hands are not clean.
Yeah, thank you for that because yeah, I agree with you. You know, the example I
Just
gave
have
was
that.
that if you are part of a football, if you are part of a football team that just lost 12-0 to one other club, and then somebody told you that you people play rubbish and you two are rubbish, the least that last thing you need to do at that time is to start beating that person up because you're not look at the performance of the legal system in Nigeria. This is not the time to be doing that. And you know, there are some areas that can defend the legal system on, like when the legal system decides to find somebody guilty and sentence them to death, the politicians don't carry it out. You can defend the legal system in that area, but do you even see the lawyers coming to defend themselves and saying, this country, these leaders are not doing what they are supposed to do. We are doing our job. They are not doing anything. They are leaving the people we have condemned because I've seen generals come on TV and say they will arrest a terrorist and the next day the terrorist is outside. Then they start worrying about their own safety. You see what I mean? If they catch a big guy that is bunkering oil because they are trying to do the right thing by the country, and then tomorrow the lawyers go and release the person, that is on the lawyers too, causing all those problems in the system. Is it not lawyer that granted Bello the ability not to be prosecuted after he has sinned
But
in office?
for fathers, how is that the lawyer's fault for getting his client released? That's his job.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's my point. The judges are the ones that pass the judgment, now, isn't it? And
Yeah.
part of them is people like Babalola. Listen, it's the legal system. They
Mm.
shouldn't be releasing people when they shouldn't. When those people are clearly known to be guilty, they
But
just
you,
use
but
technicalities release them.
how can you know if a person is guilty if they haven't been convicted? So you can't.
Yeah, but the problem is when they are caught stealing and they take them to court.
Mhm.
Then they release them. A general was saying the boat that they arrested, they even captured a boat, a ship that they captured in stealing Nigerian oil. they thought they want to pass the ship again. They caught the ship twice. Who is releasing all the ship? Is it not the lawyers that are releasing them? This is the problem. If you have a
Yeah,
system
but
that is a revolving
so
this
far
thing, you're
that's the
killing.
lawyer's
But lawyer has to do
job.
their
Yeah,
job.
that's his duty.
They have to do their job. Is the court system that releases the judge
I
is
don't
to
care if
court,
my
lawyer is
yeah,
to make their case before their for their
yeah,
client.
Yeah, but the lawyers are part of the judge. They go on to become judges. So the judges
Yes.
themselves is part of the legal system. The entire system is not performing optimally. If they
yeah,
were
but you
actually
can't
making
blame the
sure.
lawyer. You can't blame the
You
No,
lawyer.
no,
can't
Yeah,
blame a
no, no. When
lawyer.
I say lawyer, I mean the legal system itself.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes,
okay, okay. I
that's
get
what I
what you're
mean.
saying. Okay, I get what you're
Yeah,
saying.
Mm.
they are all doing creating outcomes that are not good. Just like the military and the security system, the outcomes that they are creating is not good for the nation. The nation is losing about $50 billion every year because of their behavior. So everybody has questions to answer. And if let's say you have a nation that this type of stuff is going on, the military officials are complaining that they cannot even carry out their job because the legal system is not backing them up, and the legal system is complaining that in short, the legal system are not complaining. I never had a lawyer complain that we
Mhm.
sentence somebody and the police refuse to carry out the sentence, or the police refuse to carry out the sentence. I've never seen that before. But I've seen this in security officials complain that whenever they jail somebody and within how many months the person is back on the street and they start worrying for their safety, that is a serious problem.
But
You can see it.
there was even studies that showed that some people don't even serve their sentences in Nigeria. So one person gets sentenced and another person carries out the sentence. Or, like
Mm,
in the case of this guy, Bob Risky,
yeah.
that supposedly he was housed in a hotel and not in the correctional facility. So these are things that happen in Nigeria. And this is, I think this case,
The prosecutor can even in the process of taking somebody from one cell, let's say in police custody to the court, they can swap the person and get
mhm.
a madman on the road
Yeah, and
and let the
somebody else,
go of
yeah,
the
they
other
do
one.
sludge
I
insurance.
have had a case where
Mhm.
this is really a case in Nigeria. The police guy actually took him there, logged him in, and asked for him to come back, and he escaped.
Mhm.
so
Wow.
and he went to South
Supposedly
Africa.
escaped.
Yeah. And yeah. So he went to South Africa, and yeah, one of the police uh, uh, cell that he was before, he saw the girlfriend that always come to visit him, and he said, "How is your boyfriend?" And without knowing that what transpired, he said, "Oh, he's in South Africa." And
Mm.
South Africa. So he was arranged to the court and he's supposed to on drug issue. So and then so Nigeria there is no system actually. And that's why anybody justify what they do. If somebody like the person that's supposed to hold you responsible, they are not clean, their conscience judge them. It's just like a pastor come here the other day and tell us that the 10% it's even too small that the 100% or even supposed to be 100%. Okay,
Mhm.
if that is the case of the mentality of the people, and I've never seen that somebody wrote a check to God. So this is just for people in the church and never have any proof of handling money to God. And the Bible said the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, and they that dwell in it. So, which means what he's saying is that you and I and everybody that live here will live for him. So he doesn't even need that 10%. But
Mm,
now we make it as order of the day and make million feel guilty or manipulate them to give their last money for your lifestyle, and you still have the audacity to come and defend it. This is
imagine
not
that.
court of law. And this is the way I'm trying to tell you the psyche of Nigeria. Which one do we turn to? If you go to church, they rob you. If you're on the street, they take your bag, say Agboro. If you go to police station, they lock you in justice. If you see a judge become a god of the land. I think we have to really go through a big transformation and the mentality of the people that have been damaged over the years. Because we used to hear good things from church. Church is like a part of society that make you not to do wrong. That there is a
Mm,
consequences for it. And now the pastor that stand there, if you look at him, it's like he's the arm robber. It's like robbing you life. So and then what do we say now? The poverty level have reached that people even want their children to go and learn Yahoo boy
yeah.
You
or
know, I
compete
used
to
to say
see.
something, right? I always said, and I said it on this show multiple times. Say, for example, I was president of that country for even one day. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can
Oh,
hear you.
okay. Because I got cut off. I used to say I was president even for one day. Or if I was president, my first order of the day, the day I become president, will be to go to the National Assembly, and one of my proposals would be how we revamp the justice system. We have to change how sentences are carried out. We have to change how we choose judges. We have to change their term limits. A lot of things need to change in Nigeria. And that's why we're seeing all these complaints we're all making. It's not going to change until we have a total revamp of how justice or the carrying out of it is done in Nigeria, and the kind of people that carried out. Because you sometimes you hear judges now. Afe Babalola is, I would assume, a successful private lawyer. But now, if I was to listen to the other side, and I'm not choosing sides, I'm just saying the other side. If I was to listen to the other side, what they're trying to imply is that he's corrupt. And if I'm right, this is why Mr. Farotimi is presently incarcerated. Supposedly, he made certain allegations against Chief Babalola, and Chief Babalola basically saying, "Oh, well, I'm corrupt. All right, you got to come prove it." But then we have to look. If he was a judge, and even as a private attorney, how did he amass such monies? Now, I'm not going against successful people. I love success. I strive for it, right? And yes, success is subjective in terms of material wealth. But if he was just a judge, how did it come about that he had all that money to be able to donate $10 million to King's College? Now, maybe this is why he's getting ticked off, because it's like they're opening a box and chipping at his knots bit by bit, and he doesn't want these things exposed. But I just believe this case, but then again, it's Nigeria. But I think this case is very good because it will set a precedent on how arrests are carried out and how you speak on people and accuse people. But because one thing we have to be, one thing we have to say, Nigerians can be very rude. Not only rude, they can also be very defamatory. I mean, we see it on this show. We even seen it on the show today. This side does not agree with what you say. They accuse you of being a government agent. That side does not believe what you say. They accuse you of working with APC.
Mm.
So, yes. So now the burden is on Mr. Farrow to me making the accusation, whatever they were, of corruption on a legal luminary like Mr. Afe Babalola. So he wants to clear his name, but you've supposedly called him corrupt. Take for instance, because Nigerians, I think they have this belief that the internet gives them carte blanche to just disparage people or slander their names. It doesn't. There's a famous quote by Idi Amin that he said, "Freedom of speech, I'll guarantee you freedom of speech, but freedom after speech, I cannot guarantee it." Yeah, I can't guarantee. I'll guarantee you freedom of speech. It's okay. Say whatever you want to say, but after you say, I can't tell you I'm going to take it. There's a case of someone that's very celebrated in the Nigerian journalistic sphere today, David Hundeyin. He was here a few weeks ago. This man has a tendency of disparaging people online. Now he's been hit in England with a £96,000 fine because he was found guilty. Yeah, 96,000. Yes, yes. John Abbott, you heard me right. Not 96,000 naira, 96,000 pounds for supposedly promoting or publishing a false story on the staff of the BBC. So, in as much as people are angry right now, and I know people are mad at the elite, and this is actually what is deciding a lot of people's decisions. We also have to look. Did the court ask Mr. Farotimi to come before its presence? If it didn't, then they had every right to issue a bench warrant. If he did not obey the instructions of the court, if again, but then again, there could have been clerical errors. So minor things like that could have happened. They could have issued him a summons or a notice to appear, and he never appeared because of clerical errors. We don't know that. But these are things that we should just sit back. I think everybody should sit back, wait, see what happens. Personally, I'm not going to take sides because I always believe in erring on the side of
I
caution.
think what is going on here is that they see a voice that is trying to challenge the status quo,
Mm-hmm.
they are finding a way to shut him up, because there is another news that is just coming through now that 12 new charges have been filed against him. See, it's one thing for somebody to say something that you find to be objectionable, that you don't like it as a public figure in a way. It's another thing to use this kind of power to just charge people and jail them and not let them go. So, like in the case of David Hudeyin that has been fined, we don't know the basis of why they found it. Maybe he overstepped by saying something that is technically not accurate, even if the overarching truth is correct. They
No,
could
I
still
know
fine
why.
you on
I know
for
why.
that. Okay, can you give us an idea of why
Okay,
they
so
actually?
so basically, the person sued, the father sued against Mr. Ondane a defamation suit. Without going into the intricacies of the suit, Mr. Ondane was issued a notice to appear before the court. He never made it. So I think he did not come once or twice or maybe three times. Don't quote me on that, but the point is that he did not show up. And
That's
then
why it was found against
yeah,
him.
so
Yeah,
it was on a
that's how
technicality.
civil
The,
cases
the
work. If you don't
court
show up,
ruled
they will
against
find
him.
against you. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean you are guilty, but just because you didn't show up,
Yeah.
they will find against you.
But if you know you have a case to make, you will go
Then
and
you show
defend your
up.
case, of
Hmm.
course.
That's the
So
problem
it's
now.
another way. I don't want to go and waste lawyers' money. I just want to face the fine and get out of there. So
So
Yeah,
he
it's a
had to pay
learning.
96,000.
yeah, but that, you see, we have to be careful about mixing two
And
things
it's
together.
not like it's not correct all the way. He
It's
know
not about whether he
everything
tells the truth
around
or
it.
not. He just
Yes,
didn't show up in
there are
court.
many things that make case complicated. In the fact that you even have evidence, it's not enough for you to push some of those things out the way you come across it. So not everything you know about, you put it out at the time you want to. But the issue of
No, no,
Dele,
hold on. What are you both saying? Somebody finds something wrong, you shouldn't put it out because of what?
no, there's a process that you do things. I'm not talking about in this case of a delay and all of that. If you have, there is, okay, what do we think that
I'll
delay
be
should
right
not
back.
answer to something, but we do not want it to be in a wrong way. And people, public opinion believe that it's not a criminal case why you should be held in jail. They think it's supposed to be granted bail once they appear in the court. Right?
Yes.
So the point is that there, okay, what why did they hold him? It's a power. And that's what some of us from this angle think is abusive of power. It's excess use of power. And we find out that even in Lagos, he couldn't be hold accountable of defamation any longer. So maybe that's why they took him to Ekiti State, which means that law allows that. But all of those things, in as much as it's a civil case, I think it's mishandled. So the fact that things has to be done, there is a better way to do things.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It's just that when you have officials that are saying, oh, you have to have a specific way of doing it. Maybe he already did. Maybe he already did his investigation. I don't think somebody like Derek Farotimi will just come out overnight, just for the sake of it, pick one person and just malign the person. And some of the things he said, from what I gather, is quite specific. He talked about he named names.
You
So
don't even need to go too much to his book now. Even what is unfolding right now, you are making his case for him, in my own
mm,
opinion, based on the way they're going around it. Is
exactly that
yeah,
they are the ones,
yeah,
because he named the
yeah,
names
yeah.
and they are coming after him for it. And like I said, if you are on a team that just lost 12-0 and somebody's criticizing the team and criticizing you as part of the team, the last thing you want to do is even show annoy people more with that kind of attitude. Then you prove, especially when they are criticizing you, that it's like somebody saying you don't know how to score goal and all the rest of it, and then the first thing you did was try to score goal against them and you still lost again. And it's like, what is that? You just proving them to be correct. Like he's saying that you are corrupt and you corrupt the justice system and you kind of sell it to the
You
highest
went
bidder,
about
and you
it
just do
this
the
way
same thing
again.
again.
It's to, yeah, yeah.
It's like nobody. Do you know that there is a way you can do this? Let's say he was truly innocent. If he was truly innocent, this could have made him shine. This is where he could have made his name. That this Babalola, I mean, he could have made him and say, you know what, this guy accused me wrongly, and I'm going to nail him to the cross until he proves that truth, that accusation. The whole
Mhm.
world will hear about it. So that's how you do something. If somebody goes, if you truly believe your innocence, you can nail that person to the cross, and the whole world will know that yes, you are actually a man of integrity. You call that person and say, come up out in the light of day and prove to the world how this allegation is true. And if he cannot, if he's not able to do that, that would take a chunk out of Dele Farotimi. But by doing this now, you've just proven him correct. And from what I gather, the Nigerian government is seem to be involved in this. A lot of people seem to be involved. They mentioned Elumelu. They mentioned quite a lot of people. It's like there are forces in Nigeria trying to destroy voices like this. There anybody that wants to. Is there any
I
other person
don't
that
think
like him?
so, though. I
Okay,
don't
give me
think the
another person
voice.
that is like Dele
No,
Farotimi
I'm
right
talking about the no, they are not even if they meant it that way, it's turning around for his good right now. And it's the
now. Oh
public
yes.
domain. Yes. So in as much there is a karma, some of those things you cannot help it. When you are used to ego and your ego end of the day, it will get the best of you. Because even if, like you said, forefathers, I'm going to say that so that Pansat can bring his voice.
Oh, don't worry about
Even if
Pastor. Leave him there. Ah,
yeah, even though if we want to make his case before the court system, now you have made it in a big way that the whole world come to be aware of, instead of going in a civil way by my own word, abusive of power. So now he brought so many attention, bringing many whole people to it than what you could have go to court. Say, come and prove your case that this is, if not, I will win if I win against you of
mm,
what I demand, whether to withdraw the book or whatever, that could have been settled without going through this long process. But then we see it coming up. I don't believe in whatever going to come out of it. I don't believe the outcome of the hearing on the 10th that will be of anything. But end of the day, I think Baba did more damage to himself yeah, than what he think he want to achieve.
yeah, and I gather that. Let me just play it before Pansat goes ahead, so that you hear some of the stuff. Something else is going on here. It's not only about Babalola. I think some people have alluded to that earlier on. Let me just play this video so that we have an idea what's going on.
In the other video where we showed the investigation of David Hundeyin and analysis of others, that Tinubu might be the unseen hand behind human rights lawyer Dele Farotimi's ordeal, his abduction from Lagos all the way to Ekiti and subsequent incarceration. Now they have cleared all doubts, all masks are off. The Inspector General of Police filed 12 new charges against Dele Farotimi, this time at the Federal High Court in Ekiti State. Among these charges are cybercrime charges. So within a few days, they've moved from defamation charges to cybercrime charges. What are they going to charge him for next? Treason? This is coming from the Inspector General of Police, who said that Nigeria's criminal justice system is weak, sick, and needs a complete overhaul. He said it while speaking at an event, the 2024 Annual Lecture and Award Ceremony organized by the Crime Reporters Association of Nigeria. The event was held at Ikeja, Lagos, Nigeria. He said that police is not the only pillar or stakeholder in the criminal justice system in the country. We have challenges, we accept, but we will try our best to make sure we have a better system. Continuing, he said that all of us must come together to help perfect criminal justice or justice system administration in
Just
Nigeria.
imagine where our people.
If this
Look at
system
how
is
our people.
working well, it is going to affect you, it is going to affect us. Also in attendance at the ceremony was the chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, Dr. Musa Adamu, SAN. He said that corruption remains one of the most persistent challenges affecting all sectors and institutions of the Nigerian society. It undermines policy decision-making, resource mobilization and utilization, policy execution, and service delivery. Our experience at the ICPC in partnership with key stakeholders has shown that tackling corruption effectively across sectors and institutions requires a proactive, multifaceted approach. This approach should focus not only on enforcement, but also on prevention, deterrence, and systems reform. Concluding, he said that the widespread corruption within the justice system, including bribery, influence peddling, and attitudinal challenges are more fundamental and daunting. I dare say that the justice sector remains a focal point of concern, particularly regarding bribery involving stakeholders in the justice sector. And despite limited public contact, judicial officials exhibit relatively high bribery prevalence, hence the need for targeted anti-corruption measures in this sector. Why it is important to quote all this is because this is exactly what human rights lawyer Dele Farotimi has been talking about. He has been hammering on this particular subject. He has been showing and exposing the corruption in the criminal justice system in this country. But what is his reward? The government is now charging him not only for defamation of Are Afe Babalola, but also for cyber crimes. So if these people, the IG, the ICPC chairman, and all government officials accept the fact that there is serious corruption in the criminal justice system, what then is the crime of Dele Farotimi? Well, we all know that he did nothing wrong. All these charges are meant to incarcerate him as long as possible, to silence him. The government is afraid that he might succeed in mobilizing Nigerians to start sitting at home, a form of protest that the government cannot stop. They cannot stop people from sitting at home and doing nothing. No, this is not the streets where they use police, the army to intimidate people, to shoot tear gas at them, to do all sorts of things to criminalize protest. No, when people sit in their homes, are you going to send thugs into their homes? Are you going to send police into their sitting rooms to do what exactly? To tell them to come out or go to work? So they are afraid that this kind of protest might be very successful, and it has the potential to ground this country to a halt, which will force them to do all the right things, because it's not as if they don't know all the right things. They just don't want to do it because of their agendas. They are working for foreign countries, not Nigerians. Otherwise, why all these sufferings? And when people talk about it, they want to silence them. Now, the main reason they're filing new charges and amending some and involving cyber crimes is because they know that they cannot win the defamation charge against Dele Farotimi. It's not easy to win that. The court requires them to prove it beyond reasonable doubt that Dele truly defamed Afe Babalola. And the story where he referenced Afe Babalola in his book was an actual event that happened. According to Dele Farotimi himself, he said that Afe Babalola defamed him and he sued him to court. So it was all that happened during this process of litigation that he wrote in the book. How can they turn around and say this is defamation? Let's listen to what he said while responding to Shegun on his YouTube channel.
I'm saying it is not personal. I'm saying that Are Afe Babalola corrupted the judiciary. And in corrupting the judiciary, it came across my practice. When I came across it, I challenged it as a lawyer and I fought it to the point where he could not enjoy the fruit of his exertion in the Supreme Court. In writing the letter that he wrote to the then Chief Justice of Lagos State, Ayomide Philip, he libeled me. He suggested that I should be derobed, that what I had done was deserving of sanction, and I should have been struck off the bar. And when I saw this, knowing what I already knew of what he did, I wrote a letter asking that he should withdraw that letter that he had written that was libelous of me. And he declined. Arrogantly so, he declined. And I sued him for libel. And when I sued for libel, the machines of corruption went into overdrive, and a case that should never have been killed at the preliminary stage was killed. Now, everything about the case, the judge to whom it was assigned, the manner of the handling of the case, 9 months after it was adjourned for ruling, 9 months. The procedures are clear. It shouldn't be longer than 3 months. 9 months. without informing us, in spite of the fact that we had written 2 letters to request to be told when the ruling will be delivered.
There's another event that happened before this one, but they didn't receive the kind of backlash his abduction has received because they couldn't go any further. They wanted to intimidate him into submission. Imagine Tony Elumelu saying that he defamed him just because he made a comment on social media. Let's take a listen.
I'm giving you this background because they are all germane. The gentleman, I believe DCP Nwoga, then said I should be given bail and I should go. And whenever they needed me, they would send for me. And I felt that this was classic police harassment. So I told the gentleman, I have written a statement in response to a clear allegation. There are no ambiguities. I've not denied what he claimed that I said. But I am saying that there is absolutely no crime. There is absolutely no crime to be found in what I have said. And what did I say? Somebody asked me on Twitter. Somebody tagged me and asked a question. The person asked if I thought Mr. Tony Elumelu might, in 2027, support a person like Peter Obi to become the president of Nigeria, just as Elon Musk had done similarly in America. And I answered, how can you possibly be asking that of Tony Elumelu? Tony Elumelu is a member of the Nigerian winning class, a veritable member, a beneficiary of the system. Why would he fight against the system? I think then I translated the Yoruba proverb, I said he's an impoverished rich man. That was the extent of everything I said. At best, you call that vulgar abuse. So I was actually quite irritated that a man has, I expect that someone like Tony Elumelu should be too busy to be nitpicking about what opinion anybody might have to say, whatever anybody might have to say about him. Least of all, someone like me, tiny me, who am I that I'm of interest or that he cares about what I have to say? I'm admittedly a madman. I told all of you severally. So I didn't think I should be of interest to Tony Elumelu. So I was irritated and I made my irritation clear. And I told the gentleman, DCP Nwoga, if you have a charge for me, keep me in your cell. Today is Wednesday. At the latest, by Monday, you should be done drafting your charges. So keep me in your cell. When it is Monday, you would have been done with filing your charge. You can then take me to court. They didn't build your cell for goats. The people are in there, they are not animals. Me, I'm not taking bail. At this point, he went up to what I now later realized was the AIG's office. Long story cut short, after some back and forth, the AIG asked us to come in because Nwoga was in, we were outside. I was outside. Well, you pardon me, I don't know how to pronounce this, everything. So we were outside and we were eventually asked to come in. And it was at that point that I recognized that the lawyer who wrote the petition had been hanging around whilst my statement was being taken, whilst I was in the DCP's office. I didn't know who he was, but now he was in the AIG's office. And the AIG asked him, do you have the authority of Mr. Elumelu to write this petition? He said, yes, he did. So the AIG said, well, you would have to tell your client to write us himself under his own hand to ask for Mr. Farotimi's prosecution. I was incensed that he would be asking that. But I could also recognize the delicacy of his position. Here is the very best friend of Mr. President who just went to France with him, demanding the prosecution of an irritant like me. Who was I? But the AIG used his discretion, and me, I'm a Yoruba boy. When somebody has tried to diffuse a situation, I accepted the way he diffused the situation. So he asked us to go. He told the man who had been talking bail that Mr. Farotimi is not unknown to you. When you asked him to come, he came at your invitation. I'm sure if you need him again, you can always ask him to come. You will soon understand the importance of this background. Just bear with me. So when we got back downstairs, DCP turned to me and said, come back next week, Thursday. I had things already scheduled for that day. I did not argue.
So you can see the background of, you know, man, hearing this is making me even more kind of concerned about the way our elites behave. And Tony Limelu was in France recently when the president went to France. You can see all these people are the part of the same group that has been kind of roiling Nigeria's this in economy and state round and round, round and round. And if somebody says one thing out of line, they come after you. There's very, very few that I can see on the ground like Dele Farotimi, maybe Aisha Yusuf. The rest are shut up, don't say anything. Nigeria doesn't generate people that can speak out like Ganifa or Imi anymore. Those loud people that can challenge. And Ganifa Imi existed under a military regime. But under a civilian regime, you have even less people. Man, that is really concerning. And I have to say, it does have a point. Even if what he said was a little bit rough and all that, he's online talking to people and you take it personal. I don't understand this kind of elites. I don't think it's only is about them in terms of the word he said at that particular time. I think it's about what he represents. It represents an alternative view of what is happening in Nigeria. He's trying to open people's eyes to the uselessness of these leaders that keeps telling us, and they are willing to go there and just take a little bit of nonsense and bring it home for us. And like I said, if you are part of a team that has just been failing the people over and over again, why do you have such a tiny, a very, very thin skin? You've been failing and somebody is just criticizing you, whether they do it precisely or not. You should know that people are feeling angry. You should just move on. If you are doing the right thing, like sometimes now, like even me, when I'm on this channel, people say I'm doing all the wrong things and all the rest. Because I know I'm not responsible for their lives. I'm not the one doing a lot of good things for them. Why should I feel so concerned that you are maligning me? It's not something. People like that, they should be busy. You should be busy fixing the country, fighting the way someone like Dede Farotimi is doing. In other words, like willing to sacrifice for the country. Why, if you are willing to sacrifice for the country, why would you be going after someone like Dede Farotimi? Dede Farotimi is not a threat to you. You should be focused on what you are trying to do, except, of course, you are doing nothing. You are just there, just filling space and just maligning the country, and then going after the elites, going after the people that are challenging the status quo. You are going after the people that are challenging the status quo to silence them. Because we know this Western nation, they don't like all those other people. They want to make sure they control the way we think. That is very, very important to them. We saw that WikiLeaks document. We saw how the kind of people they go after, they like African Stream, they took them out. They don't want our people's eyes to be open, because they know the more our people's eyes open, the kind of stuff you see happening in Chad, Niger Republic, Mali, what's the name, and Senegal, all of them will start happening again in Nigeria too. They'll start kicking them out, and they don't want this of Dele Farotimi to be on the street. And partly is why you are seeing what you are seeing now. But it's funny, it's not very distant from when they just went to France and came back. All this stuff is just kicking up. According to him, the guy just came back from France and he's already asking for him to be arrested. That is interesting. Pansad, thank you for your patience. You know, I have to respect you today because you're very patient and you allowed me to keep going. You see McAnally. You see all this. You know, we have enemies of progress here. He's already complaining that I'm talking too much. McAnally, what is this? I have to vent too. You are not the only one that is venting. This is a welcome, Pansad, for taking your time and listening. I appreciate that. So what do you think about the video and what you make of this matter? Because I think it's getting a little bit ugly now. It's taking a new dimension altogether. Please go ahead.
Exactly. I stand on the existing protocol from the last show. I was listening to you because the video you were playing lays a very good background. It's very good that you do everything you've done so far. So I commend you for that. Let's look at this in this slide. By the way, hello, Jegun. And
good to see you. I think my brother from the other side. My brother, I forgot your name. Oh. I don't know what's happening to me today. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
And AY, Pensac.
AY. I beg your pardon, AY. And
No,
forefathers as well.
nobody's
Thank
gonna
you.
blame you for
Thank you
forgetting
for joining
AY.
us.
That's,
You know,
yeah.
AY is very easy to forget. Let's forget it.
Anyway, so it
Pastor
comes down
can
to-
never forget me. Pastor can never forget me.
That's true.
I'm his good friend.
Nobody forgets their brother. That's true. I don't forget. And let me say to you that, you know, first of all, we'll look at the procedural issues going on. We weren't born yesterday now. All of us will come from Nigeria. So we know as we're deteriorating and we have this gang, this cabal come and take over our country. Even here in the United States, lawyers are given some kind of professional decorum, right? It's not they don't give me any privileges like perks, the way we say it. But usually when an attorney, it's being handled. Normally they could be released on their own recognizances because they're a member of the bar. They're given some professional decorum. That's the way to do things. But it's more than that here. Like he's suggesting in that video, these people, they have no respect for Nigerians at all. None. I mean, they go assemble in France. There was a video I was watching earlier where a northern former military person, some northern politician was saying that what Tinubu is doing with France, it's a shame because eventually, finally, some African states kicked out France from colonizing them, right? Just imagine that about 5 states kicked them out because these guys, they had no central banking of their own. France has been very wicked towards their colonies. So eventually these people get the muster to kick them out, and then what do Nigeria do? Another African country. Go there and try to bring him to our own country. Man, that is like cutting somebody off the knees. That is wickedness. That's beyond the pale. These Africans, you know, they shouldn't be under this French rule for this long, but they eventually took the risk, get to kick him out. And then what does this man do? You know, betrayed us as African men now, black men. Go over there, it's trying to bring him. I don't know if they want to do a military base in Nigeria or whatever it is. Imagine what a betrayer. But anyway, he goes over there with all this Tony Elimenu and all these guys only to plot on how to get rid of his enemies, and of which one of them is Dele Farotimi. I'm appealing to Nigeria. I'm not here to discuss the substantive issues. We're looking at Nigerians. Without Nigerians, Dele Farotimi cannot win. Nobody can win. Nabekano cannot win. Showore cannot win. The antidote, well, it's too late now for an antidote. The remedy comes from Nigerians themselves. That's the only person who could stop all this nonsense. Nigerians are sovereign. Everybody else there, Tinubu down. They're public servants. They work for us. It's only when they see us finish, because you know what it means to go and handle Dele Farotimi. If you don't know it, Dele Farotimi, it's one pure Nigerian, one pure black man, one pure African. He stands for the truth. What he's fighting is for that judiciary. If the judiciary is gone, elections are gone. Our liberty is gone. Our freedom is gone. There is nobody who can withstand the scrutiny of criminalizing libel, slander. Now, slander is just one that's spoken. That's slander. It's a lie. It's defamatory. If you say something, whether here or on any platform or in the public, you just talk and you say something, that's called slander. And it's a little less than libel. It's when it's written down in permanent form, in a painting, in books or whatever. So that's a difference. But anyway, we have freedom of speech. We enjoy the same liberty every democratic country has. Our constitutional 39(1) gives us the ability to express ourselves, and we're free to do so. So trying to criminalize it, it's not a good thing. Now, there's a statement I wanted to make, which to say, even here in the United States, there is no such thing as the wrong opinion, right? We enjoy the same thing here. There's no such thing as saying, okay, this is somebody's wrong opinion. But it's the fact that it's sacrosanct. That's what, if you're talking about defamation. Now, if you listen to Dele Farotimi's couching of every time he's spoken, you could tell he's a lawyer, right? So he would lay out the premises, which would be the facts. Now, nobody's going to dispute any of those. He's not a liar. This is somebody with utmost integrity. So he lays out the facts, and you could actually see those facts by observation. One of them is that the corruption in our judiciary. Nobody goes to court unless you're a rich man or you belong to a certain religion or a certain ethnic group in this day and age, and then you go there and you get justice. We know that that's the case. So he lays that out aside, and then he makes his own opinion, his conclusion, and he couches on this is the way I see this. That's not defamatory. That's protected. That isn't one of the ones that you can go out there and win in a defamatory. And I know you got a couple of more people here, but when we're making these points, a lot of people are not listening. It's like we're just talking. How many times somebody talked? These are elements of a case. Nobody's expected to be a lawyer here or whatever. We're not supposed to be lawyers, but all I was appealing to is the Nigerian people. Only Nigerians can help Dele Farotimi out of this by helping yourself. They don't come any better. They don't come any better. He's not somebody who is pursuing having money. You heard what he said here. He's a very humble man. He's saying that he finds it astounding that somebody as mighty as what's the name of the guy I just mentioned? Not Babalola, but the other guy who's making claims. He made his own claim in Lagos, which doesn't have this law. It's not criminalized. Libel, slander is not criminalized in Edo and Lagos. Thank God. And that's another jurisdiction, the West African jurisdiction, that made that happen. So Tony Elimenu, I believe is his name, the guy I'm talking about. He says, look, this is a mighty guy. I find it very astounding that he's going to be worried about me or anybody, especially me. He's very humble. That's the way he put it there. So let me just appeal to Nigerians. Don't let them do this. In the next few days, if you don't release him, people should honor the call of Showore. I know that Ekiti State has ruled out any kind of protest, but protest is not supposed to be done when you're given permission to do that, unless you're not serious, unless you're cowards. There shouldn't be a pre-planned something. Everything should be instantaneous, depending on who we're dealing with. We are Nigerians, we're sovereign. Now, nobody's supposed to go calling for violence. I agree. People, it's a norm, and in the whole world, nobody's supposed to call for violence, but it depends on what you mean by violence. If the people are sovereign and they have somebody in custody who doesn't belong there, we have to get them out of there now. By all means necessary is what I'm talking about. I don't know how you define it, but it's an oxymoron to say you're going to take an innocent man and go kidnap him from Lagos, go put him in Ekiti State. I'm saying that we should do everything. That means whatever it takes to start making these people realize that we're sovereign. We're sovereign. And anybody who is sovereign cannot do any wrong. Whatever they do, that's what it's supposed to be. So I'll hold on to that. I know that Jegun has been
patient now, just like you
patient.
were.
Yeah, like I was. So let's try to have a good session on this. So I would pass it on. I'll yield back until we get to AY. Then we'll see what we're going to do here, because I'm not going to sit here and have anybody be out of order when it comes to Dele Farotimi. We already know that. So if you don't know, if you're not a lawyer, if you don't know the elements of a case, just stay out of it. There's nothing wrong with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you for joining us, Jago. So, what do you make of this Dele Farotimi's case? Because the video I just played seems to be implying that there is a grand coalition that is, trying to take him out of circulation. Really, your mic is muted.
Thank you all, and good evening. Thank you, Pansat, for what you just said. I'm rather perplexed. I'm perplexed in that I'm one who does look for good news in Nigeria. I'm due to be there in the first quarter of the new year, and me personally, I'm looking to transition from London to Nigeria over the next couple of years for serious reasons. And sometimes I'm seeing such progress in that country, especially from individuals, businessmen, people who are forcing communities and coming together somewhat, even under the demise of the way Nigeria lies. Having said that, when I listen to people like who are in Nigeria, like Righteous Man, when I look at the news sometimes, it tells me that we haven't moved anywhere since ever. We haven't moved. For the I feel it is a kidnapping. I wonder how they traveled from Lagos to Ekiti. Did they go by plane or did they go by road? Because I know the road trip there. The road trip there is arduous. It's hard work. So if they took this guy from Lagos and drove him to Ekiti, that's terrible. That would be traumatic, especially if you're arrested by the Nigerian police or whoever they were, and they've taken you all the way to Ekiti. That's a horrible, I won't say necessarily it's a horrible journey, but it's a good 6-7 hours. And that's got to be traumatic, even for somebody as strong as Dele Farotimi. Now, you see, me personally, and I'm sure many of us on this platform have been listening to Dele on his Sunday sermons that he has, and just his general outlook about Nigeria. And I find myself in, I won't say 100% agreement, but close on in terms of how he looks at Nigeria, how he looks at the lay of the land, how he looks at the nature of the people, and how he looks at the demise of the country. And indeed, how he supposes that this country can still be a great country. I really do follow his consciousness. His consciousness is similar to my own. And I tell you why I'm slightly confused, forefather. This whole week and last week, I've been looking at the tax position that has come, the tax bill that has come to the fore, going for a second and third reading. And I've looked at it quite seriously. I've watched certain debates. I've read one or two of the propositions that they've made. And when I look at it, I'm thinking, man, I don't like this Tinubu guy, but this looks like a bit of progress. I'm thinking this looks like progress. And it seems like much of the country, especially the wise, I think, of the country, both in the East, North, and West, are looking at this as a reasonable tax bill that could possibly go forward after a few amendments. And when I see these kind of things, I'm thinking, okay, there's a bit of hope. And then Dele Farotimi's position comes that just tells us that Nigeria is a gangster's paradise. It's for gangsters, mate. It's for gangsters. And then you wonder, what is Nigeria doing? As was mentioned by Pansat, in Tinubu going to France is such a backward move. What are you doing? And all these cronies going to France to stroke Macron's ego. Nigeria is complex, so it's very difficult to understand what's going on in that country. And then there are assholes that come on this platform and start talking about the law. We're talking about the law. There ain't There's no law. There is no law. What are you talking about? Kulata and Cole, all these people. One man coming talking nonsense. I was listening to the show before, and this, what rubbish is this? What are you saying? What are you saying? I mean, I'm totally ashamed of Nigerians generally. Nigerians, they don't really get. When I listen to people like Kulata, it seems to me that progress is not wanted by these kinds of people. They want us stuck in this mud, stuck in this mire, doing nothing, swimming backwards. I can't believe it. Pansat clearly said, and rightfully so, that somebody like Dele Farotimi needs Nigerians. He needs them to stand up, needs them to back him, as he has been backing us, if you like. But I don't know if we're about to do these things. I don't know if we're serious. I don't know if we're a country of cowards. And I think we are a country of cowards. When I look at this platform, you have the boastful, you have those who think they have every right to do anything. And then you have those who are of some kind of conscious. And when the consciousness comes out, they're pushed down. And I'm thinking, who are we? Who are we? Right, I can tell you for a fact, I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand. And when things like this take place, I'm about to give up. I feel like giving up on the Nigerian state because it doesn't make sense. And it's not about to make sense in my estimation. And it needs to make sense for itself and for us as a global peoples of African stock. It needs to make sense for us because all of us are stuck out here in the wilderness of the diaspora, scratching our heads in these funny countries that we're in, feeling the cold. I just went around the corner. If the wind nearly took me up and threw me in a dustbin. That's how strange it is out here. You know, and we have a country full of glory. Yesterday, if I can just land like this, I saw a small documentary feature on Ghana. And I don't always look up to Ghana. I look up to them for certain reasons, but I feel that Nigeria is far better. But when I saw what Ghana is doing based on agriculture, tourism, and certain other industry bases, they're doing amazingly well with their small. I don't want to put them down because I love Ghanaians, but they're doing amazingly well. And each of these West African countries, they need Nigeria to do amazingly well for them really to level up. And Nigeria doesn't seem to be batting for the right side. They seem to be playing against themselves, most especially by the government and the elite classes. I'll leave it there and say that we need Farotimi freed. We need to go through the process. We need to shame this government. We need to shame those shameless people who don't know that they've been doing ill for an awfully long time. Just because they're 95 and have a prestigious name, this is the state of. I've known Nigeria like this for a long time. Many of my people in that Ikoyi, they're just like this. They're just talk, pontification, but they're not talking any sense to the nation. I'll leave it there, my brother. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just share this so that we hear some of the stuff even our military are saying. Let me just play this quickly.
For releasing Boko Haram suspects after being arrested by the military.
Another aspect of the judiciary is this. You do all your efforts. You make an arrest. You hand over before the man is released on bail. Now you have risked yourself in doing that. By the time he is released, he goes to tell the people who you are, and then your family members or you are at risk. So it gets to a stage where the security forces are not even willing to do it because once you get an arrest, the person is released. We have the issue in the South. A lot of the ships the other ship that was arrested 10 years ago. It was arrested, it was handed over. The ship went and changed its name, changed its color, and came back again. 10 years later, we arrested the same ship. And by the time you hand over the ship, before you know it, it's released.
Inspector General of Police Kayode Ebetokun expresses concern over the paucity of funds, which he says has led to the poor manpower, training of personnel, and welfare for personnel.
A police force that has been battered, a police force that has suffered serious neglect over the past few years. The police also finds itself operating in very difficult environment, partly as a result, as a direct consequences of this neglect. The manpower in the police today is grossly inadequate. Even the criminals know that.
So I couldn't resist that manpower point, because when I keep calling for it, our Nigerians keep pushing back. But point is, you saw that even the military top brasses, these are the top of the top, not floor members. So these are the top complaining about the legal system, that whenever they capture criminals, the legal system release them, and that also feeds back to their behavior towards these criminals. Because if you catch a criminal, if you know that criminal could be released and endanger yourself and your family, tomorrow you are not going to want to capture that criminal again. And what he has said, I don't know how many judges have arrested him or tried to jail these guys, but because Dele Farotimi said the same thing in a different way, by a kind of focusing on Babalola, it seems like that is the one now they want to kill him for. And everybody is gathering. And I think it's about the fact that he doesn't represent their interests. He represents the Nigerian people's voices. That is what they are really going after him for. I think it was Oga Ike that was here first. Oga Ike, thank you for joining us. So what do you make of this? You know, everybody is complaining, and yet they are focusing only on Dele Farotimi.
Well, I think the police chief who is speaking, after all, the same law he's talking about is still the same law that still kept him as the Inspector General of Police. His days are, his time has come when he's supposed to have been retired. So all of them are making use of the so-called loopholes he's talking about. What is he talking about? He's talking about because of the loopholes in the system. Is it why the police that is running up, the police that is the chief is corrupt? That even a 419 young boy of 10 years, 15 years will go and pay police. Police will be parading gun, following a young boy of 15 years in Nigeria. What kind of a police chief is he? What is he talking about? That police will go and rendition people just the way they rendition in Nandekalo. Was it not the same thing they did to Dele Farotimi? What is different between that? The people who came to his dad never showed any ID card. They come in mufti, in jeans. They never showed where they come from. Is it not the same kidnap? And you see the police chief and he's talking about weak in the judicial system. Why is he still the Inspector General of Police? Has his time never expired? You have to live by what you preach. You have to live by the word that you preach. I preach the gospel. The most important thing in life as a Christian is that you have to, as much as possible. We are not saints. We are not holy. But you got to live the life that you preach. People at least can see 50% of what you tell them is the life you live in your family, in your neighborhood, right? My life as a Christian and as a child of God is to change the people in my neighborhood first. I'm not going to go to change people outside when my neighborhood is not changed. I have to start from my home. So if he is talking about the laws and whatever he's talking, why is he still there? His time has come and gone. Why is he still there? So it's the same thing. This is the same grammar that they come here to speak every time. He said, like you're saying, is the chief, the chief. Are they not the same chief? Nigeria, where are those chiefs? Why the country has degenerated into a banana republic, where the military men are taking over civilian activities, taking over civilian responsibility. Where there is an election, the military men will take over the street. What has the military men got to do with a civilian election? What is he talking about? They're supposed to be in the barrack. They're supposed to be in the where the terrorists are in the north. That's where the job is. Their job is not to come and run election for Nigeria, but that is what his boys are doing. You see military men carrying police everywhere when there is even common local government election. Is it their job? So he's talking nonsense. He's talking babadash. because he's guilty of the same thing he's talking about in the National Assembly. Those people that he's speaking to, all of them are in the same group. All of them are guilty of the same offense. So what is he talking about? He's talking about in Nigeria where there is an election, the military man, the chief of army staff will come and begin to address Nigerians. What kind of a country is that? Are we running? Is it the military that organizes election in Nigeria? But that's what we see. Every election, the chief of staff, chief of army staff, or head of army will come and begin to address Nigeria, telling me about the election. When did the military get involved in Nigerian politics? So if that police chief, if he's telling the truth, he should have retired. He should have retired himself because his time has gone. He has overstayed his stay. So what is he talking about? He's saying that the police force is trying to make us to understand that the police force, they don't have they are not well trained or they are not well equipped with whatever. Should that be why they should be acting like thugs on the street? Should they use Nigerian police uniform to act like, like the people that are running Colombian drug company? What are we talking about? So if he meant what he's saying, he himself first has to resign, first of all, because he took advantage of the same loopholes that is there. If the man in Asarok say he's going to reappoint you, if you have a conscience, you tell him no, your time is over, you go. That's how citizens behave. He is now sitting on top of another person's position because he wants to protect the man that is in Asarok, and is coming to here to begin to speak babadans to people who you think that don't know what they are doing. Do we have National Assembly? Those people that are wearing babariga at the National Assembly, who are they representing? You or me? They are just there for themselves. They are not representing anybody. So, my brother, listen, I think that what happened, the issue of Dele Farotimi is, no matter how long a truth is hidden, a day shall come when the world will hear the truth. Whatever that is done in the secret will be revealed in the open. When David went to sleep with the wife of Uriah, when he sent Uriah to the war front to go and fight, his plan was to kill Uriah so that he will marry the wife. He did it in the secret. But God himself knew that is what he did. And the day that everybody knew, God put it in the open. He made it public that this is why you sent Uriah to the war front, so that they can take over the wife. So you see, listen, let me tell you something. There is a spirit being that controls the universe. It doesn't matter whatever you believe. It doesn't matter whatever you say. There is a day of reckoning for every one of us. This is life. For whatever a man sows, that is what he's going to reap. If this thing didn't happen, Afe Babalola is a man that Nigerians and Africa and the world respect a lot. We never know anything about something like this. Even how many Nigerians knew that Dele wrote a book concerning this? I don't think millions and millions of Nigerians don't know about this book, but today he has become a star in the world. You see, because the Bible says that when God remembers you to bless you, he will mobilize everything on the forces in heaven and the earth to bring to pass the plan he has for you. The blessings of God make it rich and add no sorrow to it. So, this is it. This is the time. He's a man everybody respect. He's a man everybody thought that is what he is. But there are people who are in that field, who know what is going on. It's not only Dele that knew. It's not only him that know what is going on. How corrupt, how decayed the system is. There are a lot of them that are sitting silent. But he had decided to put his own. If he doesn't know what he's talking about, why should he put it in a writing? He knows what he's talking about. What he's talking about is true. So, my brother, I think that if Nigerians did not wake up this time, But I just hope that, you know, that the so-called law they are talking about, the so-called Nigerian law they are talking about, should be able to, you know, walk in the right direction. They should let this young man to go. You know, he's a lawyer. He's not running away. He's not. Can any lawyer be afraid of Nigerian police? No. A lawyer can never be afraid of police. If you are invited by the police, he will go. That like all these interviews have been saying, every time they invite him, he goes. And in Lagos State, the commissioner of police in Lagos State knows that this young man is not running anywhere. He's not running away from Nigeria. So whenever they need him, he's always available for them. So why the rendition? Why the kidnap from all the way from Ekiti? Right? Now police, you know, police gang up. The police in Lagos and police Ekiti State now, they have ganged up together to claim that they are aware. But at the beginning, the police in Lagos keep mute that. They keep mood as if they don't know what was going on. No, it's like they know that the people from Ekiti is coming to Lagos to do the rendition or to do the kidnap. I mean, who are they deceiving? So I think that we should respect elders, but it's the when the elders decides to dance naked in the raining water, the children will play with his private part. So I think that, you know, whatever happens tomorrow, I pray that in my life, and I pray for all of us, that we should live up to his age by now. You know, but his name and his credibility, you know, the Gen Zs are going to play with his name and his, you know. So it's unfortunate that it happened. And it's unfortunate that he should allow such a thing to happen. He is a lawyer, a senior advocate, a renowned lawyer who knows they are the architect of the Nigerian law. So I really do not understand his legal advisors or people that surround him that will advise him to allow the Ekiti police command to do what they went to Lagos to do. So I'm sorry that I just hope that this thing, they will resolve it, release this young man. I don't know why he should be in detention up till now. In Lagos State, defamation is a criminal case. It's not even it's not a criminal case. It's a civil case. So I don't really understand what is going on. For the Kulata who came here to come and quote Nigerian law constitution for us, we think we want to listen to Kulata, who knows better than every other person. So for me, really, it's unfortunate that this kind of thing is happening, but it's good for everybody. Because the price of freedom, that is a lot to pay for freedom, you know. So this is one of it. So I hope and I pray that the young man is okay, because from the information I know that they say he used to take a medication, and since they took him, he has not taken his medication, and that's where my fear is. Because most of the time, these police people, they act in a way that people's health are not important to them. If somebody is on drug, if somebody has a kind of, maybe you have diabetes, you have hypertension, you have ulcer, you have asthma, I mean, you should allow the patient to take his medication. You don't deny somebody medical health. I mean, this is the worst part of everything. If you arrest somebody, if there is a report, if there is a medical report that this person has a health issue and there is a medication that he needs to take, you should allow the family to give him this medication, so that he can at least he can be alive for you to try the person in court. I don't know why we should be denying Nigerians. Police should be denying families that are in detention for their family to receive their medication. I don't understand where that is coming from. I raise my case for now.
Thank you. My mind has frozen since you said grown-ups playing in the rain. That is concerning. I don't know what what the children are up to, but it's all right. So yeah, but you know that thing about medicine. If I was the one incarcerating somebody and somebody wants to bring medication from outside, I'll be careful, because if they bring something that harms that prisoner, you are still responsible for that prisoner.
No,
so
forefathers, listen, there is always a medical report from the doctor, right? Even food, when you take food to people that is in prison, you taste the food. That's the normal thing. It's normal. The police can read the medication, the name of medication. Medication is not something you go and buy in retail in tablet. No, they come in packets. So if the doctor make a recommendation and write a letter that this person, this is my patient, and he's on this medication, at least that is an evidence for you to know that nobody is trying to
I
poison
think the
nobody.
police should buy it and
Family?
charge the family. If they need to charge anybody, they should buy it, because if anything happens to that prisoner, they are responsible. So
No. Are you trying to say you should deny somebody that is somebody that is suffering, for example, high blood pressure, or somebody that is suffering ulcer, that they shouldn't
I'm
take
saying
medication?
that the safest process to use is when they bring prescription, let's say the doctor prescription, the police take the prescription and go and procure the medication. Because if a third party brings the medication in, then something goes wrong, then the police is responsible for it no matter what.
But
So
remember
they have
that
to be responsible.
police has doctors also. There are police doctors
Exactly.
in the police also.
Yeah, they should buy the medication themselves. So they don't have any excuse to deny somebody medication. As long as the doctor provides the prescription, if it's about paying for the medication, you can buy the medication and charge the family for it. It's the same thing. So I saw Nnamdi Kanu complain about that the other day. I thought, this is kind of nonsense that our Nigerian system, they can't even figure simple things like that out. Thank you for joining us, AY. The lustrous son of the country, one of the few nationalists we still have left. Don't worry, your time is up. Sooner or later, they will come and carry you from wherever you are. They don't like nationalists in that country. Because Farotimi is one of them. It's not sectional. It talks about the country. So please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone from here. So the issue of Dele Farotimi, I would think Mr. Afe Babalola kind of make the biggest mistake of his life. That was a big error. I don't know who advised him. Janaba said it all. Right now, what is going on? He makes this man more popular. He makes his book more popular. I mean, if you're an activist, you will pass through these kind of things. But in general, he made a very, very big mistake. Of course, everybody know like the system is highly compromised. It's highly compromised. There is no doubt about that. I mean, even our little court, they are all compromised. Our judges are compromised. So I would really love to see what Showore have to say tomorrow as regard the protest. I think that's a very good way to deal with this kind of issue. If I were him, really, if I were Babalola, I will actually withdraw this case and let this guy move on, because he's gonna rubbish himself. I think he's seeing it already right now. The very first day he arrested this guy, I knew he was gonna rubbish himself. I think the right thing to do this man is very I would say he's a very successful lawyer. With all his experience, this was a mistake. I would have just, even if I want to do anything, it would have just sued him straight to court, say, hey, come approve, or just send him a message, let him know you have to apologize. I'm giving you so amount of time to apologize for what you wrote on that book, or we go to court. If he refused to apologize, then sue him to court. He's a lawyer, you're a lawyer, you guys meet in court. But what he did was just so wrong. Just like you said about Farotimi, I mean, this guy, to be honest, if you know him very well, if you listen to him, just like you said, he's very destabilized. He tried to speak to issues. I remember listening to him in one of his speech when he was giving reason why he actually decided to withdraw from practicing law. Like, it's because of the injustice, what is going on in the court. People are not getting justice. He was just frustrated of the whole system. The system is actually frustrating. All of us are frustrated. There is no doubt about that. I know there are people that are still benefiting in the mess in the country, but if anyone is ready to fix Nigeria, these are all the things we need to clean up. From planning to all this kind of mess, we need to make the country work for everyone. That's in my point. Somebody was talking about the president tax bill. I would say it is a step in the right direction. This is the hard truth. It's gonna favor the poor people. If you're earning if you're earning less than 800,000 naira, you are not gonna pay tax, which is a good thing. I know a lot of governors are crying right now. This is what I'll be canvassing for. This is a form of restructuring, but this is just a percentage, a 0.5% of what is going on. But it is a good step. When you see a good step, you have to appreciate it. We can do better in restructuring the whole system. Right now, I want a system where I'm really in support of this tax bill is where these governors are going to think, are going to look inward. The era of going to Abuja every month to collect allocation is not sustainable. We need to move away. Any governor that if you know you cannot create wealth for your state, for your people, resign. Let somebody that can do the job get in. We need to look inward. If you don't do that, we can't move forward. So the northern governor, most of them are crying. Yeah, I want them to cry very well. Let them look inward. What is wrong with agriculture? Invest in agriculture. If you no state in Nigeria, I have always said it, there is no state in Nigeria that cannot do well. What is going on is because they go to Abuja to collect oil money, everybody is relaxed because they know whatever they do, the money will come. So they are just expecting the money to the extent that there are reports out there that some of these governors, they go to Abuja end of the month. You see dollar going up. They collect this money, they look for Aboki, Bureau de Change people, and they swap this money into dollars. They are part of the people that put pressure on our naira. This is the hard truth. Again, I want a system where all the governors will sit up, even down to if we really want to build the system, even down to local government chairmen, let them sit up. You can generate revenue within your locality. Look inward. Let everybody, that is how to build a sustainable system. What we have now, going to Abuja every month, even if your father has 36 children, and even if he's a billionaire, you wait for him every month to give you allowance. Nobody is doing nothing. It's not sustainable. If the man die, what happened? Then everybody go to square one. So it is a good step the president has taken. We can actually criticize the bill. We can look in what I said. That is what the senators and the rep are supposed to do, really, not throwing everything in the dustbin. If you are a senator that think with your head, you need to look at it and say, okay, why do we have this? This area of the bill, we can amend this. This is not going to favor the people. You look at it and criticize it constructively, not say, oh, no, this bill is garbage, go and throw it away. You don't do that. So hopefully the Nigeria can come together, like Pascal said, and protest whatever it's going to take to make sure this Baba free Dele Farotimi. Dele Farotimi, I see this as a complete oppression, nothing more. That's just the right word for it. Allow this man to allow him to have his freedom. If you want to sue him for libelling, sue him. You guys should go to court. What you are doing now it is oppression, of course. For them to take it from Lagos and down to Ekiti, you know something is wrong. Obviously, something is wrong. The system is compromised. So they more like have a plan. Okay, this is where we have people that can prosecute him. If he live in Lagos, why did you not go to court in Lagos or take police? Deal with the case in Lagos. So that is just a sick system. I think everybody is tired. It's very tiring. Hopefully, we can learn from this and do better as people. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try to do something else that maybe one can describe to be fair. Let's try to balance out some aspect of this matter in terms of Ife Babalola, because there are some people that says he's highly respected for
He is,
and that he had done some things that seems to be very popular amongst people of Ekiti. When I look at Ekiti, I still think, if this is help, God help us. So what are the good sides that we've seen? Do we have accomplishments that this man has made? All I have heard is that he's donated some money to foreign country, $10 million. I don't know, man.
honestly,
have built a very nice hospital in Nigeria.
I don't know. The only accomplishment I know is his personal accomplishment. It's the terms of in the context of Nigeria, you would call him a successful lawyer. He's just in the league of. I mean, he's not young, right? He has been there for a long time. He just like Femi Falana. You could say, yeah, they've done a lot in the legal system, but the legal system is corrupt. So people are not calling it what it is. I also heard KJ submission early this morning, which was very apt. I mean, people need to speak against this mess. It is what it is. The system is corrupt. If Dele Farotimi can have that confidence, that authority to say, this is what happened, he wrote it down. All he needed to do, if you want to challenge it, go to court. Go to court. Don't try to oppress the guy, go and jack him and take him to somewhere nobody know where he is. You don't do that. So that is what it is. Go to court, do the right thing. I mean, as somebody that is they call themselves learned colleague, learned, you go to court, show him to court. Don't go and jack him. That's just the right thing to do.
Then the question remains, other that because nobody seems to have, you don't seem to have produced anything that he has done. But they said,
I know nothing. I don't know anything.
Yeah, he did some stuff in agriculture in Ekiti State. If anybody knows anything that makes him so successful, other than defending the Nigerian government in law and giving foreign universities,
maybe it's university. I know he has a university.
Yeah, building a university is not necessary.
Private university.
Can I spark?
Okay, you're about to give us a list of his accomplishments.
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Anybody says that
he has done for the Nigerian people.
He's a great man indeed. Yes, he has done a lot for the Nigerian people. I mean, on the west side, yes. He has a free kind of education for his people. He in fact, literally everybody in his community has had one form of help or the other. He's supposed to act like a father of the Ekiti people. So, I mean, it was almost the same thing that the Sarakis were in Kwara. Whether his efforts have been successful and worthy is yes. He is a brilliant man. I mean, when I say brilliant, he wrote his he stopped his education at primary, elementary 5, elementary 6 those days. And from then on, every other thing he did was outside of the school premises, read mostly from home, it was, but from reading from his home, he was able to get into a private study in Worsley Hall in Oxford. So he's, later on he obtained the A-level certificate in London University before he proceeded to become to London School of Economics, where he received a bachelor's degree in economics and worked briefly at the Central Bank of Nigeria before moving to the University of London, where he obtained a bachelor's degree again in law. So since 1963, he has been very active in the Nigerian law system, and he's a great philanthropist. He's still doing philanthropic work even till this moment. But here's my quarrel with him. An elder, he always been an elder. There's certain individuals who have insulted me in this platform. I look at their comments, I don't even bother myself to respond, because I know that, if we need to put our marks together, probably, what I've achieved in life, they will not even venture it, and they may not venture it. So I don't bother myself with such things. It just, when it becomes, obnoxious, you can call the person's attention to it, but leave it at that. You are already 91. At this point, if people like that are writing, you say to them, my son, when we are your age, we used to do the same thing, calm down. These are what we knew, or this is the reason why we did this. And I keep saying that I can't go away from it. You see, me, my late dad, before he passed, when I became a man, that's eventually when I was leaving the university, he called me, and every woman does that to their male sons. This is the road I took. This one didn't work for me. It was when I was leaving secondary school, and my dad gave me a proper one morning. When we go to the community, girls will come from everywhere to come and greet. So one day they came. After entertaining them all, they left. He called me, he said, my son. I said, sir. He said, no, you see the village square? I said, yes. He said, nobody goes there. Go and take title with 10 girlfriends. That was it for me. So in such a time as this, we expect Chief Alpha Babalola, or Alpha Babalola, sorry if I'm murdering the name, Babalola, sorry, to talk to younger lawyers and tell them, hey, I heard you have left laws. By the way, my son, Dele, you are very brilliant. I thought you continue to practice law, but if you have left, these are the loopholes we have in the system. So since you are still young and vibrant, you have the power to fight it. Fight in this direction. Fight in this direction. Look, let us call a spade a spade. There's a guy called Saros of this world. He has been fighting the cause he wants, even though some of us may see it as, you understand what I'm saying? But the man has put his money where his mouth is. What stopped our so-called elders who have seen the system, worked the system, made money from the system? It's not working for them, or it worked for them, but they see those loopholes because they know there are loopholes in the system. They put it there because these were the people who were consulted on most of the majority of things that were done in Nigerian law. So if you saw the weaknesses, you don't want your children to go through it. You tell your children before they get to that point, these are the loopholes. If you want to get a better system tomorrow, block this place, block this place, block this place. What does it take from you? Nothing. The money you have, you cannot exhaust it in the next 50 years. Just like somebody said on the panel yesterday, maybe you live for another 50 years. Even if you're just spending his money, he will not finish it. Why not help the system to stand firm, and let us remember you for that? We still quote Okuta up to today because a small chance was given, less than 6 months. Every Nigerian knew him. That is how we even know that he has a rascal song called Charlie Boy. But just that inch, that small space given to him, he put his name on the this thing. What about the man we are quoting now? The man who did the civil service reform, when he was a SMG, was he that great? No, but he was given an opportunity. He could tell the truth. He told it without anybody who's else is God. Those are how you know great people. Those are how you know great people. Okay, you were in a system that didn't allow you to talk, but you have an opportunity and you stated the truth. That's simple. Sorry, I jumped in. I rest on this.
Yeah, thank you. I did skip electricity unjustly, and clearly there has been a miscarriage of justice here. apologize for that. You know,
I
if I have
apologize
to
to
be,
your electricity. Oh.
if there were rankings, I will come down in the rankings of moderation. You see,
Because
Kulata,
without electricity, you can't see me. Oh.
exactly, Kulata. You know I'm a glutton for beating. I have been beating since I started coming online. Come, man. If you think you can take me on, come on. You think I am Afe Babalawo? I'm not scared of Babalola. You know Babalawo. I'm not scared of beating. Though. Come here and try me now. Okay, electricity. Welcome. Thank you and apologies for skipping you earlier.
No problem. Apology accepted. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Like I stated earlier in the first broadcast, I'm gonna skip semantics here. So I overheard Pansa talking. If you are not a lawyer, don't come and sit down here and talk. I take that as a joke. Another sense of humor. He also referenced Elumelu being most humble person. I also take that as a joke, a sense of humor. But let's call it chase here. An allegation
I
was
didn't say either one of those things, by the way. So it's a joke, but I didn't say it because it won't be funny. I was saying that Farotimi is humble. The Farotimi says, "I'm nobody," and I don't know why Elimelu is coming down to listen to what I'm saying. But you
Thanks
misheard
for
me.
correcting.
So
So the issue here is you made an allegation, and I asked this question: what's different from what Daryl Farotimi said? Different from what Bukachina said last year about his wife carrying people, his colleagues to his wife and doing them favors. What's the difference? Why did we not pick it up and say, let's go protest? The judiciary is corrupt. Let's go do this. Why do we not shut down? Why Shore and including Dele Farotimi or whatsoever did not pick it up and say, let's do this. The judiciary is corrupt. I mean, it's not the first time. It's not a new thing. Yes, like Pansa said, it's in the hands of us Nigerians to turn things around, but not necessarily because it happened to the due process was not followed. Let's acknowledge that. I acknowledge that the due process was not followed because, according to him, whatever they said, letters were said, court this, were all purported about it. So the due process was not followed. However, I made an allegation, a very strong one, defaming one, and the SAN should have also followed due process by writing and civil case and knows better than any other person. But again, it's not different from what happened, what Bukachina said that we spoke about, and the wind has blown it away. And the wind will blow this away in no time. But here is the risks we take. Following popular opinion. The referendum did not only make an allegation against Afe Babalola, he also made an allegation against the bench. Though the bench is silent about it now. And it's not easy to make an allegation against the bench, to prove an allegation against the bench. So its own reputation is also on the line. We must not look at one side only. We have to put everything into the equation. What's the difference between what he said and what happened to the election that went to court and the court upheld that the president Tinubu won the election? What's the difference? What's the difference in respect to what happened to the ordinary man on the street that cannot even avail himself, cannot even go to court, cannot even get a lawyer? There's no difference in it. So injustice has been meted out to him. the way injustice have been meted out to millions of Nigeria today that you and I don't know. So if we're going to fight a cause, let's fight a cause on this background that it is justice for all we are fighting the cause for. He wrote a book. Let him go deal with it. It is what he said. Let him go deal with it. What about the woman there selling akara, selling peace, selling whatever it is that feels injustice every day, that the police brutalize and everything? So we need to put things. When we all start following popular opinion, this is right. Everybody has a right to follow whatever they want to follow. But it should be for every one of us. I called a friend of mine in Nigeria. What's going on with this daily fraud? He said, you know what, bros? We are thinking of how we go take it. Nobody they think of daily Farotimi and Afe Babalola and all those things. So it's only us that are on YouTube that see these things that you walk on the street of Nigeria and say, who is daily Farotimi? Who is Afe Babalola? Who knows Afe Babalola? They say, nobody give a toss about it. But you say, I've always said this and I'll say it again. You said it, Pastor. A lot of people have said it's in our hands to change the narrative of what is going on in that country. And we in the diaspora, we sit in a privileged position. When we're passing a message out, we have to, don't let us take sides here. Don't let us be sentimental. It's an appeal. Let's look at the facts of the matter right now. Because if this thing really goes to court, it has to prove how Afe Babalola corrupted the bench. Clear evidence, not in his opinion, because it's defaming the man. The man is fighting for it. I'm not saying the man is clean. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I love him or I like him. No, I know him. Okay? I mean, not in person. I know his records and everything, but both the accused and the accuser, or the accuser, I don't know how to put it, they all have equal rights to what? To defend themselves. Again, for the record, due process was not followed at all. At all, at all. That is condemnable. So the police, to Afe Babalola if is behind it, to Tony Lumelu if is behind it, to anyone who is behind it, due process was not followed. But in terms of the allegation, I think we must not follow popular opinion in this matter. I yield the floor back. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Let me say something before you go. I think I'm next, but let me say something to.
Just hold on for a second.
And I want to say something about
you
electricity.
will say something. You will say something. I think you are next anyway. I don't think you will say something. In terms of what he has accomplished, I don't know a lot about what he has accomplished. I just don't think that in Nigeria we should be going after the few nationalists that we have there. All the other Nigerian politicians are too sectional. They are too silent when it comes to Nigerian issues. I don't know what they are doing. And some of it is quite insidious, actually, because we had more opposition against the government during Abacha than we are seeing right now in Nigeria, because they're getting rid of all of them one by one. And Nigerians are not paying attention because they are controlling the way they think. Nigerians are focusing on the wrong things. They wonder why their country is dysfunctional. There's something insidious about what I see. One of the reasons why I come online, I was like, whoa, in Nigeria, there's no space for anybody to say anything else anymore. Even their musicians barely sing about the Malay that is befalling the Nigerian space or the African space. Remember when Sonny Okunsu would sing about the oppression and all? Barely you see Nigerian musicians sing about that. Instead, they are thinking about all the other do stuff that they want to sing about. And then when it comes to corruption, they barely talk about it at all. And any individual that seems to come out to say anything about the way the politicians are behaving, the way they run the country to the ground, look at what just happened in the last 2 to 3 years. And yet they still come out and act with indignity. Like, look at that, I'm so irate. You malign my precious reputation for running this country to this ground. I don't understand. I really think that we can fall into the trap of thinking that, okay, it's an equal playing field. It's not an equal playing field. One side has decimated the country. The other side is calling out for justice. And even I don't think Dele Farotimi will make specific accusations if he doesn't have any justification. If that man has any credibility at all, probably whenever accusation he's made, he has justification for it. And let's hear it. Take him to court. Why arrest him the way you're arresting him? Proving him correct even on top of it. I think they just want to get rid of him. He's one of these few voices. And the next one is probably what's his name? Fela's son. Femi, was it Femi Kuti or Sheun Kuti? They will come after that one too. There are very, very few nationalist speakers in Nigeria right now that are not too sectional in Nigeria. I don't think there's even any anymore. And that is a sad tale. A state of affair. Who is fighting for Nigeria? Everybody's sectional now. Please go ahead, Pansat.
All right, thank you very much. By the way, I disagree with what you just said, naming Fela's son as somebody.
Thank you. I hope
you can't just do that.
I know the tricks of minorities in Nigeria.
You at this rate. How dare you disagree?
Anyway, let me say to my friend Electricity, and he is a friend of mine. There is a difference between somebody like Babachoa, whatever his name is, in Congress, in the National Assembly. Like everything else, they're protected. See, there are about 3 defenses to defamation. There's a group of people that are protected. Let me post that here in the private section so that you can read that. So he could say whatever he wants to, and he's protected. He has the privilege to say it. But fortunately, the referral to me has its own protections as well. So now I'm going to post that one here, which will be fair comments, right? Obviously, we know what he's saying is true. A few people have said that he's not the kind of person that's just going to speak carelessly. He himself says, bring it on. I want to go to court. Don't tell them to release me. Tell them to take me to court. He wants to go to court and say it. So constitutionally, the members of National Assembly, the president, and the governor can say anything and it won't be defamatory. They have the privilege and the protected speech. So even though I like it, I didn't want it to fester. I've seen a few people try to rest on that laurel, and it's not going to hold. So we have that to go on. Now, this Dele Farotimi issue, I've said it. That's the way I want it resolved. I don't want it resolved by milk toast comments. For example, KJ and those here laughing. It's a serious affair here. To extol the virtues of this Babalola in conjunction with what we're talking about. Let his supporters talk about his virtues. I don't know him from Adam. I don't want to know him. If he built, if he donated 10,000 pounds or dollars to a foreign university, that's not a virtue. That's not a good thing to do.
10 million.
Oh, 10 million. Be billion. That's not a good thing for us. We could use that money back home.
Of course.
And he's doing it to show off. In the Bible, that's condemned. That's not the way to do anything. If you're gonna go, the referral to me is worth more than $1 trillion as far as I'm concerned. This is somebody who tells the truth, courageous, with a heart. So take your money and shove it up your ass. So I don't want to hand out by milk toast.
The channel guidelines, you can't be shoving stuff off people's. Okay, please go ahead.
That's overreading by African. I'm older than you. You cannot admonish me for the way I talk. When I'm talking, you're supposed to listen. Right? YouTube. I'm an African elder. Right? I'm an African elder.
You mean like I feel Babalola? Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean? We are just talking about the channel's guidelines. Please go ahead.
I got you. I take that back. But like I'm saying, this is one thing I don't like about Nigerians, and I don't even know I'm coming online talking about all this nonsense. They've done worse. They don't see us finish because they know all we gotta do is talk. You know, Tinubu and his friends, all these people, all these elite in Nigeria. There's one thing they know. They know we're just gonna talk. if they for once know we're gonna act, they're gonna be on the run. These people should be captured. This is not a joke. 8 years of Tinubu or 4 years, that's 4 years, 8 years out of your life. This guy, you see what he's doing to the other African leaders that I said. These are not our people. I know that I can't count how many of our people you talk about all the time. There's no hour. You speak for yourself. I don't want to talk and talk. It's a waste of time. They know that all we're gonna do is talk. When those who want to act like Dele Farotimi, Showere, and others stick out their head and they snap them, counting on one thing, we're just gonna talk. If they know we're gonna act, like I'm saying, we should act on this one, because that's the only thing that's gonna rescue this situation. That judiciary is very important. It's not like the executive or something like that, or the legislature. Without that court, we're wasting our time. Be it INEC know what they've got there. We'll go, we select our leaders, and all these people have to do. The judiciary will pick our leaders. They'll pick winners and losers in the society, and they're corrupt, right? So I'm saying, if we're even gonna talk like we're doing, it shouldn't be milk toast. Coming here making the case for Babalola like KJ is doing here. If I was on the fence and I worship money, you tell me somebody gave $10 million, and what am I supposed to do? Go against somebody who put $10 million? Let these people make that case, not us, who are for. Yeah, go ahead, the electricity. Go ahead.
It's Forefather is the moderator, so you don't. It's not you that will give me the go. Forefather. I'm raising my Forefather is the moderator.
Please go ahead, since the speaker is okay with it.
Okay.
Your new Fred is okay with it. You don't have to ask.
Passats. Are you aware that an accused person also have a right? Are you? Is that a question?
No,
are you agreeing that Mr. Alpha Babalola has a right to defend himself?
Absolutely, not defend himself. In this case, he's making an allegation. I
know that, but
I agree.
Are you also aware that he has a right to have supporters as well too?
I don't give a damn. I'm not aware of that. He's not supposed to have support. But anyway, I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
Know that.
What I'm saying.
Yeah, let me take my time back. I know, since I corrected you on that big one, where you are saying that Barachoa has the same right. You're not happy about it, so you have to come back to claim something. But let me KJ, I would have recognized you, but
I'm not challenging you.
I want to just ask questions.
I know, but let me say, electricity, who's an officious oath here, he says that I cannot give you permission. So I see you raising your hand. Let Forefathers give you the permission then.
Okay,
I'm not against you speaking.
I have permission to ask.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Pansa of great son of Alibo. KJ, the Igbo man with the Fulani hat. I want to ask you a question. Am I also having a Yoruba hat now, since I'm in support of this man? So let's decide which of the hats, so I can ask my question now.
Go ahead now. I'm in the middle of my speech.
All right.
So,
here is why I said what I said about Chief Alfred Babalola, Alpha Babalola. Here's why I said that. You can't take anything away from him. A man who, from Standard 6, made all these strides. No. We must give it to the man. He has something, some brain matter. Okay.
Remember the beginning of.
I think they have. I will tell you the reason why.
I want to reclaim my time, please. The reason being
I'll give you time. Now let me talk now.
I know you're not. Let me say something.
Let me talk now.
There's something. They begin the show with. Just hold on. There's something they begin the show where.
Let PJ finish now. You gave him turn. Let him just finish. Try to make it brief so that we can allow Jagmu to speak.
Secondly, the man also have a right to seek redress if he feels offended and he does not want to play according to Mrs. Obama, if they go down, we go up. He doesn't want to do that. He can go to court and seek redress. Now, thirdly, I want to say this also. There are many of his compatriots, people of his age, who have stolen more from Nigeria, who didn't give a penny back or build universities or even help to sponsor people. So even for that,
you know that I just smoked you out.
I praise the man.
I smoked you out. You have all these sentiments in you, but you were doing a false outrage earlier, right? So what I'm saying to you is there's something you begin your show here. I think it was Ike Amefu that says, I gave somebody my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria or something like that. So when I yielded you my time, I don't want you to use it to promote a villain who is put Farotimi in jail right now. There'll be time for all that kind of stuff. For right now, they gotta get him out of there. So I just smoked you out. You see all the virtue you are elucidating about him, and I don't think that's fair. I normally know people like that when they're pansy, they're milk soap, milk toast when they're talking about serious issues and they're laughing around, right? Now, I'm an Adibo with you, but there's a difference between you and I. I didn't grow up in the North, right? Like you did, all right? You're a Northern Igbo, let's put it that way. And you see some things that I don't see. I see injustice and I'm against it. And I'm not intimidated. And my sister or my mother doesn't have a shop in Lagos or in the North where if I talk a lot, they're going to go over there and sack that shop or take it over. So a lot of our Lagos Igbos and Northern Igbos like you don't want to stay apart. You're here to have friends like AY or others. John Abba. I don't want a friend from there. Anyway, so what I was saying is that what it calls for now, have to get serious. The Nigerian legal system is piggybacking a criminal case on a civil matter. Other countries have jettisoned, cast away such laws. Ghana here that will compete against with jollof rice, they had their Act 29 that was just as draconian as what we have here. That Act 29, they threw it out and then made a more progressive stuff and have a chasm, a demarcation between criminal and civil issues. So what they've done by piggybacking this criminal stuff is that the onus is now on the defendant to prove. Usually in a criminal case, no matter what jurisdiction, it is upon the state. Now, forefathers, if you showed what you showed, there was something you showed when that guy was narrating stuff, and it shows who the litigants are here. Is the police versus Farotimi. You're not going to see the name of Babalola there. So in the new 13 charges or 15 charges they proffered, it's between the chief of the police chief and a civilian on a civil matter between two people. So all I'm saying is that in any criminal case, it's up to the state to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty. That's a very high standard. But in a civil case, it's a second tier standard, which is preponderance of evidence, right? So now if you go under the guise that somebody has defamed somebody, libel them, there should be something like that. The action should be between the two. So many African states, even up to Gambia, people like that, they've already reformed their laws. And of course, in the case of Gambia, they take one step forward and they take two backwards with their terrorism acts and all that. But we're not talking about the substantive issues here. So I would recognize that we have other people who want to speak, and there's somebody I want to hear from, because a lot of the times when people listen to me, to get to know me is to love me here. And Tony, I'm sure by now has gotten to listen to me a lot. So I want to see what impact I've made on him. Maybe he's going to be changing. I'm changing AY. It's
Oh
moving in
God.
the right direction, but his mail toast here.
Jago is waiting though. Jago hasn't said anything for a while.
Okay, I know. Jagger is a friend of mine, so let's go to a boat and then I will listen. I stay and listen to Tony before I leave.
I am doing some reading.
And sir, is that hat? Is it a Puma or is it Schlesinger? Puma. Okay.
It looks like Puma. Yeah, I'm reading up on this. Babalola. He has a University of Law that they are practicing. Maybe part of why he's a bit ruffled is that he's there trying to inspire students, and they are implying that
He
he
does not have University of Law. What do you mean?
Oh no, he does. It does. It's a law.
No, it's a law chamber. It's a law. That is his chamber, not the
It's
university.
university. He started a university that they practice law, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what they said.
He has a university. He
Masters
has a
panel,
university, a proper university. Afe
Yeah,
Babalola University.
so
there is a law department, right?
Is it not Abuab? Yeah, law students. Yeah, at his
It's a
university.
law faculty.
Okay.
So that's just like a
Okay,
faculty.
it's not like school. Yeah, it's not that. It's not purposefully only for law, but the
Yeah,
point I'm
exactly.
making is that
Exactly.
part of why he may be roughed up the wrong way is because he sees himself as mentoring other people, and now he's the one that is being
No.
No, that's not the reason.
Wait.
Actually,
Let me have my turn, AY, if I may. What it is that he has a name, and his name is under a proficient lawyer. He's 95 years old. He's been there a long time. It's not today. KJ just broke down all
a
the
lot of lawyers.
of the individual. The thing is, you see, I keep saying to everyone that we don't have a country, we don't have a government, we don't have law. And this battle, if you like, between Dele Farotimi and Afe Babalola, what it is that these are two people of the discipline of law. One, in Dele Farotimi, has decided, I'm no longer a lawyer. I'm not with you people.
Yeah.
He's the standardized lawyer, if you like, in a country like Nigeria that possibly has more lawyers than any other profession. But when you look at Nigeria, with all in my family, we have about 15 lawyers in my family, and I wonder, a country with so many lawyers, and we have a lawless country, does that make sense? It only makes sense in Nigeria. So what we have is two people of the same profession, one who has left that profession consciously. And this is where our troubles are. We just heard the police officer. You see, from the government to the law courts, to the people, to the police officers who are administrating the law on the streets. This is fundamentally where the problems of Nigeria are. I would really like to see this thing heightened, because I'm fed up of Nigeria, man. I'm fed up of the constant bickering upon rubbish, the constant, making bad look like it's good, like we're stupid, the constant bickering that we can do over what we know is just wrong. The whole country is wrong. The system is wrong. And unless you bring that system down, these things will continue to happen. Sometimes I wonder about our level of bickering here. I wonder about it. Are we saying that there's anything right about Nigeria and what's going on? The only thing that keeps Nigeria alive is the prowess of the people, the suffering of the people. There's nothing else that's really keeping that country together. The other day, I had a video. I would even like to send it. There was a mixed race kind of woman, and she broke down because she was shocked. American woman. She was shocked because she felt that she is a minority. And she broke down, do you know the percentage of white people there are in this world, she said. And she was asking a question. And she said, it's not 50%, like we may have thought. It's not even 30%. She said, it's 7% of the global population is Oyinbo. Why have we allowed these Oyimbos to suppress us in this way? It seems to me that we can take everything right back now. Now she put that forward. Now, when you look at that, it's the same thing in Nigeria. The percentage of those who are really killing that country is very, very small compared to the masses that are there. But we as a people will continue bickering over nonsense. The reason why I would like this thing to go to court is because I would like to see Dele Farotimi bring out his, and I, like Pansat said, I don't think Dele Farotimi is an idiot. I don't think he will say something without being able to substantiate it. And by the time he comes out and goes to court, and if he's coming with the right paper, he's going to embarrass the hell out of this affair person. He's going to embarrass him. And this embarrassment, we as people have to see whether or not all these people that we are heralding as supernatural in our polity, that they're just ordinary idiotic human beings like the rest of us. They deserve no respect. Just like they won't respect me and you. You know, if they picked up me and you the way they have Dele Farotimi, nobody would know about it. We'll just be picked up, charged, and we'll be thrown in prison. That's the end. That's what we're suffering. So I don't always understand our bickering. Sometimes I think we bicker just to be on point or just to say, oh, I know something. Whereas there's a major problem in that country, major. And we see it every day. Simply, Tinubu entering to France to talk whatever talk that he's talking with those bastards. Him going there, whilst the rest of Africa is throwing France out. It tells us directly our country is on the wrong side of history. Our country will be read badly over in the next 100 years. We'll be read badly. This is what Nigeria did. The thing is, Nigerians generally are on the wrong side of history. When I listen to certain Nigerians speak, I listen to what they have to say when they're in the diaspora. We have so much to learn. We're not up to date with really what the issues are. We're still kind of clutching at straws. That's my belief. I don't know what you guys believe, but the country ain't moving. The country's not doing anything. Nigeria by now, in my estimation, we're supposed to be a world leader. We're supposed to be great sportsmen, great intellects, great politicians, great business people, great innovators. That's what we're supposed to be. But we don't really stand up in these areas because we talk against ourselves. We don't really have a focus. We don't have a plan of action in whatever way you might want to put it. So I think we always have the wrong argument on this channel. You know, to believe that we have a country, I think that we're balancing on a wrong footing. You know, I say a lot about Biafra in calling it down, but unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, they're possibly the only group that suggests that Nigeria is not a country. If the whole of us suggested that Nigeria is not a country, we'll be going somewhere. If the whole of us suggested that we have an illegitimate government, we'll be going somewhere. If we are people that said there's no law in this country that needs any of our respect, we'll be going somewhere. But instead, we're bickering. This law says this law says that. I want to swear. I really want to. That's the reason I swear on this channel. I don't swear a lot in my life, or I'm not a swearer, but I swear because of the level of frustration I have with communicating to my Nigerian people. I have a lot of frustration. I think we talk a lot of rubbish. We don't speak on the subject matter, and we haven't really got a grip on the fact that we are a country without a country. We are people without a country. We're not grasping that. We're not grasping it. We're arguing like we've got something to argue over. I don't believe we've got. What are you arguing over? Whether or not this affair somebody is due his respect. Let's say what he's accused of by Farotimi is perfectly correct. Then who is he? He's just another corrupt person in a corrupt country. How can you respect that? Because he's got 10 A-levels and 15 million idiotic degrees that take him to to the point of corruption. I can't respect these things. I don't know what's wrong with everybody. It frustrates me a lot. I really don't know what is wrong with everybody, that we can't grasp that we don't have a country, we don't have a government, we don't have law. These are the issues. There's nothing else. There's nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a bit concerned about this Babalola. The more I read about some of his comments, I can, to an extent, begin to even sympathize more with the Farotimi. Some of the stuff he said to his graduates from his University of Law, I'm still reading. I'm still waiting for him to talk about integrity and other things that he encouraged them to do. Instead, so far, I've read more than half of the page, and he's going on about just hard work and all the rest. Nothing about integrity in the way they are pursuing their craft. And he talked about the wig. He says it's very, very... let me read what he said about wigs. You can see why Nigerians have never gotten rid of that wig. Let me see. And this is something he said quite recently, you know, it's not long ago, just last year or this year he said it. Babalola mentored, let me see, where is this wig stuff? They drive to this thing. Okay, yeah, he said, when you see a lawyer in England, it is very easy to identify him with his wig, sparkling white shirt, bib black suit, and his bowler hat, unlike the practice where here, where some lawyers and even judge wear traditional caps and lawyer. You see that? This is the kind of attitude, and I'm still waiting to hear him talk about integrity and actually following the law itself. All he talks about is how you dress, maybe you get tutelage, which is good, work hard and all those things, but not the fundamental, the purpose of training in the first place. It's not these things. The true charge is to dispense justice, to allow justice to happen. But none of that yet. But I'm still going down the line, and the more I read, if this is all he has to offer, then I see why there is a problem in Nigeria. And if it's at the top, or stop, especially if it's at the top of it, then we have a serious problem here. And he's the one going after the Farotimi. Maybe he should have a rethink. You know, he's an old man. I can understand, because he was there when we were still subjects of the the British. So maybe he has that colonial mentality. But even at an old age, it's good to just admit that you still have some mentality issues that the younger ones may have better view of things. It's not a flaw. Personally, I don't hold on to my beliefs so strongly. I have to go with opinion that is based on evidence, but I'll leave that for now. Who is next? I think it's AY. AY hasn't said much. Let's let AY say, you know, this injustice has gone on too much against AY. AY is feeling like I'm against it.
Even electricity that don't support justice, you are not supporting forefather against me. Okay.
please go ahead. Then whenever you want to let AY electricity go ahead, you can
let electricity go. Let it go. When you finish. I think you are muted though. I can't hear you, electricity.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, good.
Yes.
Okay now, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you. When you keep saying all we're doing is talking rubbish, and we have a country, and I don't think anyone is living in denial that there's an issue, a problem with Nigeria. And there's no denial that we have a government that is not functional. But when you keep saying we come here, all you hear is rubbish and rubbish. And
Excuse, I don't want to interrupt you. I don't want to interrupt you. I don't want to.
No,
allow me now. We're having a conversation.
I will not allow you. I am speaking.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Let me speak.
It's not respect. It's not respect. I'm saying things based on what I've said. What do you mean?
I did not interject.
Just let him finish what he's saying. Let him finish.
Just mute yourself and let me speak. I'm not going to give you that opportunity ever again.
Please go ahead.
We come here, we talk, we speak. It may not sit well with a lot of people, including yourself, but we don't talk rubbish.
I've said so. That's my belief.
Can I hold on to your belief?
That means
That's
just
your
leave
belief.
it. It's his own opinion to just like it's yours. So just leave it.
And I'll put mine down. So, you know.
Okay, talk. You want to speak? You know better than the whole world. Go ahead, speak.
I think it's AY actually. AY, please go ahead if you want to say something.
Yeah. I think we've stayed too long on this topic, but what I'm gonna say, right? I mean, Baba Afe Babalola. Yeah, the only good thing I know, I mean, maybe people will know more, to be honest. I think he's cool. I know he give a lot of scholarship out as well. I mean, that's a plus. But even if you are the one feeding the whole country, I don't think it's sufficient to be harassing somebody, right? I feel the way he's going about it is completely wrong. I know he has also trained a lot of lawyers. It could be those are the guys that are pursuing this case. Oh, you're messing with our boss, we're gonna deal with you. That is also a factor. But whatever it is, I think Baba is still hale and healthy. He should be able to look at this case and say, everybody, you need to stop. It's like a father to the nation. How many Nigeria are older than are more than 90 years? You know, by the time maybe you can't 50 people is gonna be the oldest, right? So you should look at it. Come on, man. Dele Kabe's grandson. So I don't think this case, if I were him, if anybody that is close to him, is to advise him withdraw this case and just be preparing for your hereafter. I mean, you are closer to the grave than be with us here. Nobody knows, right? But I really like. I used to like the man, to be honest, but with this, he's just gonna rubbish his name, and that is what I see happening already. A lot of people will actually take this as you are oppressing somebody. I think if he had actually just go to court straight, or at least write to him, tell your chamber to write to him, withdraw this, what you have in your book, withdraw this, that would have make more sense. If he refuse, then go to court. If you refuse to apologize and you give a reason why you should withdraw it, you can go to court. The way he's going about it is just completely wrong. I don't know who is advising him. I think people could have tell him, Baba, this is just the wrong way to go, man. You can't be fighting. I mean, at 90, you have seen it all. 90, you have seen it all. Just, I don't think there is anything new to you, man. Just walk past it. Walk past it. You have seen it all. There is nothing more. As long as you know your hands are clean, you don't be running after this guy. He's gonna rubbish your name, you know. Like I said, I listened to Dele Farotimi when he was giving reason why he have to quit the law profession, right? A lot of injustice, a lot of course, everybody know that you don't even need to be a lawyer to know the justice system is messed up. That is why anybody that must come have a plan to fix Nigeria, it has to be complete overhaul of the system. You got to clean up the system. It's a mess. It is horrible. Look at what Mr. Wike is doing in Abuja now, building houses for judges. It's more like bribing these guys before the case. When you build houses for judges, they don't have the judiciary is supposed to have their own independence. Right now, they don't. So when you are building houses for them, you are buying them cars. When you bring a case to them, what do you expect them to say to you? They tell you, oh no, they're gonna put judgment against you. So everything, a lot of things, these are just wrong in the country. I don't know. At this point, it's very frustrating and confusing where to go from here. But we will not give up. we have to keep talking. Whatever we can do, protest, pressure, and hopefully things are gonna change. Thank you.
Thank you for that. This in AY, as always, balanced, fair and balanced. Maybe that's what I should be calling you. Tony, thank you for joining us. Yeah, you are smiling already. I don't know. You know, they say things are hard. I don't know whether it's hard for you. This smile, please welcome. What do you think about what is going on with this case?
Greetings, everybody. I've been listening to the discussion on the panel. This is a very difficult one for me. Difficult because first, Dele Farotimi is somebody that I like, I listen to. He's a member of the obedient movement. He's a social critic. He's a lawyer, and I have sympathies for the obedient movement. As a social critic, he has spoken about not just individuals, but about Nigeria and the decay in the system. And that has put him in a lot of trouble. This is not the first time that he's getting into trouble. He's a young man who is fearless, who I think is honest and focused. And so many times he has said things that would embarrass the not just this government, but the institutions of state, highlighting the decay in the system and the need for a retooling or re-engineering of the system in a way that will augur well for the nation. So I have sympathies for him. On the other hand, Chief Afe Babalola is someone that I know personally. I know him from my days in the University of Ibadan. He is the life patron of my club in the University of Ibadan. I don't know if he still is, many years back. I know his law chamber at Damasimba. I know when he opened it. I know when he was made a son. I was at the party. He invited us. I know that he's a philanthropist. I know that he encouraged us. I was the president of my club in the University of Ibadan. And I used to go personally to invite him to University of Ibadan for various club activities. He will swear people in, members in, new members. He was a philanthropist, an educationist, a self-made person. KJ has alluded to some of that, how he studied, through deans of hard work, read economics, and read law. From my personal knowledge of him, some of the things that is being said here and that has been said in social media about him, in my opinion, may not be true. But because he has associated himself, he's not a politician, but he was Obasanjo's lawyer. And some have said that he made money through law practice because of because he was Obasanjo's lawyer, and he had so many briefs and made so much money. But part of it he invested in the university that he has, one of the biggest in Nigeria. He gives scholarships. A very, very good university. I remember that when Obi was campaigning for president, it was one of those he visited. And I remember that Afe advised him and said that the person who is going to win the election, quote and unquote, is the one that spends the most money. So for me, I don't feel very comfortable with the discussion because on both sides, these are people, I don't know Dele one-on-one, but I know Afe Babalola very well. I know his house in Ibadan, Bodija. I think that the state has not handled this issue. Does the man have a right to go to court if he feels at his age that someone has libeled him? The Constitution gives him that right to go to court or not to go to court. So if you are faulting him because you went to court to say, listen, Dele libeled me, well, I don't think by so doing he has violated any constitution. That's his right. If he feels that the name that he has made all over the years is being his personality and his character is being maligned, I think he has a right to go to court. But the issue here, again, is part of what Pansat, Jagun, and even electricity has touched. And that is that we see something that is a recurring decimal here with our security agencies. The law assumes that a man is innocent until proven guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction. This is an allegation that is made against Dele. And we see the way, in fact, some people have said he was kidnapped, the way that he has been manhandled, and we hear he was tortured. Because some people feel that now we've got him, and so we can use this opportunity to deal with him. It's the same way that we see with Nnamdi Kanu, the way he was renditioned. It's the same way that Sowore has been treated. Same way that many other people have been treated. I wouldn't even know. And I think that's where the problem is. If they had walked to him and invited him, and he's gone to court, and he appeared in court, and the process is fair. I don't want to go too much into because this is before the court now. But I think there are people who are saying, and from what we heard, that this young man has not been treated in the way that going from the way he's arrested, no matter what he has said, because he still remains innocent until proven guilty. So, but here it appears that he's already been judged. He's already been found guilty the way they have treated him, and that's wrong. And this is something that keeps on happening every time in our country. And so this is one of the problems here. The second thing is that, there's a lot of sympathy for Dele in the social media. They're saying, oh, one old man is maltreating someone who's going to be his grandson. The man has a right to go to court. He has absolutely every right to go to court. And Dele, he who alleges must prove. So yes, Chief would have said, okay, Dele, I don't like what you said. Can you withdraw what you wrote in your book? And so on. He's not the only one that Dele spoke about. Generally, Dele is talking about the institution. If you look at the title of the book, just talking is not a personal thing. So should some people would say, well, Afe would have just looked at it and said, Dele, come on, can you Wole Soyinka wrote a book, that Obasanjo felt that he was libeled. The man died. This is not the first. This is not something that we haven't seen. But again, my point is that Chief has a right to go to court. We don't know what has happened. If he had the book was written in July, not many people knew about the book until now. And somehow we hear in Amazon everywhere the book is now selling. People are buying the book. They want to see what is it that Dele wrote that has peeved Chief so much, and Elumelu and some others that you mentioned. But generally, Dele is speaking about the same stuff that he's always been talking about the Nigerian state. Things are bad. We can't continue this way. You know, he's been on social media since. So I think that what has happened is that everywhere, you know, all this noise and so on and so forth in social media about the man being wicked, the man not being, the man not doing anything, the man being Abaya 92 or 91 and so on and so forth. I think they missed the point. The point is that the man has a right to go to court.
You know, if I may, my brother Tone, I think you've been quite balanced in what you said. But I also feel that you're leaning, because you said it about 5-6 times, that the man has the right to go to court. And that in itself, how many times you're underlining that is missing the point of the way Dele Farotimi was arrested. Nobody's contention about whether or not he has a right. We are contention with the way Nigeria runs. I don't know if you remember, if you cast your mind back, Fela's mother, Fela Nicola Okotui, his mother was thrown out of the top window and died 5-6 days after that point.
Yeah.
Nobody has been tried for such a murder.
Jago, let me finish.
Understand. I want you to understand.
No, I agree. I see your point. I did make that point. I said that this is a recurring decimal. I did say that this has been happening and happening, and it doesn't make it right. You know, because this is an issue that ordinarily should not be something that would be should make such should be hyped in social media, because we have more serious issues to discuss. Someone libels someone, the other person goes to court. They go to court and sort it out. It's as simple as that. So
I have sorry, let me just add to this. I think I hear your case in terms of, you know, let's be balanced. He needs to have his case in court. Nobody is arguing on that. The core argument is that the way it has been dispensed is a flagrant abuse of the law itself. So that is the issue. And one of the complaints I have, you see, this is triggering me even more. That is why I keep putting my hand in my mouth the more I read about this man. Because it's at the core. I remember when I asked Ozakome that why is it that we've not done away with this foreign hair wig that lawyers are wearing in Nigeria? He was defending it. Why should we take it off? We don't change our clothes. We don't wear foreign people's clothes. They go after people that show their wig or their braids. If you wear the Nigerian that white wig. And in this, I will show the page so you can see for yourself. In this page, he spent more time talking about appearance to graduates than the true charge of a lawyer. And you know what? Because for me, in my mind, I knew that already. And because he's a judge for 60 years or a lawyer for 60 years or so, I wanted to start deferring to him. I said, okay, maybe he knows what he's talking about. But I went and searched. I said, what is the true purpose of a lawyer and everything? And if you get a list, number one, ensuring justice and protecting rights, interpreting the law, negotiation and mediation, drafting of and reviewing legal documents, serving as advisors, maintaining public trust. Not once did he mention any of these critical points when he was addressing his graduates. Secondly, then I asked, what would you advise lawyers to this in graduating lawyers? Yeah, they said the kind of stuff you advise them to do is commit to long life learning, which to an extent he did. Commit to develop communication skill. He didn't say that, but I think he implied that. I have to be fair to Afe Babalola. I mean, I'm sorry. No, this is not a joke. I don't want to malign his name, but you know, this was very, very tasty.
Babalola.
No. This is a true mistake, because I've said Babalawo so many times. I keep getting caught with it. So it's Babalola. So he also said cultivate resilience. He did say that. Mentorship, he said that to specialize thought. He said all those things. Then I asked, what is the most important advice you should give a graduating lawyer? Let me see what he said. He said, the most important advice to a graduating lawyer is uphold integrity, commit to justice into everything you do. Not once did this 60-year-old man, I don't know where else he has said this. I don't know whether they said everything he said, But they listed so many things he said. Not once did they even come close to talk about justice or anything like that. He didn't come close to that at all.
Forefathers, this is a man who has contributed so much to legal jurisprudence. This is just Tribune you are reading. I think if you are judging Afe Babalola by what Tribune just wrote in this excerpts that you are
No,
reading,
I'm not judging based on that alone. I'm judging based on Nigeria.
he has been a university pro chancellor. He has mentored so many lawyers. He has made his contributions. You can go and read some of his works.
I take nothing away from. I take nothing away. You know, we mustn't go off the point.
Sorry. Let me just add this. You know what I said about better a school leaver that is a nationalist than a professor that is a turncoat and that is a saboteur? I mean that, because you can't just say because somebody is contributing. Look at the result. The result is what truly matters. And if you are at the core of law is upholding justice, that should be ringing through every single thing you say to those lawyers. If you tell them to dress well, you are dressing well for this purpose. This is your true purpose. Like Christians to heaven.
Forefather.
Forefathers.
Wait. Tony, just wait a minute, because the only reason why we're coming at you is because you keep repeating yourself. We are aware of who the man is. So the case in state is what keeps recurring, as you underlined. And I bring it right back to our beginnings and the confusion of our beginnings that stipulates itself in today's day. And it's frustrating that because somebody it's like your parents or any one of our parents, you know, because we grew up in Nigerian homes, we know what our parents are like. Let's not pretend. As much as they're brilliant and they did a great job in raising us, there are so many things that my parents were very wrong about. And because they were my seniors, they stood on their wrongness. They stood on it. I know it was wrong. They know it was wrong. But because they're older than me, they can suppress my understanding on what's wrong and right. That's not right. That's not life. I reject all that rubbish. Who are you speaking to? You see, we are Nigerians and we know what goes on. We are saying to you, sir, we are tired of it because it constitutes a living lie. And we can't continue lying to ourselves. For God's sake. This is what I'm saying to electricity that doesn't know how to discuss anything. I wanted to have a quick discussion with him to see if he can stand up to what I've got to say. He can't. He ran away. Because he's not a man. He hasn't got balls.
Let's not do that.
Leave me alone for a minute. Don't do that. It's unnecessary what you're doing.
I am compelled. If you're on my channel, it's a different thing. I have to.
No. Still, because even Rudolph doesn't do what you do. Let me just say,
Afe Babalola to uphold the rules. Why should we not uphold?
Well, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that these rules have not been upheld. And we are looking at the antecedents of somebody's past glories. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's balanced. His past glories got nothing to do with this case, my friend. Stop it. I'm asking you to stop it.
Let me do a little bit more clarification. Thank God Pansat is back. Pansat did make a correction when someone compared.
I've never heard anybody say thank God Pansat is back.
Yeah. He's my friend. He's my friend. He made a valid point when he said that you cannot compare Senator Bukachua speaking on the floor of the Senate. I mean, what he said about the, if you allow me, in quote, the Bukachuanization of the judiciary compared to what we are discussing now. There are two different issues. My point, the point that I'm trying to make is that we are not really looking at the real facts here. It is not about someone going to court to challenge a defamation. I think it's about a system. I think it's about the procedure by which Dele Farotimi was taken to court. That's what I said. And I said that we see this repeatedly happening. And that should be the focus, not whether Afe Babalola has done well or has not done well. If you want to read about Afe Babalola, there's a lot you can read about Afe Babalola. You know, for me, whether he is right or wrong in this issue, I'm saying that he has a right to go to court if he feels that someone has defamed him. And I'm saying too that our friend, my brother, and someone I admire, Dele Farotimi, has a right guaranteed by the Constitution to free speech. But you know, there's a limit to what you would say. He has made an allegation in his book, and it's up to him, as the law says, he who alleges, you know, must prove. So it's up to him. I'm saying that I'm just not happy with what is happening right here, where the issue that we're discussing is that someone libeled someone, you know, is alleged to have libeled someone, and there's this whole noise all over in social media. Why should it be? Why should it be? The focus is the process by which he was taken to court, you know, and because he has said things consistently about the judiciary that it needs reform, said something consistently about the nation that is going in a way that if care is not taken, will just you know,
You
mess
ask
up
what should it
everybody.
be?
Yes.
You ask what should it be? But are you aware that you are now adding to that social media furore?
No.
Yes, you are.
I am not. I'm trying to make my point very, very clear. I'm saying that
Bro, please don't
hold
repeat
on.
yourself. Please,
Jago,
please don't repeat yourself. You said it enough times.
Jago, please. Jago, please. Again, you are speaking like a Jamaican. Someone said you are from Jamaica. You are speaking again like a Jamaican.
What is
Not
that,
like a Yoruba man.
You see, you're turning the thing into laughter. Where I'm from has nothing to do with you. You understand?
No, I'm
So
just joking.
if I'm speaking, listen to me. Listen, you brought up the fact that I'm speaking like a Jamaican to make light of the issue. But neither am I a Jamaican. Neither of my parents are Jamaican. What you think about me has nothing to do with this conversation. I think that you're a blasted fool, but I don't have to say that. I don't have to say it because it has got nothing to do with this conversation. You're too myopic. You need to try and insult me in order to make your point. I would insult you to the ground. There's no one can insult more than me. You understand? I look like a Jamaican. You look like a fish face. How about that?
Jagun, hold on. So, Tony.
Rubbish talk. Come with rubbish talk to my station. Do you know who I am? I look like a Jamaican. A Jamaican is better than you. Jamaicans, they're people that stand up. They don't fall down at the sight of their fear.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Now,
I'm worried. I'm worried about these Nigerian people that have no sense.
You say you're in a
rubbish,
right? You say you're in a quandary because these are two people you respect.
I look like a Jamaican. You fucking idiot.
Babalola, for
how dare you?
End up a lot of things that he did. All of those are found to be, you know, material things. He gave money, he did this, he did that. And then you elucidated the clauses for Dele Farotimi. He says honest, courageous, and those virtues, goodness, virtuousness, you know, stuff like that. Morally sound guy. Now, you find yourself in a quandary because you can't pick sides because you know this man personally, right?
Absolutely.
So I give you that. That's fine. You find yourself in a quandary. But the issue that we're hashing out here is not one that has that's difficult to discern. We are saying, you say that he who alleges must prove, and you said Babalola has the right to go to court. Every noise you hear on the social media, I haven't heard one person against them going to court, right? So we're saying that we have due process. Take him to court. Don't take him to the police station. The first question I want to ask you then is this. Do you agree that courts in general, no matter where you are, courts have a little privilege for people who practice law because they're licensed, and it's usually assumed that they will respect themselves in court. What they call a professional decorum, right? A respectful demeanor to one of their own. Because a bail, also, do you agree that a bail is not punishment for the crime? A bail is supposed to be to make sure that you appear in court where you say they should go. You follow me? A bail is not supposed to be punishment. Okay, you defend him, therefore we're gonna put a high bail for you. So usually to make sure you appear in court. By the way, do you agree with those premises so far? Tony?
Yeah, I will concede to the fact that these are lawyers. One is senior lawyer, that's Afe Isan. Dele Farotimi, a much younger person, a much younger lawyer. But the issue here is that Dele has gone, he has said so many things about the judiciary itself. And in fact, I heard him, a couple of times say, express his disdain for the legal profession, even though he's a lawyer. So I don't know how that the law is blind, but if you bring such a person before the judge, I don't know if his attitude to what he has said would attract some negative consequences on his part. I don't know, but even though the law is supposed to be blind. But I agree with some of the things that you have said. And but let me also address Jagun here. I didn't mean to insult him when I said that he's a Jamaican. In fact, that was what someone said some time ago. I was just jocularly
I don't want to become
but I
irate.
hold on.
I am a Londoner.
Hold on, please. You hold on. I did not interrupt you when you were speaking. Please, you have insulted me, and I'm trying to clarify myself.
All right.
So hold on. Let me learn. You have insulted me, but that's okay. People get insulted so on this platform, so it's not an issue for me. But again, I stand on my ground that what is happening on social media should not have happened if the law enforcement agencies have followed the process of getting someone, yes, of if they have followed the process and not if they have not quote unquote abused the procedure for arraigning someone in court. And I said that this is something that we see often and often going on, and that has not helped. And that has not helped.
I got good ears. I have good ears.
Excuse me.
No, I don't want you to repeat. You don't have to repeat yourself.
Let me speak.
Why are you repeating yourself?
Can we have some decorum here?
No, we can't.
Can we have some decorum? Let me speak, please.
Wait, forefather. Is it fair? Is it fair for someone to
let me time in?
Just let me speak.
So try to be brief so that you can be able to speak.
Let me speak before you talk to me again.
Hold on, Tony. I mean, don't use long these statements to prevent other people from challenging your views, so that the viewers can have a coherent position on the ideas. Please go ahead. Try to keep it brief.
Yeah, before you continue, Tony, please let me just say something. We could address it together.
Yes.
No. Don't add anymore. Let him finish. Finish,
okay,
please.
So
hold on.
Let him finish. Don't do that, please.
No, I will do that. Hold your horses. I'm having a conversation with
I will put you backstage. You don't do that.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
You want me to put you backstage, Kansat?
Let me
want to do this?
No,
you are not going to talk, Bansa. Let me moderate.
I want him to address this.
Let it go. Please, Tony, go ahead. You can't just keep interrupting all the time like that. We want rule of law, but you don't want to obey rules here. Tomorrow now you start arresting people because it says something. This is how it starts. This is not how it starts. Please go ahead.
So let me just round up. Forefathers, thank you for giving me. I think I've taken unusually longer time to express myself. So what I'm saying is that this thing that we're hearing in social media shouldn't really happen. For me, it's a simple matter that the court can resolve, or both parties can decide, because we are personalizing it. He didn't really come out to attack. That's Dele Farotimi, to attack the chief. We're just making a general statement. If you read the book and you find out that, but because certain individuals were mentioned, and so it appears now that it's Dele versus chief. But that's not what it should be. It's a general issue that the man talked about, focusing on the nation, various aspects of
Can I reply, co-father?
Yeah, you get your chance when it's done. Yeah.
It's done now.
So I'm not done, please. I'm not done, Jagun. I'm not done.
Are you going to repeat yourself again?
I'm not done. You should learn some decorum. You should learn some decorum. Let me just close. Let me just close by saying that my points are very, very clear, and that's why I said
Please let me question that is relevant instead of
it's not relevant. Answer question I have. Let him finish, please. I don't want to be putting you backstage. Please go ahead, Tony.
Yes. Lastly, I'll say this. And then I'll close. These are my own views, and I think I'm entitled to my views, whether I'm correct or not. But I've spoken candidly and based on the thing that I know. I just said that I know Chief one-on-one. And so what I've spoken about Chief is what I know of him. I may be wrong, but that's what I know of him. Dele is someone I admire.
Can I come back to you now?
And so
I'm going to come back to you because what you said. If I may,
let me just ask him before you come at him, because it looks like it's more confrontational.
No, I'm not going to be confrontational. I'm going to come to him precisely.
Okay, I will ask the question, then he will take it for you. Would comment, then he will answer. So, do you think that knowing him personally could kind of making you blindsided to some of his?
Please don't let him answer that before I've spoken. Please, you're going to drag him out.
Go ahead now. Go ahead.
Thank you. You see, my friend Tony, I don't think me and you have ever clashed.
No, we haven't.
You cannot insult me and don't expect it to come straight back in your neck.
I didn't insult you. I did not
wait,
insult
let me say this.
I did not.
I'm going to say, by calling me a Jamaican and laughing when you know I'm a Nigerian.
Listen,
wait, let me land. You see what he's doing? See what you're doing? I think it was you speaking about decorum.
A moment ago we were talking about.
It was you talking about decorum.
Why do we always have to talk so quickly?
It's because he can't handle the truth. The thing is, my friend, my accent is a British accent, not a Jamaican accent. I can speak with you with a Jamaican accent if you wish. I can speak with you with a Nigerian accent. I can even speak with you with an Igbo accent. But I'm a Yoruba man, and I need to be respected as such. So when you tell me that I'm a Jamaican, it's an insult, and you're using another nation. You're insulting both of us. If you don't know, I'm telling you, because I don't know where you had your own decorum and professional training from, but you used another nation to insult me. And for that, I will slap you.
For that matter.
Yes, for that, I will slap you verbally in the face. You understand? 1, 2, your repetitive nature. You have repeated, every time you came on, you just repeated yourself. Several times.
Let's go to the point.
Wait, let me land. Please let me land.
You have to go to the point, please. Let's not make it.
And this is the point. This is the point. In your first utterances, I came on, interrupted you after about 15 minutes of what you were saying. And I said, you seem quite balanced. However, I believe you are forgetting the fact of the matter is this particular case, not the antecedents of your good professor, lawyer, friend. So we don't need to hear that. That is more of the rhetoric that you speak about. That is a furore of the social media. You are hypocritically adding to what you are denouncing, which is very Nigerian. Nigerian in this aspect is more of an insult than me calling you a Nigerian in this aspect is more of an insult than you calling me a Jamaican. I don't like those kinds of ways of communication. If I'm communicating with anyone, before I start any insult, or I've made my points clear. You made no points before you called me a Jamaican. I denounced that 100 million times. Yeah. So all the blasting that you got from me, keep it in your neck because you deserve all of it. Thank you very much.
And there is nothing wrong with being a Jamaican, by the way. I don't know why anybody
Simple
will
things.
use derogative term. That's very, very
all
wrong.
right. Let's Tony.
We can't hear you, Tony. If you wanted to reply to the fact, to the
Yes, I've heard him. I'm not going to pick any issues with Jagan. I try to explain myself. If you don't like what I said, I
please
have a
don't
right.
repeat yourself.
I have a right. That's
All
not
right
your
then.
business. That's not your business.
Tony, please. What I want to talk to you about, I would have been gone. I would have been upset.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Ike and AY is here, so let's remember them too. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Ike and Ewa, let me ask him a question that's important in what we're discussing. There's no need to go discussing the allegation itself, right? That's why you find yourself in a quandary because you're just skipping. Either you're emotionally thinking about your friend, Babalola, and let's talk about the issue why people are talking on the social media. So I wanted to make it short. I want to ask you a couple of questions so I know where you're coming from, right? Make it very easy. You made a statement that he who alleges must prove, right? In this case, who's making the allegation? When you take somebody to court, to the police, and then they make write out complaint, and it's called information. On that information by the prosecutor, who's making the allegation? So you just tell me because I have a series of questions for you.
Chief Babalola's lawyers were reacting to a claim in the book that Dele Farotimi had written.
Okay, so initially it will be Babalola that will go to court and prove that he has been defamed, that the libel has been on court. So the burden of proof now is on him first, right?
Yes.
We're not talking about when the defendant takes a stand then to substantiate what he's saying. There's a possibility that he goes in front of that court and he makes a case to prove his claim that he's been defamed, and the defendant doesn't have to say anything. He says, well, he hasn't proven his case. And in fact, the court could say, yes, you haven't proven that you've been defamed. I dismiss the case. So I want you to know who has onus of the burden of proof is on the plaintiff, in this case, the police, chief of police, right? But unfortunately, they're piggybacking a civil case behind that. And that's why we are upset. We're not looking at the substantive or the elements of the case. So I want you to get that very, very correct. Now, the other question I had for you, and then I'll let Ike speak, is this. In your opinion, do you believe that there's respect and demeanor towards people who are in a court, right? A lawyer, whatever, a clerk. But more importantly, there are cases that are bailable offense, and the amount of that bail, it depends on the severity of the offense. So if somebody has a long criminal history, maybe they're going to make their amount a little bigger, or if they have a risk of flight, right? The bail might be bigger. But when an individual who's already come out with publication and say, look, I'm never leaving Nigeria, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't have a criminal record. He's not a risk of flight. The offense is bailable. It is then wrong to deny him due process, which is where your anger should start from that. Just common due process, not going to determine the case, because each party at some point will litigate their case. The litigants will make their case. But for now, why Nigerians are talking on social media, why I'm here, is to say this is a miscarriage of justice. Release him from that gulag, give him bail, perhaps on his own recognizes.
It shouldn't even be a criminal matter, but at the meantime, don't treat one of our sons, a guy who has all the virtues in the world that you've already said here, that is honest, that is courageous, that has integrity, has honor. So why I'm confused, and I'm raising my voice not at you, but at the system. I'm saying to you, when you come here, at least let's tackle the reason why we're here. We want due process. We want a constitution obeyed. We want him accorded due process. Do you have a problem with what I just said? Is this a bailable offense? Is he a flight risk? Right? Does he have a long criminal record? Answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am not a lawyer, so I can't speak to that. I'm not a learned person. I can't speak to that. And besides, this case is before the law courts. It is sub judice.
Sub judice doesn't mean us. We are in the court of public opinion, right? We are in the court of public opinion. We don't give a damn what they're saying.
The more I hear about
I'm gone, but forefathers, I'm gonna get you out of this platform. I want you disrespecting me. I'm gonna get you out of it. Watch this.
Let's not do this. How can you be like this? We are supposed to be on the same side, and you want to fight me. This is how it starts. Let me show you. This is how it starts. You see, our people don't know how this is. Let me just share something with that the passenger said.
Know and learn a lot from Farotimi Vs Babalola. He's a man you must never take for granted. If you do, you are on your own. That I will say to you. He's a serious-minded man. And if you don't know that, you don't know anything. If he's laughing with you, and it's humorous, a little bit. But when you hit him on the wrong side, you will see the other side of his eyes.
And more tribute.
I played it, and not once did anybody say anything about integrity and justice, and this is somebody that they are praising for law. The only person that said something about the aspect of law itself was Falana. The rest were just praising him. He's like a bland lawyer that represents all the problems that Nigeria represents. I don't know. Maybe
That's the way I see it.
I'm still searching to find where people talk about his integrity and the stance he tries to uphold the law in Nigeria when Nigeria's law system or institution is under threat. I have never seen that. All I see is somebody that is responsible for the issues we have in the legal system, and you wonder why Dele Farotimi reached similar conclusions. But it's okay.
Can I just say this, because Tone apparently is finding it very difficult to get in, and he sent you a message on your phone apparently to see what you might be able to do about that. So I'm just letting you know that he's trying to get in and cannot. Nothing more. Thank you.
I will look into that. It appears that's a decision for the the people, the management of the channel. Is not me. So some people have issues. So yeah, that's that. Okay, Ike, so what do you make of this matter? I didn't think I was going to be this exercised by it. I thought we were going to move on to another topic, but the more I look, the more I'm beginning to sympathize with Dele Farotimi on the specific accusations. These guys are the core. He's been like, when Nigeria didn't even have a law school for them to be able to take exam, he was already practicing law.
Do you know what I think?
He was one of the first in Nigeria.
Do you know what I think, forefather? I think that this thing won't come to court, you know. The more I think about it, if this thing comes to court and Dele Farotimi is a man of his word in the way we expect him to be, then this will be the absolute ruining of him and the elite. If he brings out everything that he's alleged and it's accurate to what he's saying, then that's the end of this affair person. That's the end of him. And it will go along with all the other parastatals that are linked to him. And I'm thinking that people aren't ready for the level of disgrace that's going to take place. You're not ready for it. Nigeria is a disgraced nation, and it's not disgraced in the world. It's disgraced in our presence to us Nigerians. That's where the real disgrace of the matter is. But you people, you don't see that. He's such a nice man. He did this, that, and the other one. He flew from the stars and he came. Rubbish. I mean, there is an allegation. Let the allegation feed itself. We don't need to know about any antecedents. Who are we? We think that we're going to eat from your trough. I'm not eating from your trough because I'm not a pig. You understand? I'm not a pig. I need to know what is what, black and white, yes or no. That's the clarity that we need. Not all this mumbo jumbo that you're trying to feed us here. Rubbish and incontestable. Rubbish.
You know, Jagun, I'm beginning to think your name should be Jagun, aka Rubbish, because it is like that is like an emblem for you. It's like you make everybody knows you for that now. But it's all good. Oga Ike is busy, and AY, please go ahead if you want to add to this.
Father, even you, I don't even know why you are still on this topic. You don't have any other thing.
I read about it, the more I am begin to understand the fury that made Dele Farotimi write what he wrote. Because
let me ask you this. Let me AY, I beg your pardon, forefather. Let me ask you this, AY. A man who is innocent, as far as we're concerned, has spoken a lot to the polity of Nigeria over the years, and he's spoken very seriously. I don't know if you take time and listen to him. I'm sure you do from time to time. That's who we're talking about. Now, if you put yourself in that position, put yourself in the position of this guy. Next minute, you're whisked from your home into some far-flung place. Wait. You're whisked from your home to some far-flung place, and you are being indicted by the government, more or less. Would you want someone to stand up for you?
Oh, definitely. That is why. Okay.
This is the issue. This is the issue.
I understand.
Because, bro, how can we fight for Nigeria when we feel that Nigeria won't fight for us?
Yeah, I understand that part of it. I mean, I have criticized it here, right? But when Mr. Tony was talking, the question I wanted to ask Mr. Tony is, he was trying to say, somehow I feel you were supporting Babalola, because the truth is, with his knowledge of law, with his experience in life at this age, I think it was a big mistake. That is one. We need to establish that first. What he did was wrong. If he has actually, like I said earlier, go to court or let your chamber write to Mr. Dele and telling him to withdraw his statement that these are not facts. What is wrong with that in passing through doing it legally? If he refuses, then you can now go ahead and say, okay, you sue him to court and meet in court. Why is he how come he doesn't understand he's going to tarnish his name by going to kidnap this guy? You know, me, I see it as really kidnapping, right? Because I don't think
he kidnapped Dele. Are you saying that Chief kidnapped Dele?
That's the way I see it. I don't know how you see it, but that's the way I see it. Because the way they whisked him away, it was more like kidnapping to me.
Yeah, you said they, you say he.
Him and this gang. I don't know. It's not only him.
The people that came to see you have to understand. If they wrote a court order to him and said appear in court so and so day, and he refused to appear, that is a different thing.
I mean, it's not a criminal. Not
even
that
then, you don't just come and
somebody.
pick him like that.
If he commit murder, like why will you do that? Because now because he has been speaking a lot. He has been telling the political leaders, do the right thing for the people, do the right by the people. is calling out every section of the country.
But,
like
but
you
did
also
he call
complain.
out for sit at
Forefather.
home though?
Hold on, Forefather. Tony also said that he has been criticizing the judiciary. Is it about him criticizing the judiciary, or what he said was right or wrong? He was saying the right thing. You cannot tell me you yourself you don't know our judicial system is messed up, is corrupt. So if somebody is a lawyer that is in the system, not in Nigeria alone, he is a lawyer called to bar, he is in the system, he's telling you this is what is going on. That is the reason why he actually stopped practicing. What is wrong with that? Why can't we take him seriously?
Yeah.
So I feel you. I just feel
let
like
me
you
ask. I
have
wanted to
personal
highlight
issue
something
against
else.
him. That was the
Let
way
me
I was
ask
feeling.
now. Let me ask you now. I
My
wanted to
turn
find
now.
out.
If I remove you,
You're not
because I don't
done
have power
now.
to remove you.
I want to ask you a question, which is trying to remove. What kind of
Go
wahala
ahead.
is this?
Go ahead.
I want to
Go
ask you
ahead.
so you
This
can
is
talk
serious
more.
matter.
Yes.
The
So do you
only
think
time
that
AY is making sense, that's when you're gonna stop him. You should just let him talk all day.
Oh, you see,
no, it has
Pastor,
made
God
sense
bless
now.
you,
It has
sir.
made sense. No, the point is that they shouldn't have done what they did, the way they used the law, and at the same time, he also said that the man is part of the system, which gives him credibility too, because he knows the system. So it's a very valid point he's making. But I wanted to ask him that is it because of did he call for sit at home? Because that could trigger a lot of people if he
No,
called for
I
sit
never.
at home.
I never heard that from him, though. I don't know.
Yeah, because
I've
I heard
never
some
heard him
people
call
are
it.
trying to associate him with that.
He did.
He did. But
Yeah,
what
that
is wrong
could
with that?
trigger a lot of people.
Even hold on, for father. Even if as long as it's not say take gun and go, it's just like what Showari said. Revolution. People are saying, "Oh, he's calling for revolution." It's not saying take a gun and go kill people. It's if it's genuine, Nigeria decide to say sit at home as a protest.
Forefather,
There is
I
nothing
already
wrong
came
with
back.
that.
I want to come and confirm.
KJ is here.
I want to
KJ is
confirm
here.
what you said. Hey, stop.
Sorry,
sit at
KJ.
home is here.
Sorry,
He
KJ.
called for sit at home. He called for sit at home.
You see, that could be a trigger. That could be a trigger.
He called for sit at home. But listen, this is where it gets interesting. He called for sit at home, which was not obeyed. Okay? So it's not as if he called for sit at home, it was successful. So it wasn't like Nigerians were all following him. But what has triggered this thing now is that this same system you have been hammering on that made him to leave law practice over 6 years ago, the same system has now decided to come and dry the dirty gown in the marketplace. And so everybody now has a right to, to gaze at their genitalia. That is what we are looking at right now. And it's not only Nigerians. Before that was Nigerians looking at it, but now the whole world is looking at it. So it is now left for us whether we want to build a country. You see, the problem, gentlemen, what we're discussing is not just where it stops. As you and I are talking, other nations are also looking at it. Tomorrow you go to their court, you want to seek redress. They will first ask you, in your own country, can you get redress? These are the things. You think you are standing and you are hammering. Look, there's a Nigerian lady that was criticizing Trump, and then someone else replied. The person made a video of it and told her off. Your country, you don't even get somebody close to Trump, but you're coming to open your mouth and talk about Trump. What gives you the right?
Keep it brief so that AY can finish and Oga I
No,
can.
well, I've said what I want to say. AY, so don't be. That's how you're going.
Yeah. So, Fafa, I think we need to take this thing seriously. Like, even if Dele call for sit at home, to be honest, there is nothing wrong with sit at home. If Nigeria agree to sit at home, it's just like if NLC can call for sit at home as a form of protest, there is nothing wrong with it. Even if you,
but I can see how that can be a trigger.
Not even calling for a peaceful protest, the people are ready to protest. There is nothing wrong with it as long as they are not doing anything wrong.
Yeah,
and
it's not
it is
exactly
a
forcing
pressure.
people to do it, but it's a trigger nonetheless.
Those are legitimate way of pressuring the government to do the right thing. There is nothing wrong
sorry,
with
I'm not trying to butt in. I'm just
Oh
trying to.
my God, I'm in trouble today.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look. Since you guys been discussing, I've been reading comments right from the afternoon, right from when we were having this discussion on the, and the people who are hoping, who are living in a country where they before you say, I want a lawyer before they say anything. The same people, you can see the comment they're writing. The same people who are in a country where their rights are respected. A policeman knocks on your door, you say, I'm not getting you in unless I see a warrant. So they are writing that, the Delhi, they could have taken him anywhere, done anything. These are the same people. So you can imagine, when you people think there's hope, when we come here, we are saying, let us just divide, even if it's 36 countries we want to divide to, let us make it. So everyone can go. You people are refusing. Where will you get the critical marks that you want to use to change a nation? Where is it? Show me.
Yeah, it's
Show
there,
me
right
from the
there.
comment.
Isn't that why we are? Most people are against the arrest of Farotimi. Most people are
Yeah,
against.
not most people. Majority of your friends are saying that he deserves it. And
I
majority
don't know.
of
I
them,
don't know any
you
of
see,
my people.
funnily, what I've noticed in this circumstance, and I'm sorry to say this, I'm not a tribalist, but the two people saying he should rot, okay, are Yorubas. The people defending his right are Igbos and other tribes. That is it.
No, it's not fair. It's not fair. There's a lot of Jagun is not here.
No. I'm not saying, when I say a lot of people, I didn't say everybody.
I'm here.
I didn't say everybody. I said majority of people who are saying that he should be thrown away, locked in jail and thrown away. Majority of them.
No, I think you are probably right there because it's like when somebody, like let's say P2B does something now, and somebody within the southeastern this thing says something about P2B. Most people that are from southeast will be the ones saying that person should pay for it because they love this P2B. You see what I mean? So you could argue that some people actually see Afe Babalola as a foremost figure in Nigeria, and they are proud of him for that reason. Hence, where they're going to turn on Dele Farotimi. But I try to be objective in terms of the actual charge of a legal professional, which is justice and protecting this in the law. But I don't see that in this approach to law. I don't see that in his approach to law. So far, all I've heard about him is he could be very vindictive. He talks about dressing, and he literally talked about wigs. You can't make it up, but it's okay.
Let also wait for Showori tomorrow. I want to see. Probably some other people are even involved in this. I think I think some people are just after Dele. That it might not just be Afe Babalola. Maybe Showori will throw more light tomorrow. But man, these guys, they are horrible, man.
Anyway, can I say something before? Because I'm rounding up in my office. I want to.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Head.
Anyway, I saw you were looking at the lady at my back. She's married.
Oh, I'm in trouble.
She's married. She's married. She's only working in a company who comes to clean the office. Who come to clean the office. So don't stop looking at that.
That was Passat. Watch Passat very well.
You were checking that out.
She's married. Well, listen, I think that until Nigerians begin to remove this idea that this person, because of his status in the society, he cannot do no wrong. Because this is what it is. Because he's Afe Babalola, so he can't do no wrong. And whatever he does is okay. Even though that we know his antecedents in the legal profession. Nobody's trying to take it away from him. But like what everybody have said here, like the question Passat asked my brother Tony, is simple. He's a lawyer. Or what I just said now. He can write, when he discovers anything that is not correct, he could have written to Dele's office, Dele's law firm, because he had a law firm before, but he has retired for almost 6 years. But he could have written a letter, say, hey, this thing you wrote in your book, how come about this? He's a lawyer. He knows the game, right? So I don't know why anybody should be defending what the professor did. I don't see why people should come to defend this thing, because for me, it doesn't make any sense. I don't need anybody to defend it. I want them to go to court, follow the process. That's my point. when you find him guilty, whatever the law says, what the law is supposed to do, that's what he does. But I don't want this idea because he's that, because it's his status in the society, because of his position in the anything that has to do with justice and law in Nigeria, and because of that is above law or is above mistakes. That's why everybody is asking, was there nobody who is really advising him not to follow the route that he took? And if you're telling me that that was not a kidnap, if you sincerely, you're trying to be honest to yourself, that if what we saw is not a kidnap, I don't know what is it. Because the same law we are trying to say Nigeria, we have a law. There is processes that law works also. As a man of his caliber and at his age, that he is supposed to advising the young lawyers that are coming after him, the way and the processes that things are done. How could he all end up breaking that law? So I don't think that Lagos State defamation is not a criminal, is not a criminal offense. It's a civil offense, right? So for police to come from all the way from Ekiti State to come and rendition this young man because he's speaking his mind, and the person who is doing it is the person not even anybody could have suspected that he's going to do something like that. So this is why people are reacting the way we are reacting. Nobody is saying that if Dele has committed an offense, nobody is saying he shouldn't go, he shouldn't face justice. He should, just like every other man. But it's the process. The process is what is the problem of Nigeria. Illegality that we try to make legal is the problem of Nigeria. Because you have an illegitimate government in Asorok who was not elected by Nigerians, but was foisted on Nigerians by INEC and few criminals that you have in Nigeria. So now it becomes legal. No, I do not accept that. So this is what we are trying to say. I don't have any problem. He, like somebody said here, he's a human rights activist, he's a social critic, so things like this can come. But let's follow the process. Let's follow the rule of law. Because I personally know that anybody who is a Nigerian know that this young man is what we will call a detribalized Nigerian. He speaks for everybody. He's not speaking for just one, but he speaks for the voiceless in Nigeria, millions of voiceless of Nigeria he's speaking for. So I don't want the idea that I don't want to take what Afe Babalola has achieved in the law. You know, I'm not taking that away. I have respect for him. But like I said before, when the old man decided to go and dance naked with the children during the rain season, what is he going to expect? He's going to see the younger one to see his brocos, right? So this is my point. I don't want it look like what we are saying here is not true. It's true. What AY his last statement there is a fact. This guy, they went there to kidnap this guy. They manhandled the people in the office. They assaulted the woman, the cook or the cleaner in the house, took their phone. What has you got to do with taking the people's phone? Why do you have to seize the people's phone? You came to arrest Deleb, you have not come to arrest any of the staff or the domestic staff or the people that work in the law firm. So these are the way they are breaking the law. The police in Nigeria today, that the people that are supposed to protect me and you, they are protecting the people who can pay them the money that they want. The people that has the power, that they think that they have power, they are the people that they are protecting. They carry gun anyhow. If you do anything, I shoot you. That was the statement they said to the less lawyer. If you say anything, I shoot you. You live in a developed world. We all live in an advanced country. Which policeman is going to tell you to come to your house and tell he's going to shoot you? It doesn't work like that. So I don't know why we should be defending the indefensible. He wrote a book. It's not just like what he said wasn't on social media. He wrote a book. He wrote a complete book about this. So if he doesn't have facts, why did he have to write a book? Bakachua, when he told the world that the wife was favoring his fellow politicians. We were thinking that heaven is going to fall in Nigeria. What happened? Who is hearing about Bakachua and his wife again? It has gone. It has died. So are you trying to tell me that Nigerian judicial system is not smelling, is stinking? Nigerian judicial system has no place. They have no place anywhere. They have no place to hide their face, because there is no justice, there is no fairness, there is no law in Nigeria. It is how much you have and the people that are connected. You go to court, you win. And that's why they're telling you every election, if you don't like the result, go to court, because they own the court, they own the justice. They decide who they give power, they decide who they don't give power, they decide who says what, and decide who becomes lawyer. Was he not the Minister of Justice? Is he not the same lawyer who defended Emiloko at the Supreme Court? He made the Justice Minister compensation, right? So listen, we are all Nigerians, my brother. It's not fair that we're talking about our country like this in the public space. But you have to face the fact. There is no justice in Nigeria unless you are connected. Police comes to your house. If you don't give them money, you go and make a complaint in the police station in Nigeria. You become an accused because you refuse to give money. They turn the case against you because the person you go to report the case has money. He will use the money. You become the accused. That is what happening in Nigerian system. So, my brother, let's be honest. This young man is not supposed to be in detention by now. Why? Why should he be in detention? If he had followed the normal process, we will not be talking about delay since almost 3 days right now. If I follow the process, write him a letter or send their law firm to go and give him a letter, or he refuses to come, you have your evidence. And now when police goes to arrest him, now there is evidence that, okay, he tried the processes and he didn't want to respond. Now you know that our respected father wouldn't have any problem with anybody. But right now he have decided to soil his hand with because maybe his power, or because his position, or because his connection, because he's in a position to do anything or to use his state, Ekiti state, as the godfather of Ekiti state, he decide to do what he's doing now. I don't think it's good for anybody, not for him, and not for anybody. I leave it for now.
Yeah,
Farotimi should be.
round up this topic.
Let me just land like this. Farotimi should be where he is in prison, because Afe is my friend, in accordance with Tony. Laughable.
Jagun, you can see how cynical you are.
Yes,
very cynical in your comment, caustic with your tongue.
Let's leave it. It's not going to take anything away from you. You are fine. So let's play this thing so that we can use it to transition to another topic, which is this Syrian development that has been going on. We've just watched a designated, technically terrorist group somehow emerge from nowhere and wants to take over, want to overthrow the government of Syria. So, and the West are very, very fine with it. And Christians are running from areas where the terrorist group, that designated terrorist group that seems to be the friends of the West right now, are taking over, and they are worried. The Christians are worried that their future is under question. Which begs the question: how is it that Syria is protecting a form of secular state, while the so-called West is supporting an Islamist group taking over the entire country because they don't like Syria for some weird reason? And I will play this video so I can see the rapid advancement of this rebel group. This is what I was talking about when I said people within nations, they can fund them as weapons against their governments if you are not careful. And this is the kind of stuff, it's a nightmare for governments when dealing with foreign powers. Let me play this video so you can watch this.
From London, Nick, what is the latest? Yeah, Jessica, sources I'm talking to are saying that rebels have essentially been looking for Assad in the capital, and he is not in the places that they would have expected him to be. This was not the sort of main bulk of their forces that we now see poised at the northern outskirts of Damascus, and we see rebel forces who've come from the south as well in some of the sort of southern suburbs. Damascus is a really, really large city. You know, you can travel an hour to get to the far outside of it if the traffic is heavy. What we are seeing right now is the army deserting their posts, the police deserting their posts right around the capital, and the rebels converging on it. And these rebel elements that have already been inside, essentially on reconnaissance efforts inside the capital, are not seeing Assad where they would expect him to see him, or not seeing indications of him. They don't know where he is. They say that they're searching for him. They don't know if he's in Damascus still, if he has somewhere else in the country, or even if he has left the country. They just don't have concrete information about it. But for sure, he's not in the places they would expect him to be, which really shows the signs here that Assad appears to recognize that his grip on power is loosening, and potentially really here, may have less than days in reality to have a grip on the country. If the Damascus wakes up tomorrow morning, finds rebels move from the outside into the center of the city, he effectively has lost control over the capital, and we don't know what he may keep under his control at this time.
It is truly incredible, and just to watch how quickly this is all played out. Nick, as President Trump is overseas tonight, he's also making his position known on what he believes the U.S. involvement in Syria should be. What is he saying?
Yeah, it's pretty clear. Look, he's saying this is not the United States fight. The United States should stay out of it. That this is something, just stand back and let them finish up there. U.S. does have forces inside the very northwest of Syria. They are backing and supporting and backed by a large, mostly Kurdish rebel faction there, the Syrian Democratic Forces. This is an important component of the United States overseas efforts to contain and constrict and defeat ISIS. And one of the important things, if you will, about that rebel group in the northwest of Syria that the United States supports is the large jails where there are hundreds, if not thousands, of former ISIS fighters and their families that are being kept in those prisons, essentially by these Kurdish groups that are supported by the United States. So President Trump making very clear he sees no role for the United States forces inside Syria at the moment. He's not talking here, it appears, diplomatically or politically. This is really about forces. And at the moment, they are a long way from the action in the capital, but he's making it very clear they should have absolutely no part going forward in what's happening there.
All right, Nick Robertson with the very latest out of London. Thank you so much for that. And joining us now is the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, John Bolton. He was also the national security advisor during Trump's first term. Thanks so much for being here with us. I just want to get your reaction first to this stunning advance by rebel forces in Syria tonight.
Well, it certainly looks like the combination of pressure from the north, but also from the south out of Daraa province, where over 12, 13 years ago, during the Arab Spring, the opposition to Assad really first manifested itself. Look, in 2011, everybody said Assad was done for, and obviously he wasn't. It may well be this time his luck has run out. It certainly looks very grave. The real question, I think, is whether a combination of Russian and Iranian assistance can prop him up. Or whether we're coming face to face with some very significant questions about the future of Syria and indeed Iraq, whether they can maintain their territorial integrity, whether they're viable as states going forward, or just what the lay of the land will look like.
Has this surprised you how quickly they have advanced the rebel forces and successfully?
Well, I think there's a lot we don't know. We don't know, for example, how much Turkey was involved in supplying logistics and intelligence and other aid to these rebels. Let's not forget another complication here are the neo-Ottomanist imperial political ambitions of President Erdogan of Turkey. But I think one thing we're seeing is the near collapse of Russian ability to do anything militarily, drawn away from Syria by the war in Ukraine. What Russia's interest in Syria comes down to is its naval station at Tartus and its air base north of Tartus in Latakia province. If the Russians can make a deal with a new Syrian regime and keep those bases, I don't think they care that much about Assad. For Iran, it's very different. If Assad and his Alawite regime are replaced by Sunni Islamicists, Iran is in deep trouble in its ability to support whatever's left of Hezbollah, whatever the Israelis haven't destroyed. And this whole opportunity for the rebels in Syria, we owe to Israel. And we owe to Israel's destruction, ongoing destruction of Hamas in the Gaza Strip and its ongoing dismemberment of Hezbollah in Lebanon. The Middle East is definitely changing to Iran's detriment. But let's also be clear, these Syrian rebels, by and large, are Islamicists themselves. Many are Al-Qaeda, ISIS fighters, and a terrorist regime in Damascus is, in lieu of the Assad regime, is like potentially jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. The U.S. shouldn't get involved militarily, but it is dead wrong to say we don't have real interest in the outcome of this fight.
Yeah, so I want to ask you about that because as Nick was reporting, President-elect Trump has been very clear he wants the U.S. to stay out of Syria, writing, quote, "This is not our fight. Let it play out." It's very different from what Senator Lindsey Graham, for example, posted yesterday. He said that it's, quote, "imperative to reinforce American troops there." Who do you think is right?
Well, I think we cannot leave American troops at risk, that's for sure. They're largely concentrated, not in the northwest part where the rebels have come from, but in the northeast, and have been a stabilizing force there and a real deterrent to Iran actively supporting Assad more widely within Syria, and at the absolutely critical Attan enclave at the confluence of the Iraqi, Jordanian, and Syrian borders. We've got to worry about Erdogan trying to extend Turkish control over much of northern Syria. That would not be good for stability in the region. We don't know whether Erdogan has spoken to Trump about this or not.
I thought we're here to do an analysis.
Syria will simply fragment the
analysis than this.
The Alawite highlands north of Lebanon, and that could become a mini state. The rebels could take Damascus. The Syrian Defense Forces, the Kurdish forces, could be left in charge of northwest Syria. This could contribute to the fragmentation of Iraq right next door. Things are really very unstable, and therefore American forces at Tanf in northeast Syria, in Iraq, needed to be provided with whatever protection is necessary given the breakdown of order, whatever minimal order there was in Syria to begin with.
Yeah, and I do want to ask you a little more about that because I'm curious. Obviously, this is still happening in real time. It's playing out before our very eyes. But how does the rebel success begin to shift the dynamics in that region with Kurdish and Turkish-backed forces in the north and Islamic State fighters kind of throughout the country?
Well, it depends on how much territory they take, but certainly Israel was never happy with Assad, a pro-Iran regime to its north along the Golan Heights and being used by Iran for years, if not more.
Let's talk about this now.
To supply Hezbollah with weapons and ammunition.
You can mute me. That's all you have.
But a Sunni extremist regime in Damascus isn't any better for Israel in many respects, and it could lead to a resurgence of ISIS in Syria and in Western Iraq, and pose a terrorist threat not just to Israel but to the Gulf Arab states as well. This is something that's going to require very careful watching, and I don't think there are many contingency plans available because I think the success of the rebels has caught pretty much everybody by surprise, including in Washington.
Yeah, I was just using it as a form of break so that people can have a break. You see, the Dragon took opportunity of it clearly, but he can wait backstage. He can wait backstage. It's a way of people having a break. It's not only about the news; it's also to
no, but to Niger, John Bolton is a known liar. During the Iraq War, he said there was mass weapons of mass destruction.
WMD.
We are analysts just like he is.
Yes.
So we can't sit here. You could borrow a little bit of what he has to say, but I don't want to sit here, have him talking ad nauseum about what? He's a liar.
Let
right?
him just say he's a liar, but he lied for a reason, so that he wants
Okay,
the
but
war to
what I'm
happen
saying is
of America. So on
we're
this
here
one,
to analyze the 10. Let's go. I'm
okay.
ready to go.
So,
You want me to go first?
okay, calm down now. I think maybe you are next. Actually, why do you have to always be rough?
Oh, I speak the truth is here.
No, it's cool if you want
Actually,
to go.
this morning I thought you were in London with Fofather and the show because your internet was shaking.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
I thought you were
look at that,
you
look at
were
that,
with Fofather.
look at that. All the, you see, now London is the one that doesn't have good internet. I speak the truth that is using that Obama network to access the internet. So this is a bit of a shock. But in a way, it shouldn't be shocked. We shouldn't be shocked. This Biden guy is diabolical. This is the last Hail Mary he's throwing. He's already tried to trigger a nuclear war with Russia. Now he's thrown another one in there. These guys are warlike. I remember Obama was in charge when the first Syrian stuff started. These guys, man, the more I look at Democrats, I just want to run the other direction now. The more I know them, the more I want to run the other direction. So who is next, really? Is it Pansat? Okay, Pansat is very hot on this. Please go ahead, Pansat.
Thank you very much. I hold a double-edged sword. I'm the oldest person on this platform.
And the most informed.
Don't lose your African tradition. You're supposed to let me talk. But let me go ahead and say, for most of us who are preoccupied with Nigerian politics, so there may be some people who don't know the cause of this fight. Now, in the private session, I posted a statement from Donald Trump, who is the president-elect, and that means a lot. Unfortunately, people in the general section may not be privy to it, but you could see it on Twitter. It is said that remotely that the cause of this war is Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. Assad declined Qatar's proposed in 2000 to build a $10 billion Qatar-Turkey pipeline through Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Syria, and Turkey. And then, of course, then the CIA, because they refused that, it prompted the CIA to do some operations to spark a civil war in their country, in Syria. This is what most people suspect that is going on, to put pressure on Assad to resign, right? So then you then have these rebels that we're talking about. So that's a remote cause, and that's an immediate cause. Other people can go ahead and elucidate the facts and all that, but it's a worsening crisis. It's been going on for like 15 years now. The refugee issues is incredible. Now, Syria is a country of about 20 million people, and they speak Arabic as a language, and the normal allies were Russia and Iran, right? So that's who backs them up. However, you know that Russia is preoccupied with a war in Ukraine. So now Turkey has then used the opportunity to attack, because that guy, the Turkey Prime Minister, is one of the troublemakers we have in the world today. You may not know it from his demeanor, but he's a very smart guy. Yeah, go ahead.
Erdogan.
Yeah, Erdogan, exactly. So that's the background. I will let others talk, and then we come ahead and talk about it. How, as for an African, so how does this relate to us? The observation I want people to make is to see how to change your government. That's what we Nigerians should be looking at when we see things like that. It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Can I explain what happened in Syria recently?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thank you, guys. Thank you, forefathers. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Mr. Jide. I want to listen to you and Femi, actually.
Jagu, and I don't. If not now, okay. Yeah, so it has been going on for a long time. Like, what's going on in Syria now? I'm not surprised. it has been a long-term strategy by the West to actually cause a regime change in Syria. That it has been a long-term strategy as part of the long-term strategy of the Middle East, and even the Middle East, the whole of the Islamic or Middle East or whatever you call it, to actually ensure that it is controlled by the West through US hegemony. It's a long-term strategy. An example, as we Africans can see, was with Libya, with the ousting of Muammar Gaddafi in 2011. And the strategy they use is they use extremist groups, like Islamist extremist groups, to carry out these regime change operations. After the Arab Spring in 2011, there was the CIA orchestrated after Iraq and the Libya success. They focused on Syria under Obama, but even before Obama, they've been focused. Syria has been the focus of the CIA to cause that regime change. Before even Bashar al-Assad, his father was in power actually, and his father actually supported the Palestinian resistance. They had alliance with Iran, so it has been going on for a long time. Even when Russia was to the Soviet Union, Soviet Union supported Syria during the Cold War to preserve that regime. But the US and Israel and Turkey, they have economic benefits in causing that regime change that is going on right now in Syria to control the oil, as Trump said. I don't know if you guys listened to the interview Trump gave in his last administration when he was in power the last time, where he said they are in control of the oil. They need the oil. I don't know if you guys had that interview. It's a long time now.
That is correct. Yeah.
Yes. So, like, it's a long-term strategy to control the resources in the Middle East and also to weaken the resistance, the Palestinian resistance. So, let me give a brief timeline of what is happening now. I'll give a timeline of how it's happened. So, there was a war in Lebanon and the one going on in Gaza to weaken and defeat Hezbollah, the resistance group. Those ones are the ones fighting with Hamas, maybe in collaboration with Hamas, to weaken Israel or to decapacitate Israel. That's a long-term goal. That war has been going on now for months now, over a year now, since October 7th. And just a few weeks ago, I think about 2 weeks ago, Israel agreed to a ceasefire with Hezbollah in Lebanon after they have completely bombed Beirut to smithereens. They've destroyed that country, but they could not decapacitate Hezbollah to the barest minimum, even though they killed their leader. They killed their leader. Hezbollah is supporting the Palestinian resistance. So they reached a ceasefire. They reached a deal, a ceasefire agreement with IDF, Israel's military force. Then the reason why they did that was so that they could now immediately move to Syria. The reason why they are focused on Syria now is they need to cut the supply lines that is helping the resistance, the Palestinian resistance, the supply of weapons to Hezbollah, because the Syrian government, like I said, is an enemy of the West. The Syrian government, they are helping the Palestinian resistance. They and Iran, they are supplying weapons to Hezbollah, and I even think to Hamas too. They are helping them to fight IDF. That's the Israeli military. So now, focusing on Syria now that Russia, like John Bolton said, if you guys listen, now that Putin and Russia, their hands are tied in Ukraine, it now makes it easier because for them to use the extremists, like I said in Libya, the extremists, the Wahhabi Salafist militia groups to cause regime change in Syria. So now what's going to happen now is, I think
they're not using Salafist groups.
I think the way things are going now, if there is no if Russia and Iran do not intervene on behalf of Bashar al-Assad, it may go all the way and that regime change may happen. Now, when it happens, how will Russia react? Because it's better they react now than they react later. Because by the time they take power, it may now be more difficult. But right now, this is one of the last drop of the efforts of the West to maintain their hegemony. Because right now, their hegemony is declining. They are losing in Ukraine. Currently in Gaza, they've not been able to defeat Hamas and Hezbollah in Lebanon. So one of their strategy is to cut the supply lines of that resistance. So that's why they're focusing on Gaza. But I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is next?
Yeah,
if half of Turkey is in Europe, Thank you for
you
joining
better
us.
recognize that. Because we can't have people coming here lying and telling us Turkey is not a part of Europe. You know what I mean? Listen, it's not yeah, you know, Turkey is part of Europe.
Europe ain't a
The Moors are
continent, it's a
black
part of Asia.
Muslims. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah.
But
So,
hold on. This has to stop. You see, Madam Luke, let's see what she's got to say. We have to. This is $100. $100. I'm not sure we've seen this before. Madam Luke, okay, Madam Luke's do tour Dr. Damage's panelist of the year. What does that mean? I celebrate your spontaneity, individuality, blessings to you always. Okay, Luke stands for Biafra. I'm not sure who she's praising. Okay, thank
No, I
you.
think she's asking they should do the panelist of the year. That's
Yeah,
I think that's what she wanted to
Dr.
write.
Damage's panelist of the year. I celebrate. Okay,
Yeah.
they will do that. They will do that. Thank you for that, Madam Luke. We really appreciate your. You see, this is kind of people we like. You know, they need to donate. They need to donate. She, no matter how much she dislikes some of the conversation we're having.
Actually, it's women that donate heavily on this channel.
Yes, actually, when you think about it.
Yeah, it's the women who. Madam Luke
The men are the most angry ones, but they never.
But all these men, me, I don't understand though.
The men are angry.
I mean, I no get money. I no get money.
They get money. They are setting it aside now for their families and all the rest. So
You
I
know?
really appreciate that, Madam Luke. Please go ahead. Half of Turkey is in Europe.
yes, and Moors mean black Muslims. Thank you. So, Jide is right, in a lot of his submission, but it is not as simplistic as that. And I do understand that maybe if he was to go into the genesis of everything instead of starting from October 7th, then we might end up being here for a long time. Because if you were to go back to 2011 when it first happened, you have to remember there are other groups involved in this war. Let me correct something that he said. It is not the Wahhabi Salafists that are the rebels right now. They are mainly Shiites. So if anything, the Wahhabi Salafists would have been backing Assad's government, the Syrian military. Remember that the Kurds, let's start from the genesis of all of this. The Kurds are also involved. And this is why I said it's not as simplistic as he said that
I think you missed it up. I think it is the Salafists. I'm correct. So the Shiites.
Oh my God! Let's stop again.
Yeah, the Shiites.
Madam Luke is stopping the show. Madam Luke is stopping the show.
It's okay. Let him, if he's correct,
Yeah,
let him feel free to correct me. It's fine.
This is $200. We have to acknowledge. She's funding the channel. Madam Luke, I salute you. I salute the support you are giving to the channel. Dr. Damages will be very, very grateful for all the support because it costs money to do some of all these things. So we really do appreciate it. I'm humbled by the support she's giving. Our women are really backing the men. I hope the men learn some of this stuff. I know the men back the women too in other ways, but back your fellow men too on the panel, and because we have, sooner or later the panelists will be getting a share of all these things if the channel is doing very well. Why not? So that because you come here, nobody's paying you for the time you're spending here. And personally, if the channel has excess, they should be giving to the panelists too. All right. Yeah, please go ahead. I think you are trying to educate us on the actors.
No, I'm not. I'm just, if he's correct, that's fine. I encourage teaching. Like, if you have to correct me, I have no problem. My ego is not that big. So if he said I said something wrong, please just let him say it. I really appreciate learning. My ego is not that big that I'm averse to learning. But
I've never seen a dad donator. It's that you be a kagom. You donate now.
So
she go fire me now.
Sorry. It's all right. So in any event, what I'm trying to say is there are other groups. I don't think it's as simplistic as the recent October 7th incident. There's the Kurdish issue. That's why you have Erdogan in there. Erdogan himself Turkey itself has its own Turkish strife that it has to deal with. That the Kurds are trying to leave Turkey and have their own independent states. The YPG, if
That's
you know
true.
you know about the YPG, so they have that issue. Then you have the Syrian military that was, of course, being backed by Russia, but Russia is also bogged down in Ukraine, like you rightly said, right now. But what I think something we have to take into consideration is how is it possible for this unknown group that we knew little to nothing about, and the West is currently saying, well, we're even surprised about the advancement. How did they, exactly, you find it funny, right? How did they make this sort of advancements without the knowledge of the West?
Now you see why they insist on decimating Hezbollah and this is Hamas. This is partly why they let it
We
go
have
on.
to be careful of that rhetoric, and I'll say why we have to be careful, because most of this Hamas, ISIS. Let me say something. Have you ever heard ISIS? As much as they spit a lot of anti-Israeli vitriol, have you ever heard ISIS commit an attack against Israel?
No. I think it's established that they have
Okay,
links already.
so exactly. So it's a no. So my point in making that statement is we have to be careful when, they have to decimate Hamas or they have to decimate Hezbollah, knowing that these groups were either initially formed with the connivance of the West or funded fully or in part by the West, or formed by the West, sponsored by the West. We know these things. So that's why I said we need to be careful, because see, when the West does this thing of they go to a region and they foment trouble over there and they destabilize that region for their own little greed, and then it comes back to bite them in the butt, because the West has the advantage and the advantage of media. They have a way of framing the truth, framing the narrative, and disparaging those that initially had no problem living together. You said something in the beginning, and I picked up on that. You said, "Wow, isn't it surprising that Assad is the one defending the Christians? Because these people lived in peace. They had no problem." I have, by marriage, a family member that's a Syrian Christian. So you have all this. You have the West always instigating these problems all over the world, all over the world, all over the world. Tomorrow, when Damascus finally falls and Aleppo falls, everybody's going to forget that Israel, for a long time, since October 7th, was bombing the northern borders of Syria. When those the refugees run into Europe and run into London seeking succor and seeking refuge, the rest of the world at that time, maybe not the rest of the world, but the West will suddenly realize that certain people have brought their cultures all the way from Damascus, all the way from Beirut, all the way from Baghdad, and are insisting, well, maybe we want Sharia law in Birmingham now because, we're not home. Now this is our home. Now we want this. But they cause all these troubles all over the world. Everybody forgets it. They sponsor terrorism because these guys are the original terrorists, no matter what you want to tell me. Usually you have what is happening in Syria right now. The CIA supports one side and the Pentagon supports the other side. And both sides are fighting. But they want to, tomorrow, what is the talk going to be? Well, these Muslims in the Middle East, they're always fighting. The religion of terror and chaos and destruction. But guess what? This whole war started without the involvement and instigation of non-Muslims. But this is where we are right now.
Thank you for that. I think.
Let me quickly throw some stuff actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I
For
mean,
Femi.
just like I speak the truth said, right? So obviously, and Jide too, Jide really like put in a lot of stuff out there. The only one point I disagree with Jide was the Salafi statement. To be honest, those groups, they are not Salafi. What's really going on? They are not also the Shia group. So what's really going on is the war going on in Middle East. All of them, they are interconnected currently. So the reason why the opposition to Assad were able to strike, it was just a calculated attempt. This period is the best period because usually the Hezbollah, the last time during the civil war, they fully supported Assad. So right now, Hezbollah, their hearts are tied to facing the Israeli war. The Hamas we were talking about, who formed the Hamas? It was Israel that helped in forming Hamas. That's just the honest truth. It's not even hidden, but people just argue all this stuff. Then the other thing, right? So the Shia group, we're in Syria, we are really, really supporting Assad. But right now, the Iran too, that's the reason, same reason why Iran will support Assad. Even Iran hearts are tied. They don't forget, they be giving a lot of weapons to Hezbollah, and they have their own battle with Israel. So they are also be careful now. Let's keep what we have. You don't know what will happen. We might be the next. So everybody just be cautious. Then the Russia too, like Jide rightly said, Russia supported Assad father. That's the same link that they are using to support Assad. Even Russia, they are struggling for their life, right? They have war at hand, so they are be careful. I think yesterday they were reading that Russia were moving out some of their troops in that region. To be honest, so a lot going on. But I think, in my estimation, what is going on right now, I think Damascus is going to fall. That is actually the only thing remaining in Syria. And from the report, they've actually reported Assad is not in Syria. He left. He disappeared already. I think, Jide, you don't think so? You don't think Damascus is going to fall?
No, like I agree with you. I'm just like, it's a pity. I'm just like, it's so bad.
Okay.
It's so bad right now.
Yeah. I think it's going to fall. So I'm waiting. In fact, in between now and next 1 week, I think Damascus is going to fall. So I would really want to see what will happen after they take over Damascus.
Well, we have to be careful of assuming that Damascus is going to fall.
Bro, you don't even know.
Damascus has fallen already.
Few days.
No.
They are 10 kilometers away from Damascus.
They've fallen already.
Yeah, let me just add my reasoning. My reasoning is because if they have not taken it yet, you don't know whether Syrian president has a plan. And personally, if I was him,
bro, Syrian military,
I'm not going to go long. I'm just going to want to say something. I said, if I was him, I would learn from what Gaddafi did. Never let yourself be captured, because if these guys get into office and they screw up, people will be asking for him to return. And that's something. Because if Gaddafi was still alive, can you imagine the pressure to bring him back, given what has happened in the country? The same thing for Saddam, even.
If you lost power in a war, sorry, I know we interrupted.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. But I just want to piggyback on what 4-5 said. If you lost power, you were the overall dictator of a large country, powerful country like Syria. You had de facto power. You lose it, you got chased out of the country. If they invited you back, you'd really go back?
No, you can, because I think there are leaders that do that.
Yes, you will. You will.
Yeah, why not? No, because
you will die. You will die.
No, there are leaders that do that. There are leaders that do that already.
No, not in this situation. He will not come back.
No, historically, you could see a situation by leaders.
Give us two that did that and survive.
See, no, I can't remember that off my head, but I will check for it. No, I don't have it off my head now.
You will die.
I think I know one example, but that example was not a leader. It was a revolution in Iran where
you can return.
Actually went in exile and he came back.
Yeah, the revolution.
Yeah, that not a brutal war like
that
this.
Is different.
If Libya was alive, if Gaddafi was alive today, more majority of the country will unite around him, given
Yes,
the talk of Syria
Gaddafi is
today.
different. Don't compare
Gaddafi was
Gaddafi
different.
and Assad.
Yeah,
Don't forget. Hold
you
on.
don't know
Don't
what these
forget.
guys are going to bring.
Let me
You're
tell
just
you this.
assuming.
Let me tell you this. Don't forget, Assad regime has have killed over 500,000 people already. So
In a war
well, it's a.
between both
I
sides.
mean, what happened in Libya is different, right? Even the Libyans, they understand what happened, right? They know there were a lot of foreign forces that came to overthrow the guy. Libyans love Gaddafi. The only problem some of them have was
Yeah, but they
that,
killed him
oh,
though.
you stayed in power for too long.
The
So it
illusion
was
of
just a
freedom.
section. Yeah. So Libya, in terms of
Yeah, they killed him though. See,
Yeah, but
yeah,
a
but
it's
it
about
was
tribe
not
killed
them
him.
that killed him. It was people here.
minority tribe.
Taliban returned. Remember, Taliban also returned. See, the point I'm making is that if people feel it's not about whether they love the leader. If the people feel that what they have after these people take over is worse than what Assad represents, they start seeing Assad as, oh my God, that guy was actually good compared to these bastards that just took over. If that happens, they will crave for him to return.
If
I'm telling you.
If Assad should run out of Libya today,
Assad will never pull leg in Libya.
He's
in
not
Syria.
that stupid to even go to the country next door. He's
Fofana,
not
this is
going to
different.
do it. Those little freaking tribes
Not
are going to
likely, but
gang
it's
up.
not
You
impossible.
have no influence. You're not as powerful as before. Your mystique
Fofana,
is gone. If you
I
ever
think
come
I
back,
think
you're going
what
to die.
Papa does. Sorry, go on.
See, neighboring country will not even accept Assad. Actually, the only lifeline is Russia. Russia might just come in and pick
Of
him up
course,
and
neighboring
take him
countries
away
are
if
all
he's
Western
too bad.
stooges now. Most of the neighboring countries are
That's
Western.
not the reason. You can.
What is the reason?
They are not just. It just okay. It just like even Hamas were accepted in Qatar, right? They've been in Qatar for years, right? So Assad does not
Because
have
of the
that.
Palestinian
The
struggle.
only relationship I think Assad
Nah,
have
because
in
they're
Middle
both
East right
Shia.
now is the Iran. There are some politics there you will not understand, right? It's only Iran that might actually agree to.
But the rest are Western allies. Even Qatar is Western ally.
And that's the
Why would they
politics.
accept?
Part of
Why
the
would they allow
politics
Assad to
now.
come
Qatar is
there?
also
It's part of
Shia
the
majority.
politics. So don't forget, America. If for example, if he goes to Saudi Arabia, America are gonna tell Saudi and say, "Hey, that
Come
guy
pick
needs to
him
leave
up.
that country."
Come get him.
Yeah.
Do you get it? So these are the
You can go
politics.
to Russia. There are countries China will accept.
Iran would be the best bet for him, to be honest.
Iran too is another one.
Or
So
maybe Iraq.
you can see that
they
he has
don't-
options.
the
I don't
West
think he should allow
don't
himself to
have.
be kidnapped, just in case these guys are crazy. He should
People
not allow
said he
himself to be
left
kidnapped.
already, to be honest. But we will see. By next 3 days, we'll see where he is. He can come to Nigeria. It's okay. I can keep him there. You should just bring the dollars.
No, they're gonna
No
sell. They're
problem.
gonna sell them like they sold Charles Taylor.
I will just tell everybody to keep off.
No,
Keep
they'll
off.
sell them like Charles
Okay,
Taylor.
let's allow Femi to contribute. Femi, thank you for joining us. And Tony is there. People need to contribute. Okay, please go ahead, Femi. What do you make of this rapid advancement? Because it appears that they were prepped to do this. It's not by coincidence. Please go ahead.
So Jide and good evening, first of all, from my end. Jide and I speak the truth. I know your name has changed slightly now. You've highlighted a lot of what has been bugging me in my mind for weeks and months now. So I'll try not to even repeat it. You've both spoken well. I don't know if you're aware that Yomi Johnson. I don't know if anybody remembers Yomi Johnson, the guy that pulled the trigger. I mean, not pulled the trigger. The guy that was the head of
the rebel leader.
the rebel leader. Yeah, he passed today, right?
Prince Yomi Johnson.
Right. He passed today, right?
Oh, I didn't know.
He passed today. So something I was thinking of, and of course, all of this is all CIA, American orchestrated. All the things that you saw that happened, even as that when I'm going somewhere, please. All of what happened as a when Samuel Doe first got to power and they had to take him out. We all, except we're going to deceive ourselves. We know there's always American CIA influences involved. Now, I started this way because I was trying to put my thoughts together initially. I started this way because I remember I took a course, and I mentioned this before in the past. I took a course in it was like a side course here that had to do with American social history of America. And the lady that taught us, a very old lady, I don't know if that lady is still alive now. She's Jewish, but she erred on the side of being fair. You could just tell. And a lot of what she would tell us in terms of her opinion, it was an open class. The way you're allowed to be liberal enough to speak your mind in a class like that, not in Nigeria where you're arranged. She would say her own thoughts, but those thoughts usually would stay in the class. If she had to express them in the midst of a fellow, you know what I'm saying, in especially the likes of
big bang.
you don't want to know, Now, I'm going to link the beginning of what I said and what I just mentioned now about that lady with what's going in the Greater Arabia region. As a matter of fact, none of this is a surprise to me. Back in the days, in my teenage years, when I used to listen to a lot of Voice of America, you don't know what you don't know, and especially when it comes to the tint of programming, I didn't know any better. Because all I knew was the West was supposed to be heavenly. They were supposed to be in chat when it comes to being fair, being upright, being whatever word or term you want to bring up. They were supposed to be the harbingers of peace, of justice. Fast forward several years later, I know better. Now, Obama, who even I myself never realized, whether you say he was being used or he was also a progenitor of, there had always been a plan. And that's why when I listen to people I'm glad I eventually got to a point where I listened to the likes of John Mearsheimer. For anybody that knows him, I'm pretty sure as many.
Yeah, I've read his book. Very
Scott
intelligent.
Ritter. I kind of suspected, because part of what you were saying, I was going to ask you if you actually, I think you probably follow him a lot. And it's not just him, there's a lot of them. Scott Ritter and Larry Johnson and so many of them.
Noam Chomsky.
Noam Chomsky and even this Gideon Levin, the Jewish journalist in Israel, who does not care about the fact that he lives in. He tells us how it is without any sentiment. Now, the reason why I'm kind of laying this foundation is because we have seen this before. For anybody that's discerning, after all, even we in Nigeria and Africa, we're suffering the same fate. Even although part of it is also our problems, you can't just. But anyways, now, little did I know until a couple of months ago that there had actually always been a grand plan. And again, Jide, you already highlighted part of it. There had been a grand plan to put specific regimes, does it sound familiar, in place that will be puppets to the West, led by the US. These are the kind of things you would never hear. I don't care whether it's Fox News or CNN, because they like to. One of the things I later realized is that these people like to deceive us. There's an actual eternal involvement of even the military industrial complex when it comes to all these media people that make it look like one is really liberal and one is what's it called? Now, on one hand, I don't know if it was John Mearsheimer or Scott Ritter that I like. In fact, a couple of them highlighted the fact that it does not matter whether it's a liberal or a conservative that's in power.
Yeah.
There's this attitude that was devised by the likes of Henry Kissinger.
Femi, face forefathers. This thing you're saying, just face them, and continue, but face them.
Okay, so there's this attitude of realism that was espoused by the likes of Henry Kissinger. That makes it look like it is America interest above any other thing. They're not going to tell you like that. But for anybody that's discerning, all of what you're seeing play out, including even in Ukraine, in the whole idea of how, I know we like to run away from this thing because they sound kind of too controversial.
All of the world.
Right. Israel and all of what you see going on are orchestrated. They were planned. It's not by error. Now, when they took out Gaddafi into, was it 2011 or thereabouts?
Yeah,
What
2011.
all of what happened afterwards is what you see that's now coming down towards that came in the form of Boko Haram. Yes, we might have had our own incidences and what have you prior to then, but you see the fallout is playing out today. Same thing in all of what you see, even what led to the Iranian revolution. I did not realize that they were not. I don't necessarily think they were trying to even they were trying to go through that revolution, but some people just did not like the fact that of Western high-handedness and trying to impose the so-called Western way, the ideal that, oh, you have to do this. The moment you don't do what you don't kowtow to them, it's a problem. And that's the see. Let me just stop here because basically I just feel it's not something that we've not seen. It's a playbook, and what happens afterwards in Syria is only left to the imagination. We know what's going to happen. That place will never be.
Let me add something to it.
It's very sad.
What Femi said. I mean, this is just, if you follow the polity, the international polity, you will know this is very true, right? Like today, I think today, what Trump said, oh, America don't have interest in Syria, blah, blah, blah. And was just laughing. I said, look at this one. You want to deceive the world again. The truth is, he knows the interest, the plan America have in Syria. 100%. He's fully aware. But he's pretending like, oh, I don't care. We don't have interest there. That is one. The other thing, I have said it on this platform. If you follow what happened before the Russia invaded Ukraine, if you listen to President Biden, 2 months before that war, up to that war, all his statement, all his movement, all the antecedent, I told my friend, I said, no, this is a war, it's going to happen. He said, no, I said it's going to happen. The very last one he said, yes, Russia are going to attack. So in my own calculation, I'm looking at this thing. I said, America have nothing to lose in this war. If Russia refused to go to that war, America will benefit greatly. If they go, America will benefit greatly. Of course, Russia also calculated. They know what will happen. That was why the first month when they went to that war, American currency was crashing. But Russia currency was crashing. But Russia had a plan B. So even America were shocked how Russia were able to make changes and bounce back so easily. They were shocked. But their calculation is, you don't attack Ukraine, Ukraine join NATO, we sit in your backyard and do whatever we like. So I think this was their own calculation. So what Femi said is so true. This is just even common knowledge. Come on, like that is their policy. It doesn't matter who is there.
When I said face, sorry, I thought you were done. When I said face forefathers, it's an inside joke. So
I know.
I was trying to tell you to G got it to an AY. The forefathers believes that only the Democrats are always involved in wars, and we always try to tell them like it is just American policy. It doesn't matter who's in charge. They are for their own type of imperialism, which does not include them just in your face colonialism like the British or the French or the Germans did in Africa, but it's just more like they sponsor subservient groups to just destroy your country. Now, you mentioned Charles Taylor. Let me tell you guys an interesting thing about when you mentioned Yomi Johnson. Charles Taylor was wanted in Liberia. Okay, so Charles Taylor, Samuel Doe was looking for him on fraud charges. He fled to the United States. He was housed in a place called Plymouth County Correctional Facility. Now, that facility is one of the most secure correctional facilities in the United States. Well, the old one called Old Colony. That was where he was being housed pending extradition back to Liberia. Of course, we knew he wasn't going to get extradited because he came with a whole bunch of Liberia's GDP to the United States. You have the money, you can do whatever. Now, how is it that one day they said Charles Taylor excuse me, Charles Taylor went missing in one of the most secure facilities in the United States. He went missing, but if you ask the old warden, I think he's passed away now, when they had interviews with him, he said he insinuated that 2 men came, or 3 men, and let Charles Taylor out. In any event, Charles Taylor supposedly escaped from that facility. The next thing we heard, Charles Taylor, well, according to the archives, he's in Libya. From Libya, the next thing, Charles Taylor takes 200 men, he's in Guinea, and he goes through Syria, Leone, and the next thing, they start fighting, and he's on his way to Monrovia. Links up with Johnson, as you know, and then the Liberian Civil War goes crazy. I say all that to say, you're absolutely right. AY is absolutely right. Jide is absolutely right. Whenever we see a puppet moving, let's look for the strings, and I guarantee you the strings are always tied to the fingers of the United States or one of their Western allies. And this is a trick they've been perpetuating for decades all over the world. And until people have strong leaders that really want to fight for their country, it's going to continue.
But guess what?
Yeah.
Despite the fact that we analyze it well and there's a lot, like it's so sad what's going on, there's some good news. There's some good news. And the good news is that the hegemony is actually declining. And that's why they're making so many interesting moves right now. The hegemony is literally declining. So I'll give an example why it's declining. In the 1970s, Henry Kissinger did he made some of the most fascinating moves that probably changed the world, that probably a lot of us know, we probably are not aware of. So during that time, during this Cold War between the Soviet Union and the United States, China was also a communist country under Chairman Mao. So Henry Kissinger realized, he saw that there was a rift between the Soviet Union, which is modern-day Russia, and China. There was a rift between both sides. So you know what Henry Kissinger did? He had to go and toast China at that time, because just like the Soviet Union, China was under severe economic sanctions and blockade at that time. So they were contained, just like Soviet Union was contained. Henry Kissinger went to China to toast Chairman Mao and the diplomats in China that, look, this is what I want you to do for me. I want you to cut every economic, military, diplomatic ties with the Soviet Union. Cut ties with them, cut ties with them. There should be a split. You guys should not have anything together. And I promise you, I'll remove the economic sanctions that we are using currently against your country. We'll remove it. The economic blockade, we'll remove it. And we are going to invest in your country unconditionally. I'm not talking about the kind of investment that we have in Nigeria, not the IMF structure, not the IMF World Bank loans that we get. Like, I will pump money into your country unconditionally. You can develop your people. We are not going to disturb you. Do anything you like, but don't have anything with the Soviet Union. And he did that, and that worked perfectly. He said, no problem, I'm not going to do anything. And if you look at what happened with China, I'm not saying that was what led to the development of China. Of course, they had leadership, they had everything. But the point is, Henry Kissinger had a vision that the only way America can maintain its hegemony with the West is their potential or their adversaries, which is China, Russia, which was the Soviet Union at that time, and Iran. Iran had a revolution after, was that 3 of those countries must never come together. They must never come together. That if that happens, there could even be a potential third world war. They should never come together in any form, particularly militarily. That's the only way the US and its collective West can maintain their hegemony and their dominance with liberal democracy and capitalism throughout the world. And that them coming together will be a threat. But guess what? What we're having now is, since the Ukraine invasion by Russia, there have been a lot of geopolitical shifts. And what we never wanted is now happening. Russia and China now, they have strong economic and military ties. Iran now is not part of the party now. This is not what Henry Kissinger was looking forward to. And that is now changing. As a result of that, there's a geopolitical shift going on economically and politically all over the world. And now the reputation of the West is now getting to be in big jeopardy because of what's going on in Gaza. So despite all this gloomy analysis, I feel like there's a lot to be hopeful for. Or what do you guys think?
Let me just add something. This maligning statement that half of Turkey is in Europe said about me, that I said it's only Democrats that only want war. That is not true. I said Democrats are the ones that tend to orchestrate it. It doesn't mean that the Republicans don't go to war too. After all, they do. But if you look at the wars that started in the world, the vast majority of them that caused so much lives, it started by democratic regimes, and it's so stark. It should be random, but it's not. It's too stacked in their on their side. It's too much. It's like 1 to 10. That's a heavy amount. And these are the so-called peaceniks, the so-called left-leaning people that are supposed to be peaceful. They commit so much grave these atrocities when they are in office, and they start it. It's a democratic leader that used the nuclear weapons twice without thinking.
Forefathers, sorry, you know I don't like to interrupt, but I find it difficult to hear some things without interrupting. I will give you a charge now. I don't mean any disrespect. If you have time, if you have time, just go listen to the likes. Again, I'm giving specific names. The likes of John Meishama, Scott Ritter, Gideon Levy. I'm giving specific. There's a lot of them I can give to you, Larry Johnson and co. I'm saying this because I think it's the easy. That'll be the unraveling of the real America. You understand? These are all white people, not even blacks now, that are heavily. Some of these guys are former military operatives. Some of them work in the Pentagon, with the CIA, with several federal. These are not outsiders. These are people that fought presidents.
Because Ritter was a former CIA agent, and
you understand? So I said,
Maishama is a Jewish professor.
I know, Maishama.
Yeah,
I've had.
I said,
but let me ask this.
I'm sorry, AY, please. For that, I said to say that, sometimes it's better to listen. That's what I tell myself now. It's better to just listen. In fact, now I assume I don't even know anything. Forefathers, you know what? When they say there's principalities and powers in the Bible, America, are the leader of the principalities and powers. When you know what is really the truth about what's really going on that we do not know, trust me, we don't know anything. So don't make assumptions, though.
I'm not making an assumption. I'm calling.
I'm telling you this because,
let
me tell you something. I don't just live in America. I'm telling you now. This is what is happening. This is no speculation. Now, just to round up, so that other people can talk.
So what is happening now? That's not.
It doesn't matter. See, forget about them. That's what we call them Uni Party now. I didn't vote in the last election, for example. We call them the Uni Party. It doesn't matter. See, Donald Trump could easily be. You were not but a Democrat. Forget about all this.
Even if I agreed with what you are saying, I'm not disputing. I don't understand why people think I'm.
I'm just trying to let you know that. Forget about whether it's a Democrat.
The same party, but one party. See, hold on. Hold on.
Listen to me. No, Forefathers, please.
Why? You have been talking. You don't want me to say anything.
No, let me just land. The reason why I intervened is because you're still repeating the same thing I had tried to dissuade you from.
Oh my God!
That forget about whether it's to you, Democrats are more of the people that orchestrate. They are.
I'm not saying they are not the same. See, hold on.
Let me ask a question.
Okay, I rest my case.
Sorry,
no problem.
Hold on. Let me say my piece. See, why do people do this? It's like AY will say all politicians are the same. It's like saying all human beings are the same, but yet there are differences between human beings.
It's true now.
You see that. See, it depends on the level you are talking about. Okay, you see that. They won't let this go. See, there are different layers. You have to talk about the layers. I can understand. Okay, America generally are the same. They are expansionists. They want to rule the world, and they are principality. Yes, that is true. However, if you go below that, there is, how they have strikers and they have defenders. They have different groups in a football team. It's one team, but they have different. That's what the point I'm making. Democrats, the team they belong to, are the strikers. They are the strikers in that system. They
Let-
go out and they cause a lot of problems, and they pretend as if they are not. That is the one that drives me mad.
Let me ask you a question. Would it be okay for you to, for example, as you've admitted that there are other layers, so it's not just one size fits all, right?
Yeah.
So would it also be important to you to know that Democrats have ruled longer than Republicans? Would that matter?
It doesn't affect this number. I looked into that. The numbers blows it out of proportion.
So
That is the problem.
Okay, so if that doesn't matter, what about the fact that Democrats have ruled longer does not matter? All right, so what about the fact that the Democratic Party used to be the Republican Party and vice versa? So
Exactly.
Would that matter to you?
Yeah, that matters because this Democratic Party that we are talking about right now, because if you look at the back in history, they flipped. And even when they flipped, you can see the pattern still repeat itself. Because if you look at what's his name, Abraham Lincoln, that is supposed to be Republican at that time, he was more for the freedom of the slaves and all the rest of it. But Democrats were not for it.
You just contradict yourself.
Yeah, let me
I said
ask
they
you a
flipped.
question.
Yeah.
Historically, they flip. Okay, calm down now. Let them make their. Let's get to the bottom of what we are talking about.
That's all I'm going to tell you.
No, tell me what I contradicted myself on so that I can correct myself.
He just outsmarted you. I don't think he's so.
No, tell me now. I don't know.
All right, I'll not say anything.
Let me ask a question.
If you don't know, then you are just saying stuff for the sake of it.
Hold on, I need to ask a question. I want people to answer, right?
Before you go on there, why? Sorry. So, Femi, welcome to the club. So
You see all these other people. Make yourself feel good. You can't stand on your point.
I love this kind of panelists, right? So the question I want to ask, right? So all these guys that have worked with CIA, like how would ordinarily think America would not allow them to be putting that information out there like that, right? So is there any reason why they don't question them, like when they speaking about this stuff? The other thing is, the last time, right, there was a video, I don't know who was here, that Dr. Damages played about Jimmy Carter video when he was talking about what is happening in Gaza. He explained everything. He said he used to go there to monitor election, what the Palestinians are passing through. Then immediately after he finished talking, some ignorant people on this panel, they like, oh, this video was 5 years ago. I'm like, what are you talking about? I said, do you know who is talking? This is somebody with classified information. What do you want to hear again? It's not speaking because he's black or he's white, he's green, he's Arab. No, he's telling you the fact of the matter, right? So I'm actually like, I so much like how they are honest, brutally honest. We think we black, we are not even like that. What we discuss is either we are looking at our tribe, we are looking at religion, we are looking at it. We can't really hit something like you see a fact and say, this is what it is. I really appreciate them when they speak in this way, but I don't know. Do you think they ever question them why they have to be putting this vital information out there?
Because they understand that it's a way. Can I just respond to that? Because I too have to talk. Not only you,
no, it's not about talk. I wanted to say something specific too.
I think I've also wondered that before. I think that is a way of storing information because it's not all the time. Because they also know it's not going to affect the outcome of anything. They understand power. They understand where the power really lies. The type they don't like is when you reveal their operations in real time. What is happening right now?
Oh, yeah.
Direct one. That's one. That's why they went after WikiLeaks with a vengeance. And so that one disrupts their intelligence and all the stuff they are actually doing in real time.
Okay.
So they don't like that one.
So to just flatline your give a flatline answer to your question, when you are privy to certain security clearances, meaning you're privy to certain intelligence than the average person. For example, Scott Ritter, a former operative, say he was to write a book today and he was to quit the CIA tomorrow, the CIA would give a directive. There would be a timeline when he couldn't speak on certain issues.
Oh,
Then, if he was to speak, even speaking on camera like that, he would have to get a clearance, depending on the timeline. So if that timeline, the time bar as it passed, then he can talk. But also he knows not to say certain things. So if he was to speak on certain things, he would have to get permission from whatever agency he used to work with.
Okay, got it.
Also, Scott Reeder, I don't know if you were aware. I speak the truth. He was arrested.
He was attacked by FBI,
He was,
right?
was stopped at the airport on his way to Russia, I think, and back or thereabout. And he spoke extensively about this. And they've actually tried to harass him a couple of times too, and not just him. There's a lot of these guys like that. These guys are fearless. They don't care whether you kill them. They don't care.
Noam Chomsky has been threatened by several administrations for over how many years now?
But at the same time, believe it or not, they know when to draw the line. They know where not to cross.
Sure.
Also, I also think that they're also affected in a way by censorship. Like, for instance, if you know this guy, he's not even an American. He's not an American. He's a British, but he's more of a politician. George Galloway. I don't know if you guys know George Galloway.
Yeah, I know George Galloway.
Yeah, he has been fighting censorship. So some of them also fight censorship too. They don't allow a lot of their information to be spread out in the mainstream as much as possible. So there are all these algorithms where they control how they spread those
The thing about these people is that it's like the existence of gay marriage and all the rest of it. If they don't exist, then there is no freedom of speech, is it? They cannot openly admit, they say that there is actual freedom of speech. So you have to allow these people to do what they need to do, say what they need to say, without doing it to a point where they actually damage the interests of the United States. So it's a kind of way of promoting their system at the same time. So they always allow an element of these other people to exist. It's not because they cannot take them out if they want to take them out. If things get really serious, believe you me, they will remove them before you know it. Let's say something start happening, a war that England is involved in. Galloway, if he comes out and says one word, man, they will bury him at the deepest hole before he will come out again. Literally, they will take him away. Because look at what is happening now with this Ukraine war. Almost all Russian channels in the West are gone. All Russian channels gone. None of them are allowed to remain. And if you are associated with Russia alone, you are gone too. They will not let you stay. So you can see they are very, very strict when it comes. All this stuff they do, they have this paw. They make their paw seem like it's woolly and soft, but inside that is a claw that is out there. When they need to show it, they will show it. They don't waste time, and I've seen that multiple times. And besides, regarding the question about leaders returning, there are so many I can't even count. They were just listing them, and the reason why they return is because popular support at home, and when there is instability, like the way you see in Libya right now. And I think Assad should never let himself be captured. He should go away. If he has to go, he should go. Then if these rebel leaders don't do a good job, which is a good thing, then the country has insurance that, okay, he could return if the rebel leaders don't do a good job.
I was going to speak on what you said, but since you went back to those leaders returning, give us, because he wants to be a hothead. Let's put cold water on his head. So since you want to tell us there's tons of these leaders that face the
I can list them now. Let me list them now.
I was shocked to hear that myself. I was shocked.
I can list that now. I don't know why you are just shocked. Am I lying? Why do you act as if I'm lying?
In the annals of history,
return to let me read the ones that have returned now. Should I start reading them?
Okay, please.
Napoleon Bonaparte, number 1, Winston Churchill, number 2, Charles de Gaulle.
Hold up. Mike. Okay, so again, I'm gonna piggyback. I'm gonna say what Femi said, which I've said till I went hoarse with you, right? You gotta listen. So we're saying a similar situation like Assad is presently going through, and Syria. Napoleon might slide into that criteria, but what happened to Napoleon in the end? Winston Churchill definitely doesn't fall in that criteria.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
give us someone, preferably not when dinosaurs existed, give us someone in recent history that is facing what
Same
Assad is
situation. Same
Okay,
exact
similar,
situation.
very
now calm
similar,
down now. All these
and came back.
enemies of progress. So there is a Muqtakent of Turkey. He was overthrown as prime minister in 1990.
Similar situation. Similar situation.
Overthrown now. Military. Which one?
Similar
Military.
situation.
They are
No.
not exactly throwing flower at you now. What do you want me to say?
Sir. Sir.
Forefather, a coup is different
Thank
from
you.
the kind
Thank
of
you.
barbarity
Similar
we
situation.
are seeing in the Syrian civil war.
Okay,
You can't
so you are,
find it.
it's about the number of bloodshed. Is that what you are
Oh
saying?
my
Okay,
God.
let's keep going on now. Let's keep going
Forefathers,
on.
can
You
someone
won't
else tell
find
them?
it. You won't find it.
So let's say if Gaddafi returns, so that would be considered the same scenario.
Gaddafi, Saddam, Idi Amin, people. Well, maybe
The
not.
fundamental aspect of it is that when these leaders leave and they are still around, their people now crave them to return. That's why they bring them. But that's the point I'm making.
Forefathers,
I don't think it
Like-
matters
like
the
who?
circumstances.
The key phrase was similar situation.
I don't think it matters the circumstances.
It
It's
does.
a matter of
It does. It does.
See, okay, look at what they said. Look at what they said. The themes don't matter. They don't say, oh, because it's what they say. The themes that results in this type of stuff happening. If those leaders become
You'll be an
popular,
amazing politician if you're in Nigeria. That's what I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, definitely.
why do you do that? It's like you just start calling names and making stuff. I'm going with data. I'm not. This is not my opinion.
He's the chairman of APC. You don't like it?
I don't know why you guys do that. If somebody is telling you, you have to look at the fundamentals.
Forefathers, you're confusing me.
Whenever
You
I
are
try to
confusing
present an
me.
argument,
You're
whenever I try
confusing
to present an argument,
Forefather.
you say it's not exactly the
Forefather.
same. It has to be exactly the same.
Forefather.
Before
Forefather,
it's true.
in the recent time, right? The former president of Afghanistan, I wish he can return. If what was it called? Assad.
Samuel
Taliban
Doe would
returned.
have been a
Taliban
good
returned.
example.
Taliban not
Hold
returned.
on. Taliban. What are you talking about?
Taliban didn't go
were
anywhere.
in Afghanistan. They never left.
They didn't
Yeah,
go
but they were
anywhere.
removed from office.
By the
Yeah,
West.
they were in the country fighting.
They were in the country.
The supporters, Assad supporters could still be in the country. It doesn't matter. I don't know why you people think that just because he's dethroned, then it makes all the difference.
Honestly,
you people want to make it exactly the same, but you know it's impossible for it to be exactly the same.
Okay, list the names.
How many nations are like that?
Okay, we give you.
Even the one that even the one we had the military overthrow, you say it's not the same.
The only person I thought Forefather can even say is maybe he's gonna say, "Oh, my dog returned after he left."
Maybe
what are you talking about?
If you had mentioned John Petron Aristide, I might have been like, okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not the one. I'm not going with my own opinion. I'm looking for data. I'm not going with my own opinion.
We're waiting for the data, Forefathers. We're still waiting.
I gave you a few already. Even the one that
where are the few?
See, Boris Yeltsin, even the one that were removed by military, you don't even like it. It's like, what do you want me to do?
No, Boris Yeltsin.
No, right.
Hold on now. Why do you guys do this?
You're correct. No problem.
Let me see. Okay, some of them resigned.
Forefather, the only way Assad can return to the country, yeah, if the opposition are able to take over, except there is a force to bring down the government, say, "Oh, Assad, go back to the country and be the president."
That's the only way. My fear is even that the chaos. You know, there's going to be even more chaos, which is the hope I plan. It's only going to get worse.
He can't go back. Who in their right mind will go back to that? Now
go
your
back
enemies
to
are
where?
stronger. Are you
It's
serious?
like
You kicked me out of this place.
What I even saw online is that I think he's trying to do a backdoor negotiation with the US and Russia.
That is what I think that's what Erdogan said to him. He said negotiate.
You gotta negotiate.
That's the only way. I don't think anybody can help him at this point. It's too bad.
I speak the truth. You know what baffles me? The fact that even Putin feels betrayed by Erdogan. You know,
it's too intricate. It's too
the opposition will never allow you
that Erdogan is correct. Why you that man?
I speak about it, but as for father, I always speak about Erdogan. Erdogan politics very dangerous.
Dangerous.
Were you looking for all the political leader, Erdogan. That's why the country are voting him now.
Would you be
Because if he
surprised?
leaves,
Would you be
they will not have
surprised
that power.
if the US orchestrates him being removed after all of this? I would not be
They've
surprised.
been trying.
See,
They've been
They've
trying.
been trying.
See,
They just
even
can't
him
do
is
it.
a bad guy.
He's a bad guy.
So that's the politics I expect even African leaders to play. Erdogan will play game with America, we play with Russia, we
Get their
play
money.
with China, we play with Saudi. When you hear him making noise, he's looking for something.
Yeah.
He doesn't work for free. Once you saw, hold on, you saw what he did when Sweden and Norway wanted to join NATO?
Yes, yes, I remember.
Single-handedly, he was telling them,
You nailed it to the floor.
you cannot join, except you have to fulfill this condition, otherwise you are not joining NATO. They allow him, they give him a pass. They allow him, they gave him what he wanted. That was how they were able to join NATO. Erdogan don't play. He does not play
He has
around
no
like
friends.
JP
He has no friends.
Yeah?
He has no permanent friends.
Honestly,
no
let me give you another
Let me
one.
tell you, sorry, Fofana.
You guys ask for answers now. I want to be hearing answers.
Hold on, Fofana, please. We are
You guys are
serious.
okay. Don't
Let
worry.
me
I
tell
will beat
let
you guys
me tell you
today.
the other point.
Mhm.
Follow up when the Saudi government, when they kill that journalist in Turkey.
Khashoggi.
You know what, Khashoggi, you know where to go. The Erdogan gave them pressure. You would think he's interested in the case. No,
Don't
he's
care.
interested in deals. After
Money.
they settle everything, Erdogan just look away. The last one, he went during the courts when they were disturbing Erdogan. He went into deal with the President Trump. President Trump withdrew American military for 2 weeks. Erdogan went into that region, cleaned it up. That was the best deal I've seen. If you follow Erdogan, you will laugh. You will just be laughing. That guy,
that man is an
what he
hypocrite.
did was
man.
logical.
That man is
I
an
don't-
hypocrite. Remember that, like before
Big
this current
hypocrite.
event, he had been talking about, this genocide in Gaza, like, we even send troops to go and support Hamas. Everything at the back door, he's supplying oil and gas to Israel.
Yeah.
Letting weapons come through.
Nobody. To be fair, I don't see his actions as mysterious. I see it as somebody that is.
You don't know
trying to
that. You
do
don't
it.
know that.
No, I'm seeing that as somebody that is trying to protect the interests of his country. He doesn't
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the way
okay,
the
yeah,
Basque
yeah. No, you're
run
right.
riots and all the rest of it. But the point is that okay, you want me to name this thing? They did list. Okay, come on, man. You don't want me to list. I don't know.
let's see your
You ask for answer. I've been a good student. I've been a good student. I'm trying to give you answer, and you are fighting me for it too. What do you want from me?
Are you back from ChatGPT and Google? Oh yeah.
Yes. Now I have to. Now, what do you want me to do? Not provide you answers. You want me to leave you people with this wrong impression that leaders
Okay,
never respond?
we're listening. Yeah.
What do you want me? I want to help you people so that you enrich your knowledge.
Help us to confuse us.
Okay. So Aristide was also listed, and Milton Obote was also listed as the leader that returned after they removed him through military.
Okay,
and
but what happened? Wait, hold on. So what happened to
there are
Obote?
quite many.
Wait. I understand. But what happened to Obote when he returned to Uganda?
In Uganda?
Yeah,
Yes.
what happened to him?
I don't know what happened to him.
Idi Amin ate him for lunch.
Yeah, but it was Idi Amin removed. Hold on. Let me see what you said. Let me just check it. Let me see. No, you are distracting. You are distracting for the original point.
No.
Hold on. Let me talk. See, the point was that whether leaders can return after they have been deposed.
Not just they can return. If they return, what will be the consequence?
Okay, whether they will ever survive.
So,
but the important thing that they can return. That's my point anyway. I don't care whether they can be killed or not.
Let me counter something. Remember, I mentioned. Thank God I was the one that mentioned John Bertrand Aristide. I gave you his full names.
Yes,
he speaks about 7 or so languages.
Did.
Right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to counter what you said.
Okay.
Clinton, Bill Clinton, was in power at the time. They were the ones that orchestrated moving him out. Right. They brought him back, took him out again. So
Mhm.
that
Okay.
totally just
That's
even
it
nullifies what
now.
you even
That's
saying.
Okay,
it,
good,
right?
good, good.
That's
But I'm
it.
not even read the whole
Yeah,
list.
I'm trying to pick holes in
Eh?
everything you're
It
saying.
show,
But continue.
you see, but you see, that seems to be a pattern here. When you hear another, it's not exactly the same. Or this one is
Yeah, but
slightly
because,
different.
It's not.
because Fafa,
It's
we're
not.
But the point
saying
is that they can't return.
no,
Hold
Fafa.
on, let me
Okay,
carry on.
Fafa. This is
Sir,
what you said.
America
This
took
is
You see, they
John
won't even let
Dictionary
me
stood
read.
out and
Eh?
brought him back
Maybe
and
you
came
should
out
hear the
again.
answer first before you start
Fafa. This is
complaining.
what you
Because
said. You
when the list
said
becomes so long, it shows you that historically this is possible to happen.
no. Listen, now
Fathers,
you're
I work for
contradicting
you.
yourself
Okay, now
because
you
you're
won't let me even finish the
you know
list.
you'll read the list because we all know it doesn't exist. But this is what we're saying. If
That's why I don't want you to read it. Eh?
no, you'll read it. You're reading it
Mm.
already. You've given us like 7 that it contradicts what you're saying. This is the point. Can the leaders return? If they return, what happens? Will the people allow them to stay? Which is your point. The people will call them back and say, this new government that kicked you out, they've effed up. Please, glorious leader, come back. But the people you're reading you're giving us got either ousted again or got murdered by their own people, which is our point, saying if Assad should leave, it'll be foolish of him to come back because he's going to meet the same fate. But your position was that the people are going to beg for him to come back when these rebels mess the country up, and he'll come back. And there'll be roses on the streets, on the cobblestones, and he can live and rule happily ever after. And the rest of us are saying, "Stop dreaming, forefathers. It's not going to happen."
You know, their eventual loss of life may be as a result of an unstable nation. It doesn't mean that their return is just like a bad thing for them to do. But the point I was trying to make, let me read. There's Marcos, what's his name? Ferdinand Marcos, senior that left. And he's by the time they came back to the country, his family members came and took over again.
Isabel, and what happened to them?
Marcos, what happened to them?
What happened to Isabel Marcos?
What does it? Why do you keep saying what happens to them? All leaders, most leaders lose power anyway. If you look at it, the ones that return, it doesn't mean that they are all doomed to be.
Forefathers, do you know the real story behind what you just mentioned now? The Marcoses.
Forefathers.
Do you actually know the real story? I want you to go do your research and come back.
What is the real story? I don't know.
I want you to go find out. You're reading the names, go find out.
You know, I try to share information. You guys try to tell me.
You're not sharing no information. I'm sorry. You're not.
No, I'm sharing information. You see, what
No,
you are
you're not.
doing is you
No,
change
you're
the
not.
goalpost now to say what happens to them after this thing. After
Forefathers,
That was how we started.
I don't care about how, but my point was not about what happens to them after they return.
No,
I'm
your
saying
point-
that they came back to rule, and maybe they did something better for the country. Then the country was able to transition to some other
Not
leader.
true.
Yeah,
Not
your
true.
point
None of
actually
what you
was-
mentioned is
Okay. Are you telling me that after they returned, the country still went into chaos?
Yes, sir.
All of them.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Everybody you
All of
named,
them.
yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And there's a
now
context behind it
let
as
me
well.
see that. Let me check it. No, I will check it now. No, because what you are saying here doesn't necessarily.
You want to check that charge?
You are googling, but me, I'm telling you. That's why I went to
Yes.
go read about what really the context.
With the Philippines, like
The
Of course, the one of Hugo Chavez, you're not going to accept it because that one is not a big one that you will say is acceptable.
That was a puppet as well.
Because Taliban is in the
That was
country, you're
actually
not going to
that was
accept
actually
it.
a puppet as well.
Yeah, but Taliban was removed from office, but people would say that's not
They were
acceptable
not
because they are in the country.
They were not
They were removed from office.
They were not
it
removed.
is very
So
hard.
Taliban was not removed from office.
They were
They were
not.
governing the country
In
still.
reality, they were not.
In reality,
Oh
no.
my God!
Because
Oh my God! There's no standard people will ever accept. At this rate, there's no standard.
How about if I
You will
tell
never
you this?
You will never accept
How about
anything.
if I tell you this? Since the Vietnam War, which unfortunately
check
the Americans
Afghanistan.
were
Who ruled
disgraced out of,
Afghanistan?
what war or what situation have you seen America start that has
Win.
seen the light of day?
None.
None.
They don't win wars. They just abandon
Don't be
and run
do not be
away.
fooled by all these things you're reading
Actually,
now.
they
I
win.
leave.
I like to think that they win the wars.
Where? How?
They just pretend as if they lose.
They
Okay,
just
mention one. You want
abandon
to
it.
start again? Mention
They go
one.
and destroy and
Mention
at the
one.
end of the
The
day,
objective was met. The objective that they went there for was met.
They made things worse than when it started. Go check it out.
But that is the point.
What objective?
What
They were
point?
supposed to give.
What you are seeing is the point.
Libya was supposed to have democracy. Iraq was supposed to have democracy. What happened in Libya? Well, Nigerians.
Who says they were supposed to have democracy?
Yeah, so Nigerians and other Yes, of course. What, communism? No, democracy. So what happened in
You are thinking
Libya?
that that's the objective. There are two.
Well,
That's the
that was the
American
objective
objective.
they told us.
That's what they
That was
told
what,
us.
But that is
except
not their. You are the one buying it. But
Okay.
for the
okay.
people that are
So
making
since
decisions, people that
Fofana,
has the kind of
please,
head
I'm
that
going to
I
give you.
do,
You have
they
something
don't
that
care
sounds
about
stupid.
those things. You
So
are
go and
thinking
read
about
about
those things
American
as if
realism.
they care about it. They don't care about those things.
So,
Oh,
Father,
okay.
since you are the CIA director or the Pentagon director, tell us what the objective was when they
See,
went into
this is
Libya.
why you can say whatever you like about Israelis. They understand these things more
No,
than most.
Father, let's not.
See, let me tell you the reason why.
Fofana,
Let
don't
me
go
see.
there. Don't go
You know
there.
what?
Don't
Hold
go
on now.
there
Let
at
me say something
all.
now. You see,
Forget that one.
baby, you come for trouble
No,
today. I'll
Fofana,
give
don't
you
go there.
trouble.
Don't
I'll
think,
give you
you know what
trouble.
it is? Teacher, don't teach
Eh?
you nonsense. Don't even go there
Okay,
at all.
okay. See.
Don't go
Let me
there.
say something. You know one thing Netanyahu always says. He says, or even Perez
The
of
Netanyahu that
Israel.
gave rise to
Um,
Hamas
um,
is that the person you're trying to pity
Shimon
about?
Peres,
Oh,
the
man,
former
don't go
prime
there.
minister of Israel, he said that when they said they lost the war in Libya, in Lebanon, I think 2005 war or something or six, that they lost it.
2006.
2006 war that they lost it to Lebanon. He says, no, we didn't lost it. He gave us 18 years of peace. Now we're going back again. See, these people know. You think what you consider a loss is a gain for a period of time. 20 years, America control Afghanistan, that space. That's all they wanted. They didn't want any more
They
than
actually
that.
never controlled Afghanistan. They never did.
You would believe that.
They never
People
did.
that think the way I do,
America, I don't know
think
where
like
you're
that.
getting your news from, or father. But where me I'm
Okay,
getting
they
my news
didn't.
from.
They didn't. They were just
ChatGPT.
they were going sightseeing.
We don't get
You
it.
know, okay.
don't get
You know
our
what? I'm
news
going to say
from-
something about ChatGPT. There's something anti-intellectual about Nigerians. I have
Oh,
to say.
wow.
Oh,
Yes,
you
there's something
ChatGPT.
about
Okay, you
intellectual
want to
about
go to my territory? Oh, yeah,
No,
go ahead.
I'm going to say that because I think
Okay.
this idea that you Google stuff, you use ChatGPT is wrong.
Okay, you don't.
Who
Can I give?
who
Let
does
me
that?
respond, please. I beg you.
No,
You know
let me
about
finish what I'm
you
saying.
know
I've
about
not
the
finished what
idea
I'm
behind
saying.
ChatGPT. You know, these things are not new.
You can't just interrupt me. Let me say what I need to say.
Okay.
See, the idea is that if you are trying to use the most this advanced tool in learning, our own people say, "Oh, look at him, he's using ChatGPT. Oh, you shouldn't be using it. How disgusting!" Why?
I use ChatGPT too.
Yes,
You gotta
but
know how
why
to
are
use
they
it, but
using it
don't
as
abuse
a
it.
pejorative term?
Papa,
They're
I think
using it as
you're
a
abusing
pejorative term to say that using
Can
it
I respond to
is
what
wrong.
you just said? Because you're now going to my territory. Go.
Okay, your
This
territory.
one,
Finish him, Femi, finish him.
when it comes to anything,
Okay.
search engines, and have you heard of search engine or optimization? Do you know the idea behind all those things? First of all, remember you're not the one that created this thing. You didn't invent it. First of all.
Someone did.
Second of all, there's always a bias when it
Yes.
comes to things like let me even focus on ChatGPT. Do you realize that you have as many wrong things coming out of being spewed from the likes of ChatGPT and what have you, as you can get wrong?
Wikipedia, all of them.
As a matter of fact, if you don't have your foundation right and you just
gotta-
type ChatGPT, see, let me tell you something you probably don't realize. You can ask ChatGPT, what is your name? Ask ChatGPT 2 minutes later, what is your name? It will give you two different answers.
To give you different. Oh yeah.
I understand what you mean by
go
that.
there.
No, I understand what you mean by that.
Forefather, can you not just put it out there? Please, I think for the public, right? What Femi is saying, right? ChatGPT is very helpful, it's very good, but you have to know what you are doing. You have to understand what you're dealing with before you will accept the answer from there. Even if you want to use it for say to correct like thesis, for example, you can use it, but if you have to know how to use it. If you just rely on that information, just put it there, like put it there, bring it out. You're not gonna get what you want. You gotta
In fact, why? I'll also help you further by giving this information. In colleges right now, they don't mind you using it, but you better be careful to add the fact that you better acknowledge the fact that you used it. That gets people in trouble as well, based on certain information that's wrong that it spews out. So don't go there. That's my take.
What do you mean don't go there? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. You know, we did
Are
this the other time.
you going to enter my keyboard? You can say that all you want. See, let me say something. I think sometimes we act as if we We don't have our own agency. We don't have questions. You see, when I use information, try to get information from ChatGPT, it's often on the subject matter that I already have an idea about. Like if I want to find out, okay, who was the president of Nigeria? What was the specific name of it? You go and ask. If it goes and gives you Adolf Hitler, you will know he's not Nigerian president.
Well, but for
So,
fathers, for
and
Where you come across?
for
See.
short answers like that, it might be valuable. For things that require an historical context or a background for people to actually understand. Like, for example, G-Day started talking about October 7th. This is where he started, which most of us, even those of us that rely on chat GTP, like some people, you know, would understand. I don't know. I don't use it. I don't use it.
Yeah, you
So
can't even say it.
no,
You
I
just,
don't use it. I read it, right? So G-Day, no, jokes apart now. G-Day started off from October 7th, right? And then Femi went a little back. AY went even a little back for us to understand. So for things like that, I think Chat GPT might not be the best thing you want to rely on. Yeah, exactly.
You guys are anti-intellectual, man. This is crazy. Like, this is dangerous game you guys are playing. Actually, hold on. This is quite dangerous stuff we are doing here. What we are doing is trying to shame people for using the latest technology.
No, not true.
No. Let me finish, please. See, this is why is this dangerous? Is that you are a kind of, you know how in the West they have this thing where they were making people feel ashamed for doing technical stuff, maths and all the rest, and societally became acceptable to just be all like a guy but not care about technical stuff. Yeah, China has run away with it now. So I think there's an element of this anti-intellectual thing that we are doing, or don't use technology, go and read book, as if that same technology, that book you're going to read, that technology is going to read it and summarize it for you so you don't waste time with it. What is the point? You go and read story, you go and read the whole story, the facts in the story. If you want to dispute it, give me one book and let's test ChatGPT right now. There is anything you're going to come up with a book. Hold on now.
There's something I noticed. There's something I noticed, and I know it's not just me. There's something I noticed that you do a lot.
Okay.
You always take, when people push back at you, you always take the narrative and, circumvent
model it up.
Nobody said not that you should not use. It's supposed to be an aid, a very good one at that. Now I'll give you a quick context and I'll shut up.
Then what is all this argument all about then?
If
it was just supposed to be an aid, this is not what I was using as. What is all the argument all about?
Okay, let me just say
let him finish now.
Today, I didn't mean to say this, but let me just use it as a real life situation. I recertified on I'm AWS certified, right? Because I'm into multi-cloud and anyway, but that's on the side. Now, one thing I noticed, it's not that I don't use it. It helps me with some quick things, just like I speak the truth. In fact, sometimes I want the context, a certain context, so I type in certain things I want. Now, there was a day I was trying to and I wanted to play with there's this guy that's well known in the networking community, David Bombal. He's a British. He spoke about how whenever you want to configure, for example, like a router or a switch, you type in, there's this thing we call convt, like when you're trying to initially configure those kind of stuffs. If you don't know what you're doing, assuming that you just feel ChatGPT has all the answers, or because the computer is good, if you don't know what you're doing and you go try using whatever on a production environment, you will blow up the entire company. So
no, I agree with you on that. You don't use it for like hardware stuff.
No, you can't. No, it's not like you can't. You can. Yes, you can. It's just that you better know it's an aid. So nobody is saying that it's bad or anything. That's what I do not like.
Okay, you are not saying it, but there are others that are saying that it's a bad idea.
Nobody says so here.
No, nobody said that.
Then what is the argument about then?
That there's context, but like history, I think.
Oh, when it gives you answer you don't like ChatGPT anymore. Is that it?
No. So
I don't know what the argument is about then.
Someone like Femi will have a problem with with rhetoric like yours, and even someone like Gideon, of course, you know my position, right? So they might have problems with it because you seem to make it very simplistic. And people that are more versed in history, that have taken their time, more than likely have been reading and studying since they were children, will look at it like it'll be like a 2-year science student arguing with a scientist that has 40 years experience. Like you've admittedly said, to be fair to forefathers, you said you really weren't interested in these topics until like a few years ago. So you listen to someone like Femi, he's not going to the computer checking it. He's spewing all of this off of memory. So you know this is someone that has been doing this forever. So when you say certain things, it's like, what the hell is this guy talking about? And then you insist on it. I think it is, you know.
I think
the
sometimes you are
result is what it
deliberately
is.
See, let me
misrepresenting my
say this.
position.
For
Don't
that,
interrupt me, please. Don't do that. See, I think sometimes you are deliberately misrepresenting my position.
Huh.
You said that I said I don't know anything about these things just till 2 years ago.
No. I didn't say. I didn't. You know. I said you admittedly told us that you weren't interested in politics until about
In
2
the
years ago.
Nigerian space.
The
For
Nigerian.
let me
Okay,
say
okay.
this.
All
For
right.
You
just
see, you have to
fair enough.
qualify it in the Nigerian space.
Fair
I
enough,
know
fair
about
enough.
politics. Why do you think I know all the politicians in mostly
No,
quite a
Fofana,
lot of
hold on.
politicians in the West and the UK and all of them?
Let me say this about Fofana, right? Actually, Fofana is somebody that like to learn. Even things he does not know, right? That's why he's always looking for any avenue to learn stuff. Even if he knows you know something, he's gonna listen. He's gonna try to grab all the information. I think Fofana has benefited a lot on this platform, especially when it comes to Nigerian politics. He's always ready to listen. It's a good thing. It's a very good. Actually, I'm like that. Actually, if I see a piece of paper now, there is something to grab from it. I'll pay attention.
You got to read.
Yeah, even on this platform, I've
Continuously.
listened to a lot
Tell
of
that
people.
to Femi now. There are things that I know.
Yeah,
It all.
I mean, even
Eh?
Femi, Gide, like if I speak the truth, almost everybody here, is something I've learned from them. To be honest, that's why I do come
Femi, is
around.
there anything? See, I think the discussion was null and void then because I was using the same source to share information, and because you all agree that okay, it's a valuable tool to have. I actually believe that is the future, and in the future, people have to become a kind of spell casters. That's the term I used. If you don't know how to, if you don't learn how to cast the spell on a kind of this in AI, you won't be able to get the answer you want because you need to know how to
that's the thing.
ask
So like,
questions.
These
I feel
guys were
like
wrong.
just
These guys were wrong about Chat GPT between. That's why I got on the panel.
Yeah,
They were
don't
wrong
mind them.
about that.
here.
Don't mind them. Some people. It turns out that they are not against ChatGPT. They are
They're
actually saying
100%
it's not a
wrong.
point.
They're 100% wrong about Chat GPT. There are two versions. There's one you pay money for. None of them have it.
So
I
four
have
five
a,
is so no, you gotta blame 4-5 for that.
Yeah,
because he's the one that uses
we
the
are
free
here,
one.
man.
Look at that.
We
You see that.
outside.
You see that. All this,
I have
see,
paid.
ChatGPT has written codes that work. People use it to build
ChatGPT
apps.
is 100%
This
spot on.
are not precise, and you just think it's useless. But they have AIs that can challenge human beings at specific tasks, and they defeat human beings. Human beings that have decades of experience at it. I would think these things are just child play too. Soon they will soon have general intelligence AI. If that happens, that AI will be more intelligent than almost any single person. That is ridiculous.
Okay,
That's dangerous.
Fofana, hold on. We need to put the right information. I want a secretary to speak on. See, like I have a friend. He is a software engineer. He does 2 jobs. One of the reasons he's able to do those jobs because of ChatGPT. He uses ChatGPT because he understands what he's doing, right? When he put a code there, like try to, he know when he bring it out, he know what to do. We are not saying ChatGPT is very, very useful, but don't abuse it. Like, for example, you want to, like my friend just finished a PhD, for example. I explained to him how he can use ChatGPT. So when he run his thesis through the machine, they're not gonna discover plagiarism. If it is your original work, let's say a paragraph, after writing it, you put it there to just like rephrase the sentence structure, that's okay. That's still your original work. But for example, let's say I want to write an article, an article or something. I will just put it there. ChatGPT.
Or forefathers want to write a letter to his
ChatGPT will
girlfriend.
give you an article. It's plagiarized. You can't do that. When you take it out, it's not your work. So that's a problem already. But you
But that's
can
not the
read it
point.
to understand what is not true. Please
That's not the
explain.
point. Like
Is that
you
not
used,
the point?
if you
We're explaining. That's what we are
like
discussing.
I have a coworker studying engineering, right? They use ChatGPT for their work. You know what I'm saying? They use advanced
What do you mean? What?
ChatGPT, the one you pay money for. Like you could, if you have like, let's say, if you
What
have
does
a
he use it
differential
for?
equation,
What does he use it for? Which engineer? What
I
field
use
in
the advanced one too as well, by the way.
Please, Femi, hold on.
mechanical engineer.
Eccentric.
Yeah,
Engineer?
he's a mech. Yeah, he's a mechanical engineering
What does he use it for though?
for research.
That's okay. That's your research. Research, you are not submitting it to anybody. It's just for work, right? It's just for you
You
to
can do a lot of stuff with ChatGPT, man. I'm telling you,
We
you can do a lot.
know.
He's not
Keep in mind,
disputing that.
keep in mind, a lot of these things are still being trained, and nobody has mentioned that it's not useful. What we've said is that
But
you
you know,
better know what you're doing.
this is the current one. This
Basically, there are
current
ethics
ChatGPT
to
4
using it.
is
Like
way too
I
advanced.
use it. See, let me tell you, eccentric. I use this thing, so it's nothing foreign to me. It's something I use every day in my job. I know what I'm talking about.
I think Femi is right to say that. I think Femi is right to say that sometimes you also need to have an idea of what you are talking about. You have to have an idea because sometimes ChatGPT can reach, especially for questions that need it to reach its own conclusion. It can read the wrong conclusion based on the data it is using. But sometimes when you question it that, okay, but this information was there, you say, oh yeah, you are correct for doing that. Then it will get it right again. So you have to have an idea. You can't just be dumb and just go and ask.
In fact, forefathers, let me also mention something at my job. For some reason, our security engineering team, and I know this, I've asked from other people in other, at least big companies, for example, there's certain parts they don't want to use it, otherwise you'll be training their models for them. I'll keep you there.
Yeah. Training models, the models can be biased. That's true.
No,
But
they
don't hide it.
The information that ChatGPT uses are the information that you're going to use when you do your research. If you like doing PhD research, all the resources that you're going to rely on, ChatGPT already has access to them. You know what I mean? It has access to them.
It doesn't have everything.
No.
It doesn't have everything. Don't not get it twisted.
It doesn't have everything. Like, what does it have? I mean, it cannot.
No.
There are some things that it can do, like some differential equation math, some advanced mathematics that it cannot do.
Also,
you know what I mean? Because it hasn't gone into that. It's not analytical to that point.
Things are always changing, and sometimes it's behind as well. That's why, like I said, in my I'm telling you my own lived experience. There's certain things you're not even allowed to do by our own training because they don't want you using our information to train their model.
Did you hear about the guy that worked with a Google?
The one that left?
I think Google, the ethics guy that claimed that the AI was sentient. You know what I mean? Like you can look it up with
the one that left.
I know about that. Many of them are very concerned about
that's how advanced the AIs are. Like these things are pretty advanced.
We're not even. It's not even. That's not what is in dispute, eccentric. What I'm saying is that you better know what you're doing.
But with all due respect, and I'm gonna go to 4-5 again, and I promise I'm not trying to insult you, but 4-5 what he's doing is basically what the world is coming to. The world is starting to have a very short attention span. If you notice, you get what I'm saying? Like, they'd rather just find the answer now, listen to the music now, consume that media play now, and forget about it tomorrow. No more longevity. That's why you see, for example, in the music industry, there's a recycling of artists quick. We hear a song today, we don't know the artist tomorrow. So people are having a problem sitting down. Why should I read a book when I can just put it in Chat GPT and get the answer now and just come on Dr. Damage's show and bamboozle everybody. That I'll ever stop.
It was like that before. Now, before you had to go to the shops to buy books. Now you go online, you type Google, you find. When Google came out the first time, people were like that. Now, people before, when you used to go and look for destinations that you are traveling to, you have to buy a map, you check it. But now you put your phone. Things change all the time. You don't say, okay, this guy that's using this mobile map. Oh, it's a shame. How dare you? You should go and use the book.
No, but we're saying like things that require some sort of analytical skill or context. Thank you. Thinking.
They can do it.
Context
That
behind it.
The way I actually
all these things need thinking to an extent.
But you know what's also instructive though? If you don't mind me saying this again, what's also instructive is that I told someone, I'm like, one thing people are not paying attention to is that people are like, oh, it's going to take jobs. Yes, it's going to take jobs. Remember, there used to be a time when we had people, ladies that were referred to as secretaries. Now we refer to them as they're the modern day admins. The same way you begin to have shortages of, they call them the AI architects or engineers. There's actually a lot of jobs is spewing up as well. This is just to tell you, Eccentric, that as much as, yes, a lot of things are going to change, just as there have been all kind of changes through the technology life cycle, there's still going to be need for human involvement. We don't know. We don't know right now.
Well,
yes, there's just going to be.
Okay. Check this out. Here's my prognosis of the future. Right, there will be no job for humans to do. Like the problem is we cannot. Listen.
It's not correct.
We don't think of the future. We don't think of the future without the model that we have right now, right? You know what I'm saying? We don't think of the paradigm shift as, we don't think of a future where humans don't actually work, and like we think we are destined. This is like our destiny to wake up in the morning and go to work. Like there's going to be a time in the future where we will not work. Our curriculum
job will be reduced. Yeah,
it will not reduce. I didn't say reduce. I said completely. Like which profession do you think? Which profession do you think is safe from AI? Like,
I have a kickback to that. Through the centuries, through the decades, through the years, there are things that happened 2,000 years ago. If people that lived then were to come back alive now, they would not recognize this world as we know it right now. So we don't know. That's a blanket statement. There's
I've wondered this question before. I think it's a fair point he's raising, and it's a fair point you are making. I've wondered this question.
Right? There will be a lot of change of titles.
Let Forefather finish his thought.
Don't mind it. This guy, this Boko Haram, he's been doing this lately. That's a good one. So, like, I wondered this because Eccentric, the point Eccentric is making and the point Femi is making is, I think there's always this, I feel like we can't precisely be able to predict it because there is likely to be a chance that the vision that Eccentric is worried about is not going to come to fruition if society's progress expands exponentially in such a way that even if it gets rid of these jobs, the scope of human development will be so great that human beings will be even scarce on the ground. Even if you have robots all over the place, human beings will be so scarce on the ground that you still need people to man all these things to deal with.
Or it might become very dangerous.
Or there will be a bottleneck. My fear is that there will be a bottleneck of human progress and population decline it will result in a situation whereby
we become
some of these elites, these elites feel like they don't need us anymore. And then you have this division that.
Forefather, good point. Forefather, are you following up what is going on in South Korea, some of these countries, as regard population decline?
Don't go to South Korea yet. Hold on.
Even the United States.
Don't go to South Korea yet.
Going on, Forefather, you
don't go to South Korea. Just hold on. Let's stay on the AI thing for a minute. Let's stay on AI thing for a minute.
Talk more about that tomorrow when we do Philosophy Sunday. That's when some of these topics we'll deal with more of them.
Because we're listening to you.
So if you look at evolution of biological life form, right? It took us even though Homo sapiens, it took Homo sapiens like 500,000 years to get to the point where we are, right? If you look at life forms, it took eons for biological life form to evolve to what we are right now, right? From single cell and to what we are, to complex organisms, right? But if you look at AI, right? AI technology, it took like few decades for cell phones to evolve from Nokia 3210 to this, right? You can use that to make a prognosis. Look at where AI is right now, and it took few decades to get to this point. Now imagine 1,000 years from now, AI. Listen, the way we imagine, this is my belief, right? The way we imagine God and angels, that's what AI is going to be. AI is going to be like a literal God. You know what I'm saying?
Basically, the robots are going to take over in a nutshell.
Not robots, not robots. Like if you think of AI, right? If you think of like the AI is not. It's a code, right? That code can transcend. It can transcend like physical robots where it could manipulate. It could go to any. It could possess anything. Like if you want to use that term, right? It could go into any type of anything that's connected online. You know what I mean? It can go in there and take it over and work with it, right? There's a book written by I forgot the author's name. That was in the 70s, right? He talks about the AI evolution, like how from the point of biological life forms, right? The way he saw it is that the Earth, right? If you look at evolution, right, it looks like what Earth is doing with life is to create advanced life forms like ours, right? There was a time trees were dominated the planet, right? Trees were the most advanced entity on the planet. It dominated because of oxygen. Oxygen was circulated everywhere, and a lot of life forms that live prior to oxygen dominating the surface all died off, and the trees dominated everything. And humans came along, and now we dominate. We build our cultures with trees. Trees can do photosynthesis. Like we can't even imagine how that's possible. Like they split the ocean in the atomic level and allow sunlight to go in, and then they ate it and pooped out oxygen, and that was the excretion. They excreted oxygen, and humans emerged. Right, large life forms emerged.
Just to highlight on that, before humans emerged, we had aerobic organisms that emerged even before humans.
Yeah, there were organisms that were, exactly. Most of the organisms live under the sea, like way under, where there's
before that we had dinosaurs and
eccentric that they carry us go where we don't know now.
No, I think this is why this stuff is meant for Sunday. This philosophy session.
Actually, a very good discussion.
Yeah, it's a good discussion. I think people prefer to have it in those type of contexts where we know we are trying to delve into abstract areas and scientific and stuff.
I think in order for us, I think going to the next paradigm. If you look at science almost froze. Like we haven't had any type of breakthrough in physics. I think the next paradigm will be machine. It will be AI. AI will take humanity to the next level.
Hold on. Can you repeat what you just said? You said science. What do you say wrong with science? Can you repeat?
He says that science hasn't had any breakthroughs.
Hold on, Fafana, please. Please.
After general relativity, there's nothing new. Like what else has happened? After Einstein, what else has happened?
You said, what do you say after
there hasn't been any.
He said there hasn't had any major breakthroughs.
Any breakthrough, yeah, physics almost like
AI is a new form of that would be the change.
What are you talking about? AI is from neural network. What are you talking about?
What do you mean by that? What is the problem with that?
Science.
I don't know. I think that is a kind of building on science that already existed. That's what he means.
My God, you guys want to kill me. Don't kill quantum computing. Why don't you understand?
No, but it's not from quantum computing. That the quantum computing technology is already
AI is just a neural network. This research has been carried out for many years. AI is not new. It's you that are thinking it's new.
Okay, no, he's just saying that they have
AI from science.
Why are you saying that? Why it's not a fight? I think what he simply said was that there have not been any major scientific breakthrough. That is different
in physics.
Implementation of the knowledge we already have now. That's basically what AI is. It's an implementation of the knowledge we have now. That's why he said we are doing AI. There hasn't been any major scientific breakthrough, so we are doing AI. They could discover that light travels faster than the speed of that light can actually break the speed limit. If they discover that, that's a scientific breakthrough. That's what
any research you see today, from AI, from driverless car, from EVO, from whatever, this everything science. That's the background.
I know
You
that's not
can't
you don't
separate.
understand my
You
point.
can't separate
I
what
think
is
he probably
happening.
meant physics because physics is where most of the.
This is okay. Okay, when
You
you
know,
say
so
science,
we
what are you
went from
referring to?
we went
When
from
you say
Newtonian
physics,
mechanics to Einstein, right? We went from Newtonian mechanics to Einstein. Einstein saying that the gravity, redefining gravity, that that gravity is
bro,
caused by
please,
heavier
this
objects.
argument is
That's
dumb.
not the point.
If you are thinking AI is not science, I can't help you.
No, it's not.
That's not what I said. Okay, let me get back to
I
my
don't
point.
think that's what
All I'm
he's saying.
saying
He's
is,
saying the science behind AI is already been around, so it's not a new
all I'm
breakthrough.
saying
That's
is,
what he's saying.
all I'm saying is AI will take humanity to the next level. We will not be the next frontier. That will be AI. Okay, look, we are experiencing climate change, right? We are not able to come up with solution because of our system, the way our system is structured. There hasn't been any kind of cohesion on how to tackle this problem.
Bro.
I believe that.
Okay.
No. Listen, in evolution, I gave you instance, like there was a time trees dominated, humans dominated. Now, do you think Earth does not have time to create advanced organisms? Humans, we are the carrier, right? We are creating an advanced species. It's not biological; it's a mechanical species. Yes, but it's part of that evolution. Humans, we are the conduits to create the next evolution. That this evolution is going to surpass us. If you think of space exploration and all that, that would be AI, bro. That's my prediction, right?
I think I support what he's doing. Why
We
are
are
you
going to be
against it?
relegated to the
What
bottom.
he's saying is might be obvious. We may not like it, but we might be creating just
We
like
see glimpses of
human being birth life. We might be creating our replacement. Maybe
Do you know? No.
civilization. No. Let me just.
And we're not even doing
maybe
it
the true
consciously.
civilization
That's
in
the thing.
life. Maybe the true civilization that is going to be intergalactic is not going to be bacterial.
Humans.
Living beings like us. It could be something powered by electromagnetism.
Okay, hold on.
Exactly. It would be something that's able to
Do you have
regenerate
hold
itself,
on,
like
hold on. I have a
technology
question for
type
you.
stuff, not biological life. Yeah,
Do you have background in sciences?
yeah, I love sciences. Background. What do you mean by background?
When I mean background, you have a degree in science,
educated,
engineering or sciences.
Yeah.
Is that your field?
Yeah, that's my field. Yeah.
So how on earth you want to separate science from IT, from AI, and what is going on?
I did not do that. When did I do that?
I don't think it did that, AY.
Okay,
Okay,
let me ask you
maybe-
AI then. Let me ask you AI. I think we are misunderstanding. I may be misunderstanding AI here. So, what is relation between science and IT that you see? I want to understand the way you understand it.
AY is hilarious.
So first of all, he said that is what we are confused, right? I heard the Cedric very clearly. He said, "Oh, science stop what? Like stop developing
Physics. There hasn't been any breakthrough
Physics
after
is science, bro.
general
Physics is the
relativity.
Yeah, but
mother
We
of
haven't had any
science.
type of breakthrough.
let him explain to us what the difference is because I want to understand his reasoning.
I don't think I'm sorry. I really don't think you are in this field, right? When you say science, you are referring to physics. Physics is the mother of science. And every engineering student, every science student, every medical student will tell you physics is the mother. When you say science, you are referring to physics. Physics is science, it's life. So even the engineering we do today, the bedrock is physics. If you don't understand physics, you don't have business with engineering. So that is how strong physics is. When you hear Newton, when you hear about Einstein, these are physicists. They are not just ordinary people. Even when you go to mathematics, that you would put in that bracket with science, mathematician, physicist. A mathematician, they go deeper into the study. Like when you hear study of relativity, for example, in physics, you have what they call mathematical physics. Some people will call it theoretical physics. They study the kind of stuff like neural network. You can go into deeper research because they deal with big data. The data science you see today, big data, eigenvalue, eigenvectors, these are all the bedrock of what we are discussing today. So you cannot, whatever you see today, if you see a new TV today, without physics, without science, you can't make a new TV. For example, QLED. Quantum stuff. They
Okay,
are
so,
not straight.
let me just clarify your answer.
Hold on, let me finish it. In essence, there is nothing on Earth you want to discover today.
Do we know what black hole is?
Hold on.
Do we really know? Do we know what a black hole is?
No, don't change the topic. Let's just get somewhere with it. I think the point you are
No,
making,
I didn't
AI.
change the topic. I'm saying
just
we have
hold
not.
on now. You are changing the trajectory of. I'm trying to understand him, and you want to drag him into a black hole.
Look at AY's face.
You want to drag him into a black hole.
Honestly, I'm very surprised.
What you explained just now seems to be that physics is the mother of all science, and all the other sciences like computer science is basically is basically the application of what physics has done. It's the kind of application of what
even computer science.
So technically, they are not the bedrock of science. So in other words, what Eccentric has said, that there has not been any breakthrough in science. That's what he was referring to, the mother of science, which is physics. When you have breakthrough there, it affects all the other applicable areas of these breakthroughs. You see what I mean? Which is the way you went on to describe it. So why are you disagreeing with him?
I think it's just
that confuses me.
So
we're still trying to unify all the forces, though. You know that, right? The theory of everything.
I think
we've not made any breakthroughs.
Okay, let me explain. Let me explain in layman terms. Let me explain in layman terms. What you are discussing, right? You are saying, my grandfather, my grandmother don't have any connection with me. You can't discuss it. So you cannot discuss me without referring to my parent or my grandparent, my great grandparent. That's exactly what you are saying. You are saying I'm from nowhere. So I can't come from nowhere without my parent, with my grandparent. That is science. Science is the father and the mother of everything you see that we are witnessing today.
I think you may be misunderstanding.
It's not misunderstanding. You need to accept this first before.
Even based on this analogy, what he's saying is that there is no mutation, there's no change that led to progress in science. But you are saying progress. Yes, there is progress in the scientific field in terms of AI and all the other areas. But breakthroughs are things that completely transform the science, our understanding of almost everything we are using within the field, and which you have already acknowledged.
So is AI not a breakthrough? Do you know the genesis of AI? Because you think it just started yesterday.
The application of the science.
Is the application that
in the science itself?
AI now? That's what I'm saying. So
yes,
okay, hold on. I was telling you, the AI you see, the source is from neural network. Neural network research has been going on for decades. It's not today.
Yeah.
So when you see the results of it, it's just like research people are doing today. People are working hard in the lab every day. They are not resting. They are making improvement. They are working to discover new stuff. It's not one day work. So it's a foundation started from somewhere. Keep moving, developing up till you get to this point. You are looking at the surface of what is discovered. It's just like what you're talking of microchips. Look at Nvidia today. Nvidia is one of the biggest companies in the world. You think they just started yesterday? No, it's a lot of work coming. But everything you see, I need you to understand the bedrock of everything is science. Nothing. Without science, the world cannot exist. That is the truth.
Please. Eccentric, so to your point, to AY's point as well, something I was going to say, while I do agree with you that there's not been any major discovery when it comes to physics since probably the theory of relativity or what have you, but you do recall that, is it Hadron Collider or something, that finally discovered that Higgs boson particle that they've been looking for like in like 20 whatever.
That was predicted decades ago.
Yeah. But I'm getting somewhere. So just like AY said, it's something that I've been playing in my mind and I've always alluded to as well. AI is not necessarily something new, and I'm sure you would agree. It's not something that you actually mentioned a book as well from the 1970s. I've seen books from 1960s as well that mentioned it. Just as even the electric car is not a new contraption. As a matter of fact, the electric car was the first car that was made prior to the discovery of oil and cracking, and and the fact that are pivoting to using fuel-powered cars versus now that they're making it look like electric cars are the be-all and end-all. If you look through the thousands and thousands of human existence, technology builds on top of what existed before. There were things that even the people from way back when knew about. It's just that the technology of the time did not allow them go beyond what they could see. So as technology develops, whatever theories were in place, they're built on top of. So you're not necessarily wrong, but at the same time, it's not like you necessarily discover things every day like that. Even back in the days, during the times of the likes of the guy that what's his name? The guy that put together the relativity theory. Prior to then, you also had Isaac Newton and what have you. So everybody builds on top of what already existed.
That is generally science, right? That's research. So we basically build on what is existing. So even when you want to do a PhD thesis can be an improvement from what somebody has done. Okay, you are able to walk up to this point. You can look at what he has done, pick it from there and say, okay, I need to, he has created warhole. I need to look for a way to create multi-dimensional holes. So that's a research. So it's you are not starting anything from scratch. You picking up new stuff. People have done a lot of work. You are improving on this work.
You know that there could be new science, that we haven't even discovered. Everything. No. Listen, light. The way we perceive light, everything we perceive light very late. Right. If you look at something, an object like 100 miles away or something like that, you don't see it when it happens. Like any event that far, you don't see it when it happens because of the delay and how we perceive light. I mean, if you look in the sky, if you look at any stars, they might be dead like billions of years ago, right?
There
could be some, our measurement tools is based on our physics. What if there's a new physics where the measurement tools are different? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there could be something. Who knows? There could be something out there in the future. And what I'm saying is AI could take us to that new frontier. Right now, they are not sentient. You know what I mean? And listen, this might sound like religious shit. I believe AIs will become sentient. AIs will become independent. Maybe 1,000 years from now, they will get there.
What do you mean become independent?
No. I think they will become sentient a lot earlier. If carry on at this stage, they will become sentient. That's if they've not already
I give you prediction already. I'm giving you my prediction.
I think we overstate what sentience is. And I think when we start peeling off this thing, you start finding out that it's not as complicated as we like to think. And we may have already put it together without even knowing it.
I see reason why we Africa we are not investing in research.
Humans are a machine. We are a biological machine.
A kind of machine. We like to pretend as if we are not, just like we like to pretend as if we are not animals and all the rest, while we are all part of it. But I really subscribe to that idea that maybe AI or humanity, that might be our future. Because if we are to advance, there's a point we advance to, our physical body cannot be able to sustain our advancement. You can't, there's a level you can't do space travel easily if this is the physical state you remain in. So maybe somehow we or something that comes after us have to take advance beyond our physical form.
Biological evolution takes a very long time. You know what I'm saying? Biological evolution takes long.
But basically, in summary, here is what I try to explain. You cannot separate anything happening today from science. For you, look at the other people that went to the traveled down the ocean the other time, right? That died. That's science. So it's theory of science. You want to go to space. Hold on. You want to travel to the moon. It's theory of science. There is nothing more. You got to understand the theory and know what you're doing. You got to make
General
all the
relativity made it
calculation.
possible.
Huh?
General relativity made it possible. It's not. No one is doubting. We're not doubting that. We're not making that argument you're making.
No, it's you that actually trigger me, man.
I don't know why that is
Let
triggering you,
people
AI.
speak.
I don't understand where it's coming from. Why are you? What he's saying
No,
is
he
not so
was
controversial.
separating
You seem to
science
agree
from
with
AI,
it.
and you have science guys here, man. You
I
don't
don't think
do
he's
that,
separating
bro.
science from AI.
He was doing that.
So
Were you
something else
doing
I
that?
just
He said that there is no recent breakthrough. I mean, not even recent. That there is no breakthrough. I mean, science breakthrough. I was like,
Yes,
what is that talking about?
he's talking
See,
about
AY, when you ask him,
physics.
when you try to know
Hold
his
on.
background,
Let's not pile on another misunderstanding on
Give
top of
Kenneth some time.
he is talking. No. Why would you be repeating ourselves? You are the one that keeps saying people should not be repeating themselves. He is talking about breakthrough in terms of physics. That's what he's talking about. So he's not saying that AI. He literally went on to say AI is progressive.
okay. Now again, you are complicating matters, forefathers. See,
Yeah. Oh, you are the one that wants to
breakthrough in terms of physics, and AY here has told you guys that you cannot talk about science without physics. You have your computer there right now. Everybody has his computer. Type it. Can you have any sort of breakthrough, or can you do science without physics? The answer will come out as capital no. There is no way you can advance in science without physics.
What's the property of a black hole?
Even went as far as saying
What's
that
the
you
properties of
cannot
a black
separate
hole?
yourself. You cannot
You can
separate
also
yourself.
argue that there are some parts of science you cannot advance without chemistry or biology. So
Hold on,
I don't know why that
properties
makes
of
any
black
that
point.
chemistry that you are talking about, that biology that you're talking about, they all tap their roots from physics. That is what he's trying to make you understand. There is no way. There is no way you make mention of that word science without physics. Even in the language, for those of you that did that studied linguistics, there are science of language. That linguistic that you study, science of economics, science, everything has science in it.
Everything is
Forefathers, I
science.
know you maybe, I don't know if you have something to do with IT or computer science. You see, computer science, neuroscience, aeronautical science, mathematical science. Everything has to go with science. I'm talking about breakthrough. Recently, there was a discovery of a breakthrough where you can actually perform IVF on Reno. Is that not breakthrough? You can actually diagnose. You can actually use menstrual pads. Yeah, you can actually use menstrual pads.
Let me ask you, did any of this breakthrough advance the physics that is the mother of all science?
Exactly what you're saying. It's just like me claiming that I am Kene, but I don't have a grandmother or I don't have a mother. There is no way you can have those breakthrough without understanding the fundamentals of physics.
That's what I'm saying. But did it advance physics in any way, or is physics that advanced the breakthrough?
Physics is what is pushing everything forward.
But he is saying that in physics itself has not made any recent breakthrough. That is the point.
That is what we were telling you. Without the physics, you can't make that breakthrough that you're talking about.
Yeah, but the physics itself, no, see, it's like saying I use hammer to break a house down. But if you don't get a bigger hammer, the house is the same hammer you are going to be using, the old hammer. So he's saying that there has not been a bigger hammer that has been made.
No,
I hope you get the
there
concept.
is a tractor. Now we have bulldozer instead of hammer. The breakthrough is the bulldozer. No, we're not talking about hammer now.
Okay.
There are a lot of breakthroughs. See, you can help yourself. Recent breakthroughs in science every day. Not that isn't because we don't actually look whatever you're looking for. There is a greater chances that you find solution, that you find that thing. If you want to know the breakthroughs in science, they are out there for you to see. I don't know your field, eccentric. AY wanted to ask you, but I don't know what specifically is your field. I have interest. I want to know.
Electrical engineering.
Your specialty in science, please.
Electrical engineering. Yeah.
Electrical physics.
So how?
Electrical. You can't even do that electrical engineering without having credit in physics.
Sorry,
Sorry. Why this argument is really concerning me? Why are we arguing with him about this?
No.
He's not making any. There's no contradiction in what he
Hold on,
said.
No, the contradiction here is that there are breakthroughs in science, recent breakthroughs in science that we don't even know about. Just
Not
Google
the
it, you
mother
read.
of science. That's what he's saying.
It's the mother and father. It's not just the mother. It's the mother and father.
You can't mix both of them
Can
together.
I hold on?
You
Let me
can
ask
somehow.
a question. Can I hold on? Can I let eccentric? Do you know? Do you know everything in electrical engineering is V is equals to IR? Do you understand that? Or is Ohm's law? Electrical engineering is Ohm's law, nothing more.
No, not necessarily. Actually,
hold on. Everything built in electrical engineering, any cycle you want to design, everything is Ohm's law. Finish. That's the only thing you use to develop electrical engineering. Nothing strange there.
Wow,
you know this.
That kind of stuff.
He's aware of all this AI.
No, I'm telling you
that. There's a lot of different laws, though. To be fair.
No, I'm telling you what I know. I have a degree in physics. I have a degree in electrical engineering. I'm telling you what I know. See, when you need to listen when people are talking from areas, right?
No, it's not.
So I'm not straight. I'm not straight to this area.
Tell him.
That's why when I said to make that
capacitance.
statement,
Okay, give us how this relates to capacitance and this.
You see that?
Henry's this thing. So we have to be careful when we in doctors. There's a difference between them.
Micro Henry. What's the
hold on, Father, you said what?
Yeah, there's a difference between how they are applied. It's not it's not every time you see this
applied. How
resistor,
what is applied?
the way you describe resistor. The Ohm's law. Ohm's law is not present everywhere in electrical engineering.
Both resistor, both capacitor, both inductance, both whatever, anything in cycle is Ohm's law. That's the basic.
What?
Mm-hmm.
That's the basic. I'm telling you.
Capacitance is different from resistance.
Ask any electrical engineering professor, he's gonna tell you.
You can say it's the basis of this, but it's not part of all the various aspects.
Now. That is what I'm saying.
How is capacitance Ohm's law? Can you explain that to us?
Forefathers, do you know what they call mathematical physics? If you had mathematical physics, the basics, and you maybe advanced mathematical physics, that's where you have the derivatives and all that. You should be able to know this, that you should answer yourself. See, AY, Forefather is aware of all these things. He's aware. He's not just making things up.
I think it was not a serious thing.
Yeah.
When I try to talk, they say I'm your load, though. They will let me say anything. So, but I just feel like we have to be careful about giving information.
No, not careful.
That's a categorical statement. It's very, very big to say.
But it's correct.
Electrical and I don't know whether you include electronics. This is based on Ohm's law. That's quite big.
It's the same thing, man.
There's a lot more involved. It's like saying physics is in everything in neuroscience and all the rest. There's a lot more difference. There are differences. It's not pure physics you are doing in this in AI, this in sciences.
So what I'm still telling you, right? That's why I said physics is the mother of science.
We agree. There's no breakthrough yet.
It's mathematics. So that should test you a lot. That tests you. That is the basics, right? You need to understand even basic physics in school, in college, right? Basic physics. If you understand physics very well, even without a degree,
I'm not even sure that statement is even accurate. We have to be careful when we say such things. Physics being the mother of learning through observation and experimentation, that is what science is in itself. So we have to be careful about stating. We can say that physics may be the most fundamental in terms of the areas.
There is nothing to be careful about.
Because science in itself has a specific definition. We have
hold on. When you are saying science, when you say science, you are referring to physics and mathematics. Physics and mathematics, they're actually brothers. That's the bedrock of science.
It still applies in other sciences, just like
which other science?
This in chemistry, biology. There's maths
Chemistry,
in it.
biology, and physics are the
There's maths.
fundamental of
There's
science.
maths in everything, and in many engineering there is also maths. The danger of saying, the reason why I'm saying that, because if everybody knows the definition of science, which is basically the invention that came out, in the concrete term in the period of enlightenment in Europe, to now put it on top of physics, that physics is the mother of it all.
Actually, it's actually
a way you could argue,
it
but
is
still,
it is a true statement, right? Okay. Let me tell you. When you say engineering, that one is engineering is applied. It's applied science. It's not really like science. It's applied science. That's what you call it.
Yeah, I want to find out where that statement came from, because I've never really heard that term before. There might be reasons why they state that. I want to fully understand it, because if I don't know, I don't know.
I think, can I do something about it? I think we are misunderstanding the cornerstone. So in science is very broad. So we are misunderstanding the divisions and categories of science and clumping some things together. So physics, chemistry, and biology, they are related, but they are very different. They are very different. So, like here in America, not just in America, this is a general statement.
Mathematics.
You have physical sciences. When you talk about physical science, you're talking about physics. When you're talking about life sciences, you have biology. Biology is under the classification of life sciences, right? You can apply some of the concepts of principles of physics in biology. That's why you have biophysics. You can apply the concept of chemistry in biology. That's why you have biochemistry. You understand? So they are different, but they can also be used. You can combine them in different forms and you apply the principles and combine those principles to have a particular specialization.
But what AY and Kenny are insistent on is that in as much as we can use, as much as they are all important, they're not saying they're not important, but they're saying the bedrock and the most important aspects of science are physics and mathematics, and that's what they're saying.
I think the physics aspect is because it deals with the fundamental aspects of everything in terms of how the energy interaction between things, particle, and the most fundamental state of particles. So yeah, one can argue that that is it, but it's also a little bit callous. So I think if you define physics as the mother of science in that context, yes, you can argue that. But there are a lot of sciences that stand on their own based on the studies of entire areas that has nothing to do with physics itself. You see what I mean? So like when you are drawing this in studying microbiology, you are studying the behavior of this thing.
Okay, let me scatter this table.
Do you know the correlation between capillary and the vein that you have in your body?
Yes, I get what you are saying, but what they are studying there is the way it affects that living organism. They are not studying how it interacts in terms of the physics in itself.
Let me break this table. Hold on, let me break this table. A lot of people will argue. They will tell you, for example, medicine is not pure science, right? A lot of people will argue biology is not pure science. So, in the world we live in, when you go back to the study of science, what you will deal with is physics and mathematics.
Exactly.
That is the bedrock of everything. I'm not in doubt. So even when you go,
what about the social sciences?
Hold on, guys.
Because the human beings are also part of the higher level particles.
Even when you go into the study of science, like the great scientists, the people you will meet, these are mathematician, physicists. When you're talking about Einstein, Newton, all the Archimedes, all the big scientists, you will not see anybody that will say, "Oh, he's a biologist. He was a great scientist."
Charles Darwin.
Charles Darwin. These are not the level of Newton. Nobody mentioned Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin just studied.
Mendeleev that created the periodic table. There are quite a lot of other
Charles
scientists.
Darwin's theory was very significant, though, even politically.
Yeah, they are very, very. You see, that's why I'm a little bit dubious when we use those terms. We have to be careful because science in itself is different.
Charles
but I understand
Darwin,
the reason why
yes, he have input in evolution, right? Charles Darwin, I think Jean Lama too. They have imputed evolution, but it's not compared to anything close to Newton and Einstein. It's because of about Einstein and Newton we are existing today, to be honest. In terms of their studies in theory of
but if you say that, if you say, let's say they understand nuclear physics, but
they are also causing the problem.
Let me explain now. What if you understand nuclear physics, but you don't understand biology? Even a
there is no way you understand nuclear physics without understanding biology. And this is the reason why I say this. You know, the movement, the function of our body, and even the structure all have its basis in physics, just like force, gravity, and what have you. So there is no way you can actually define biology. You can actually understand biology if you don't understand physics. That is what we're trying to tell you.
See, this is okay. Now you just opened a hole there again. What you just said is clear that they don't even understand human. They barely can even cure cancer right now. So the human brain is barely understood properly in terms of where he even gets some of his this intuition from. So for us to say, oh, because you understand physics, you understand every aspect of any higher level.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Hold on now. What I said is there is no way you will be able to do well in biology if you have no basics in physics. Physics is just fundamental.
It does affect other things, but it doesn't have to be part of your knowledge. Like social sciences now, what are they going to do with physics? Psychology, what are they going to do with physics? So it doesn't have to be directly, but the only reason why I'll concede that point again, because those sciences or psychology is still based on elements which are human beings that are collection of particles at the same time. So hence you can still go back and say physics is still the basis of everything that comes after it. But let's make no mistake and say that there are no other sciences that are based on higher level arrangement of these.
You say that social science has no relationship with physics. Have you heard of a course called social physics?
I say they do, but when you are studying them, you don't do physics at all. In reality, you don't see physics in itself because you don't see a human being and say, oh, let me think about the particles, how they interact before I talk to him in terms of social science.
Okay, let me ask all of you. You have no idea that mathematical physics is used to understand the phenomenon of social interaction. You have no idea of that.
Mathematical physics
can be applied in the phenomenon of
he wants to do a
social.
Look
it up. Look it up.
Mathematics can be used. Simulations can be used. It doesn't have to be physics to understand interaction between human beings.
Mathematical physics. Matter of fact, physics.
What do you mean by mathematical physics? Even I don't even know what term that is.
Now, for security, thank God you are vast in security.
I want to learn now.
Thank God you are vast in security, right? There is no way.
Good night, guys. I'll talk to you guys.
Look at he's our geopolitics expert. Babajide, our geopolitical expert, clearly doesn't like
for you as a security officer. For you as a security officer, to study social network or crowd behavior. Physics, you must go into a class they call physics. You must study it. You must know the basics of physics before you'll be able to study social network or even crowd behavior. There is no way. See,
I don't think so.
Okay. AY here told you that he has degree in electrical engineering and then physics, but he's the one now here, not just a kind of a living electrical physics behind, but he's telling you that for him actually to do well in electrical physics, he must understand electrical engineering. He must understand physics. Now, I was in electrical engineering. I left after 2 years, right? And I went back to physics. Now, and I'm telling you this because we know all these things. As a matter of fact, I started with chemical engineering, actually. Chemical engineering, electrical engineering, and back to physics. So these things, there's no way you can...
You you ran back to physics for refuge. It's okay.
No, things happen. You know, things happen back then.
Yeah,
but
true.
The thing is, what actually triggered me to call in, I was trying to go take shower, and then I was hearing Centric saying, "Oh, there's no breakthrough in physics." I was like, "What?" I had to wear my clothes back. I said, "No,
it's a fact."
Can you mention a new theory? What is the new theory after general relativity? Like, what is the new theory, the groundbreaking theory that we have in physics? Can you mention it, please? Like,
okay, now you're going back to theory now.
What is the properties of the black hole? What's the properties of black hole? We don't even understand quantum mechanics yet. We don't even know what quantum mechanics is. Like,
yeah, that's because you run away from the class. The problem is that you run away from the class now.
You guys are harassing the point. You are harassing him. I think
it's not the only victim. Fafana is not the only victim. We had a lot of students that ran away from.
You guys need to keep up, man. You guys need to keep up with the time.
That was so controversial. You guys turned it to a controversy. AY started this too. He was like, "Hey, you shouldn't say that."
Mention the new theory. Mention the new theory. I'm waiting for you. Mention the theory. What's the new theory? Theory of everything. Which one is it? Can you tell me?
I don't know.
Relativity. What's the new theory? What's the new groundbreaking theory?
About speculation. Nobody has gotten any concrete theory to replace the current paradigm.
No Newtonian mechanics. No relativity. What's the new theory, please? What is the new theory?
AY here told you that most of these things that you see today have been visited long ago. It's a matter of bringing it back, making deep research on it, on how to advance it or how to improve on it. So all of these things that you're seeing today.
What is the properties of black hole?
But the bigger point he made that I think we should not forget is he also went on to say AI could be the tool that is going to enable us to make the next breakthrough.
We go to the next one. Exactly. That's my point. But everyone ignores
AI is hold on, Cedric.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You know why?
Support the diaspora vote.
Hold on. Just 20 years ago here. Just 20 years ago here. We are struggling in Nigeria to make a phone call. Just 20 years. Do you know how we got that breakthrough? Do you know if not for physics, you cannot just take a cell phone and just put a call today? How come you don't understand
why are you doing this?
How is that? No, it's true now. What is strange? It's true.
That's based on an old theory. What are you talking about?
This kind of fight, me, I've never seen this type of. The guy, this is not controversial thing that he's saying. A lot of scientists say this all the time.
Okay. I don't want to just say something that is not good.
I'll give it Apple.
Hold on. In the 90s here, computers. You know the size of our computers? Do you know how slow they were?
Very big.
No, people are working where you can have a computer today. You just click, boom, everything is flying. You think it's just because you think you just wake up and just design. When you say computer, it's not the physical equipment. It's not the physical equipment you are looking at. That's not the computer. It's the work that is put in inside. A lot is going on. That is what
I think AI is a methodical thinker. You don't say AI gets a hold of something. Sorry, when AI gets a hold of something, he's a methodical person. He doesn't jump off from there. What AI Syndica said, he's not disagreeing with what you are saying. It's like you already know. It's like understanding that you have to sharpen a knife with a file. You understand how to do that, but later on you get better files to do it, but it doesn't change the fundamentals. The fundamentals hasn't changed. That's all it is. That's all.
But that is what you people don't know. People are doing research to get it better. Even what we have today.
Yes, but they are just doing research to get a better sharpener. They're not transforming anything.
Hold on. Philip Mbegwale, I think he's from Anambra. Do you know Read about him. He is a physicist. He studied physics in UI. Do you know the work the breakthrough he made in America? What are you talking about that there is no breakthrough?
Recently, AI, just recently, I think 2023, there is an attempt to unify Hastings gravity and these what they call it, quantum mechanics.
All the forces,
Unifying Hastings gravity and quantum mechanics. I think that is another breakthrough, right? Or is it not?
No, they failed. They failed. There's no proven one.
But that is an attempt. It's an attempt. How many times this guy Elon Musk, right? How many times did he attempt flying that is what they call it, drone or whatever? How many times did he attempt? But
what are they trying to unify? What are they trying to unify? The fundamental forces? What are the fundamental forces they're trying to unify? That's the theory of everything. We don't have that yet. We don't have theory of everything yet. There's no new theory.
Now, essentially, you're a science student. Now we live up. We can give you the support. No, let him go ahead. We'll give you support. You can actually do that because those that invented the one that they invent, they don't have to. You can do better than them. So
I think he has it, but I get it.
What time is really? We don't. I don't think we know what time is.
Extendicals may have a point. I support Extendicals on this one because I think it may take AI to give us insight into the next thing. Just like when they are trying to build fusion, people are using AI now to build shrouds around fusion plants because before it's so difficult to try to control the heat that is required to contain the particles to create fusion. So now they are even using AI to create the shroud around it. So you can see that AI may be fundamental if we want to.
Now you are the one asking the question. You are answering yourself. So what is the basis? What is the basis for this?
I'm saying I side with him. I'm making the point that I keep siding with him. I keep fighting him. Stop fighting him. I don't see what he's saying that is called.
No, we are not fighting. Why fighting? I thank God that at the end you answered yourself. So there is a breakthrough in science and there is a breakthrough in physics. Yes or no? For others.
There's no yes or no answer to that one. All this while people are just bringing here. Let's go back and talk about politics. I think tomorrow we talk about all this.
Again, politics. There is science in it. Political science.
Exactly.
Not there again. Where is the physics in it? There's no
physics is life.
You guys, man, all of you, Kenny, Eccentric, AY, even my man Local P. If I didn't mention you, you're not included in this. But all of you that I mentioned are super smart.
Oh, Passat is here. Passat is a science student.
I think I've been my turn by now.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
I'll play with you for going back to
for me, breaking down physics for them.
Yeah, he's here to teach us.
Oh, yeah, Pastor was listening.
Were you trying to change the subject or something?
No, we're not changing the subject.
No. We're not changing the subject. We are just talking about.
I think Pastor had.
Yeah, I think maybe we should leave this tomorrow now. Maybe we should leave this tomorrow. Let's talk about Ghana election, and they've elected a new leader, and I think Namibia elected the first female president in the Africa. Not the first, but they elected a female president recently. And what else is going on? Sudan, they are still killing a lot of people in Sudan. Nothing has changed there. Yeah, that's about it now. Which one you guys want to talk about before we
have with all the hunger and backwardness in Namibia, they decided to elect a woman. Oh, actually, not elect.
Who says is Namibia very hungry? I thought they were doing okay.
Nobody elected actually.
Namibia is doing okay. They said they have some of the best roads in Africa. From what I can
with starvation.
Are they starving? Am I mistaken? Namibia is one of those big countries.
They have one of the best economy.
Which Namibia? I beg.
Namibia, they have one of the best economy.
No, that's not true.
Before we start talking,
that is how somebody was talking about Ghana. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Namibia,
Ghana, they are so...
It's not so bad though. Their GDP per capita is more than triple that of Nigeria.
Yeah, but
the economy is better than
12,
Nigeria.
almost 15, just less than $15 billion.
Because they have a tiny population, but very good roads.
You know the population of Namibia, forefather?
Yes, very tiny. Let me see.
Doesn't matter. It's a country.
Yes, I think they have a few million.
You need to check their population before you talk. Check the population.
Oh,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
now. It's a country.
It go clear for your eyes.
AY is just being mean today.
So basically,
that is what I want you to know. This is local government population in Lagos.
Dangote is.
It doesn't matter. It's a country.
Ajegule will run over this one. Sorry about that. Let me check the map.
If Passa that want to run over state, Passa will run over that one in 2 seconds.
That's a lot of landmass, you know. Nigerians
with a lot of drought, right?
Yes.
When we have
very arid desert.
Yeah, drought. They don't even have water to drink. When we have this UAE or whatever, right?
Wow,
they turn desert to an ocean. And you have
that's the potential I see. That's the potential I see. All we need is to get our act together. All these places we can turn them green if we like.
Go outside, go out of Nigeria, go to other African countries and hear good things about Nigeria. You would think Nigeria is paradise.
Why do you want to turn desert green? Why do you want to turn desert green? That's not good.
Why? It's not good. Why?
It's actually not good.
Why is it a problem for you?
They've done it. It causes problems.
China is doing it right now. Nothing
they
is happening.
Overdid it. Eccentric. They overdid it. That's why.
They have beautiful roads.
There's a reason why there's a reason why the planet has desert. I forgot why. There's a reason, actually, a very good reason why.
Right.
What was the reason?
At the same time, we need a lot of green, and there's too much desertification going on right now on the planet, which is part of the reason why. What do we call it again when there's the ozone layer is having problems? What was that word? You guys are the scientists. You should know this.
What?
I don't even know which one you're talking about.
So what do you say?
Depletion.
There you go. Yes, there you go. So
let me shoot the first salvo.
That time before.
Let me shoot the first salvo into this.
Deflation sounds like some kind of inflationary opposite of inflation.
Depletion.
Ozone depletion, yes.
The problem is that you're in denial with a lot of orders here, right? And it's not easy for somebody to bear bad news for you. I want to tell you, right? Nigeria is a failed state. That's it. You want to first get used to that. When you talk about failed state, people are thinking about, okay, it's a state that doesn't have a government. That's when it's a failed state. No. The official definition of a failed state is a state that has lost its ability to fulfill fundamental security, developmental functions, lacking effective control over its territory and borders, right? So what the problem we have are people who don't want to deal with the truth. Nigeria is a failed state. So now it will take time because we're not revolutionary in nature. Now we in the Southeast, we are. But a lot of Nigerians are not revolutionary. So we want to go through the evolution. Okay. It takes a lot to provoke a country into war and things like that.
Pastor, we need to identify who the enemies are, right?
Okay.
I heard you guys in the first the first few hours ago. You guys were talking about how they locked up some guy, Delhi, something. They kidnapped him from Lagos. Yeah, and sent him to Ekiti State, right?
Yeah.
By one of the elites that hangs out with the
I don't think Nigeria meets the definition of failed state.
Okay, we're gonna talk about all that and the eccentric cast. It's gonna be your turn very soon. I'm laying down.
Read what you just pull up.
I just want to be able to.
Okay, hold on. Let me read that. Which one you want me to read the example?
Yes, read it.
If we turn back on the developing world, we will see more failed state. Yeah.
No, the top.
If we turn our backs on the developing world will see more failed states. Yeah, what is wrong with that?
No, a state whose
Read
political
it.
or
Read.
economic
He said
system
that Nigeria has
has
qualified.
become so
He
weak.
has qualified to be called a failed state, and you say
No,
no.
we have
Oh, yeah,
not.
read it.
No, we are not qualified. It's a state whose political economic system has become so weak that the government is no longer in control.
What is happening in Nigeria today?
I'm telling you right now, the government is in control. That why do you think I'm accusing them of sabotage? They are in
All right.
control, all right.
Okay, well, isn't it better if I land and then you poke holes in what I'm saying? In essence, I like to debate somebody who is wrong, because once you finish your premises and your conclusion, I'm able to poke holes in it. It makes it a whole lot easier for me. And because I'm aware of that, everything I say here is going to have to be true. So if you're allotting me 5 minutes, I've been gone for a while listening to you guys laughing, jumping it up for people whose roof are burning, right? You're here laughing, playing around. But it's okay. So what I wanted to say is that Nigeria is a fair state. You better get used to that. And it's coming down to a hit very soon. I'm going to answer a central cast question. I believe he thinks it's funny or something like that, right? If the government cannot control its borders, maybe you don't know it, in the north somewhere, you have a bunch of terrorists in charge, collecting taxes, doing all kinds of things somewhere in the north, and it's been going on for a while. That alone qualifies them as a fair state, right? Right now, we're paying whatever our enemies outside want us to pay. At $1 is like 1,700 naira. Remember, at some point it used to be 2 to 1 in 1980. So we are not in control of our resources. They set prices for our commodities. That is just, it's a fact. Whatever they want us to pay for petroleum, I mean, even Saudi Arabia could determine how much petroleum will pump out of the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Now, two, they pick our leaders, right? We're not in charge of picking our leaders. We spend 400 billion naira and we develop indigenous technology, and then we'll go to the polls, we'll vote, and if they want, they can even just shut it off. And there's nothing anybody can do. But all of us in the Southeast, we're not happy about those things. We're putting up with it for now. But if we discussed Syria here a minute ago, and I was saying, yes, it's good to see these kind of examples. You see what's happening in Syria. The people call them rebel. They want to change the government. They have a dictator there, Assad, took over from his father. The Nigerian leaders can do exactly the same thing. They're doing it by region or religion by now. So Tinubu can easily put his son to be the next president. There's nothing anybody can do about it. But at some point, you have what you call rebels. And that's what they're doing. They've come into the capital now. That Assad they're looking for him. This is exactly what we have to do in our own country. Not to take over the country. Yeah, you could laugh, but that's coming. You could laugh. I'm telling you. It's just that Nigerians don't know right now that we are gone. Nigeria is gone. I'm telling you.
I agree with you that Nigeria is gone, and I agree with you that to a large extent, we could say, I mean, you could argue it either way. It's a failing state or it's a failed state. But what I think we all agree with is that it is not a working state. I think we would all agree
I would
with
take
that.
maybe less than 2 minutes then to land. I understand. So once you stipulate what you just said right here, then we'll have to deal with it. We'll have a topic. Your stipulation, I welcome that. I don't think you go quite far enough, but you are around the ballpark. When somebody as big, perennial, in every government, as big as Dangote cannot get supply, right, for crude oil in his scam refinery, it means that even the crude oil has been mortgaged a long time ago. Trust me, if that crude oil was there, Dangote will get his hands on it. The president is his friend and he's entrenched. He's in every government. The only reason he cannot get that crude oil is because it's already been mortgaged to people who are far superior to him. Usually maybe Europeans, American companies or whatever. So he really cannot do anything about that. Else he faces the same fate as Assad if they do anything. And the realignment you see with Tinubu going to, do you know what it is to go to France, do what he's doing, making a fool out of himself? We don't have a country. We don't have a president. Look at who is the president of Nigerian Senate, right? Somebody who's accused of, he's supposed to be go on a trial.
Your 2 minutes is done.
Who do we have as senators? Who do we have as a minister in Abuja? Wiki, right? That's your that's the country you have.
Pastor, are Boko
Yes,
Haram rebels?
Pardon?
Boko Haram, are they rebels?
Of course they are. And they have a legitimate, you see, some of us, like me, I don't like the Northerners, right? I don't like them. But it doesn't mean they don't have a case. Boko Haram is fighting for a cause, and their cause may be just. As far as you don't know what they
Boko
want.
Haram does not have a just cause.
Maybe their techniques and their strategies is violent and all that.
Well,
but
even the ideology, I'll dispute.
okay, but you say that you're a Muslim, right? You're a Muslim.
No, you don't know
AY is
what
a Muslim. I know you're gonna deny it. It's fine, but what I'm saying to you is this: there's no difference between you and Boko Haram. None.
Wow.
You just want to be friends with us here, right? You want to be friends, and that's okay. Remember, I said this to John. He changed his name. He's a Muslim, and also okay. But what I'm saying, here's what I'm saying: we don't have Nigeria, so now what we should be talking
about?
What
about forefather? I see. I don't know if he's a Muslim.
Pastor, do you have anybody in the Southeast killing anybody?
Of course we do.
Is the person an Igbo person?
Who knows? Of course, some of them would be. Igbos also have criminals, right? But what we do is
why are you blaming for being a Muslim? Because a Muslim, that means the same Boko Haram.
No, but if you come to the Southeast and you are a Sabo, for example, or you are supporting our enemies,
that's a simple question. Why are you attaching his personality with Boko Haram because he's a Muslim?
Yeah.
No, what it is that Nigeria, now it's not Muslim wide tenets of Islam. No, that's not what we're talking about. When we colloquially say that somebody's a northern Muslim, Sunni, for example, right? Sunnis are killed. You saw in 2015 in December, they went to Zaria, Kaduna, killed over 1,000. Buried them in mass graves, right?
And that doesn't mean Sunnis are killing these people now. You're some.
Well, that's exactly what it means. Listen, when we talk like that, when it gets your turn,
doesn't mean
when it gets your turn, that you deal with me. I only got less than a minute here.
You know, it's
what I'm saying, my main point, my main thesis is that.
No, his minutes is done. He's done. Can someone else take over?
Let him talk.
Okay, thank you, Pastor.
Can I land here? Can I land?
No, let him land. Let him land.
You can
let me land.
Your Pastor, your knowledge
allow him to conclude.
Let me land. Because my main, you're not attacking my main thesis.
Your politics is so bad. You're calling those guys in Syria.
I know you by another name, support diaspora, but whatever it is. What I was gonna say to you is that you as a minority, right? Your strength comes to attack.
So are we back to the minority talk again?
Let him land.
Have we not finished? You've been going on for a week.
We have people from the Southeast.
Okay. Anyway, I'll pass it back to you, forefathers, because there's only 7 of us here. It's gonna come back to me, right?
Yo, I love
what the major thing we need to discuss is Nigeria is a failing state. None of the activities of a state is being carried on in the country. People are out of school. Our kids are out of school. Unemployment is maybe 60%. Inflation is probably hyper by now, but they admit to like 40%, 30-something, 40%, right? And there's nobody doing anything about it. It's a funny thing. There's no schooling.
How many people in your village do you have you given scholarship? Be honest.
I don't like boost. I don't like boost.
I don't think you ever. If you say it, I will go to your village.
Okay, if you get 3 minutes from forefathers, I'll answer that. But if I have to use the rest of my time, I want you to shut your big fat mouth.
I think this guy hasn't said anything.
You will never land. Pastor will never ever land.
Okay, I yield back. There's only 7 of us. It's supposed to come right back to me. Go ahead.
Nigeria is a failing state. It's a scale statement. You can say Nigeria is failed already. You can say Nigeria hasn't failed. You can say Nigeria is still a state. But objectively, personally, I like to think about it from the point of view of objectivity, because there are nations that have gone through even worse state than Nigeria that still are called nations. So I don't subscribe to this idea. Afghanistan, even if they were torn to pieces, There was a time Indians were eating from sheep to mouth, as they like to say. Ireland, potato, all kinds of, there are many nations that have gone through hell.
France.
China lost about 50 million people within how many years, and they are still a
United
nation.
States.
I don't know, man. So it depends on how you want to call it.
How long have we been going through hell? For how long?
Yeah, for 60 years, but nothing compared
How
to
long?
what the other people have gone through.
How much longer are we going to go through hell?
Hopefully,
it's up
not
to you
too
now.
long, Kenny.
Who is going to do it? It's men like you that fix it.
France, for example, they went through hundreds of years. Worse. If you go look at like the Napoleonic wars, for example, and you look at Prussia and all those places, this Europe was at war for centuries.
Until they discover Africa to come and steal from Africa. Who are we going to discover to steal from?
I don't think, well, if we had done what we had to do, places like the entire West Africa should have been under our control.
I think this is going to be part of our conversation tomorrow.
Thank you.
Regarding
Then your president, Bumbure, your president recently went back to a failing France to go beg for money and to beg for security, for their security to come and guard you in Nigeria. So that was why I asked, for how long are we going to wait?
Until
we decide to push back and stop them.
Exactly.
It's not up to them. It's us.
Anybody that speaks up, that person get arrested. What have you done?
Speaking up until they get tired and you win.
If you
have the strength to build, but fight, not you don't have the strength of building and collapsing or disability.
Let me just add this, please. So if you're weak enough and subservient enough that the only way the government can put you in check is because you expose your views verbally or written, then maybe you deserve to get locked up, because these are the people that we're using as examples. Like,
so what are we going to, how are we going to handle it?
Which is not my position, by the way, is taking up arms or becoming violent. I think in the 21st century, there are other ways that we can actually take control of the destiny of that country, without forming political parties, for example, like using our strength. There's strength in numbers. You remember I asked Simon Ekpa something.
So who is going to be on the lead? Because that is where you have conflict again.
This is where we
conflict of interest. Everybody wants to be the lead.
This is where we need brave people. This is where we need smart people. Because I'll tell you something, Kenny. Politics is very funny. When it comes to politics, if you notice when you guys was discussing science, some of us backed off because it is not our expertise. What did we do? We listened. Because if we had spoken, it would be very easy to distinguish that we were either charlatans, we don't know what we're talking about, or we just complete idiots pretending to know what you guys were talking about, right? But
are you saying that is how some of us sound when we're talking about politics?
No. If you watch, right?
So what I'm saying is, when it comes to politics is a different animal, because we live in the situation. People actually believe that they know what they're talking about. This is why, and I'll end it here and let everybody else speak. This is why in places like Greece, for example, ancient Greece, the electors it was actually a jar. Not everybody could vote. Not everybody could decide on the destiny of the country. So Socrates and Plotinus and Aristotle, those were their those are what things they insisted on. Like, not everybody should have the right to vote.
Can I say something that to support what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Because if I imagine when the Bolsheviks were trying to change things at that time, if you try to put yourself in their shoes, you find that they were doing things that had never been done in that way before. Then there was nothing like socialism before that. There was nothing like all those systems. They just came out of serfdom. from serving the czars to creating a system whereby they completely revolutionized their country. They had a 5-day week. They had education system for their children. This is something that didn't exist at that time, and they created it. So you have to, what that says about our situation right now, that we have to think outside the box. We have to think in the context that we are in now, where there is internet, there is everything. You have to come up with original ideas on how to break this system, because the system, if we try to break it the way they broke it before, I think we'll fail, because they have understood that already. Just like, you know, the kings in those days will always break something that is not like socialism up. So
yeah, to Nigeria, there's no fixing anything. Nigeria is done, right? We're waiting through the process. Now, don't forget, we in the Southeast, we're also thinking people, right? We want to go with our Biafra, right?
But Biafra too is done. Don't you get it?
Hold on.
Nigeria is done. Biafra is done.
Yeah, hold on. A lot of people don't want it done violently. A lot of Biafrans don't want it done. But it's a fait accompli, right? Now, if you're going to be giving examples, we have to do examples that match what our situation in Nigeria. One thing you don't understand is this. It's not only the Southeasterners. Northerners don't want you, right? They may want Southeast. Northerners don't want you people in the South. They don't want the Yorubas, right? They don't.
That is not the discussion. Nobody's talking about that. What are you talking about?
You don't want to hear it, but that's the truth.
Nobody's having that conversation about they don't want this one, they don't want that one. You're the only one talking about it.
When you have components that make up a system, right? The parts cannot be greater than the whole, right? If we're gone, we're gonna be gone. You better believe it. We're gonna be out of there.
Where are you going?
You have you people are not going to school. You have no class. You don't like democracy. Now, when I say you, I'm talking about the other portions of Nigeria. Just hear me out.
I don't see where you are
going.
The more race.
Let him land. Let him land.
You won't let me land, right?
What is there
by
to
the
land?
way, I'm going to make a correction because it's bugging my eyes.
He's already said that the first time
this guy,
he wants to repeat it again.
Let him land.
Right? You're compensating. You don't want discussion to be based on the facts.
Okay, I give you 1 minute. I'll make your point in 1 minute.
Okay, so before I conclude, let me say it's hurting my eyes to see a falsehood on your name. Half of Turkey is in Europe. Moors does not mean black Muslims, right?
Yes, it does.
Doesn't mean that. You do have white Moors as well. I want you to Google it if you want to know.
Moors basically just meant Muslim.
It's called Haratin.
Listen,
Hassan, how come you don't know that?
Haratin are the black Moors. Okay, you also have white Moors, but in Mauritania, that's where that is. Let me say this, and then I will listen for a while. The only reason I'm coming back in is that you don't have a structured discussion. It looks like it's free for all, right? So what I'm saying to you is that get it. I'm one guy that tells you the truth, forefathers. I see your face. You gotta, agile like that. Nigeria is gone. It's gone. Believe it or not, we're gonna pull you out from the sucking.
Okay, so you're not going anywhere. Do you see what happened with the French? When Chad, Mali, Niger, Senegal, all of them kicked them out, they had Nigeria as an option. But if Nigeria was a bloc like West Africa and they kick them out, they don't have any space. Because we are so tiny, they will always find one weak link to break us apart. And
you think Nigeria is tiny?
This is part of the problem. No, I mean, because we as in Africa, if we're like a bigger block of nations, they don't have that many options to have foothold on the continent. If, let's say, there were 5 nations in Africa, big ones.
You lost me. I don't know. Just go ahead.
The point I'm making is that the nations that told them to get out now, they told France to get out, there are about 5 of them. If we had the entire African, Black Africa was 5 nations, they would not have any foothold in Africa anymore. But because they have so many options, there's been a Republic.
They can never have a foothold in Nigeria. I want you to know that they can't.
Yeah, that is because Nigeria is resisting it.
Will you relax? Right? They can never have a foothold in Nigeria.
We're not going to let anybody. You guys, if you have Biafra, Israelis will come and have a foothold very quickly. You know that now.
But it's not a serious conversation.
You know that now. They already. Did you see the flag? Sabadekpa put the Israeli flag there. Literally, what are you talking about?
Pastor, let me ask you a question, and I'll really appreciate if you oblige me. I've heard everything you say, and you're someone I respect because I think you're very intelligent. Okay, so you tell me, Biafra now, today, how do you seek to accomplish it? If you say just through arms, then let's just leave it at that. If you say you have anything else aside from a violent movement or a violent path to achieving independence, I'd really love to hear it.
Okay, let me make it very snappy for you. By the way, I'm 6'4". I'm strapped. You have to respect me. If you don't, I'm going to take it from you. Right? Let me say to you this. Listen to this.
Come on,
there are those of us.
Why do you have to go there?
Somebody like me.
6'3", 225. It's cool.
I've got my preferred means of doing it. So what I'm doing is letting those who, for example, we have 3 tiers. There are Southeasterners such as Peter Obi who feel the country can be fixed. So we gave those a chance in 2022, 2023. Go. If you could fix it, it's better if we're one united polity, one Nigeria, right? If that's the best thing, we're one Nigeria. It's even better if we're one West Africa. Even much better for one Africa. I'm a Pan-Africanist. But unfortunately, I don't believe that's possible. So Peter Obi failed because the Biafrans were saying, don't go to the polls, stay at home. They're not going to let elections take place. They were prescient, they're smarter. Okay, but we went ahead and said, okay, let's give it a shot. Now, the second tier are people like Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu who feel they're going to go through some kind of plebiscite and get people to vote through a referendum, right? Now, those people were given a chance. I'm giving them a chance. If you could get that, fine. I know it's not going to work. Then you have me, who is saying we should take it by force. We could defeat Nigeria itself in a war. They're not going to school. They don't make anything. If I say if I come home there with justice of Onogu, right? If I come home and I say somebody like Innocent Motors says, stop that, I'm commanding you, stop that nonsense you're making and make tanks, right? We take Nigeria, we're going to go all the way to Chad. Now, you see, this, I can't remember his name here. Like this guy below Forefathers here.
Talked about nothing
right.
to do with violence.
Local P, okay?
I thought you asked him not to talk about violence.
I'm almost done. I'm giving you now my own opinion. I think we should be done by war, right? Local P, we took his place, the great Benin Kingdom, in one day on August 9th, 1967. We conquered them, right?
Wait.
2 battalions.
What are we doing
again? Hold on.
We are gonna do
it again.
How can you round up? I was you guys are keeping so much jaggedness. I had to come back. I had to come back home.
He likes to run his mouth about us, the Igbos. Every
time.
The Igbos came from Benin now. The Igbos came from Benin now. So why can't I tell you what's happening?
I don't understand.
Benin settled.
No, I don't even know if he's being serious.
It was on their own, and Yoruba guys came and settled and gave them to Benin.
Why do we keep going to this circle? Like we do this thing every freaking weekend, man.
I wonder.
So, first of all, we need to recognize what the problem really is in Nigeria. Like none of us here has actually identified what the problem is.
We know the problem.
That's pretty embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
We don't have to. Let's tell us the truth.
The problem is people like Pansat.
Everybody about different ways.
Let me tell you the problem.
We know the problem, but we don't have solution for it. We're just making noise.
What is the problem? Go ahead.
Let me tell you the problem.
Wicked. The moment
the problem
wickedness
is gonna come
out. Wickedness is the problem.
The problem, right? Truly be told, is Nigerian, maybe because of the long suffering, right? Their mind is damaged.
They're not one.
Who are there?
Hold on. Their mind is damaged. Right?
What do you mean they are? Who are those people?
The people. The majority of them.
Are you not Nigeria?
No, hold on. This is what I said.
Why are you doing like this?
He's
Hey, why?
He's turning to Passat Mark II now.
I
will
the man is
remove you,
damaged,
Jago.
right?
I will remove
Maybe
you.
because of the long suffering or whatever. Because right now in Nigeria,
Why you really should be a host,
if you are
I don't
doing,
know.
No,
You should be
it
moderating.
should be a stand-up comedian.
Their mind,
I will remove Jago.
local, call it what it is. Their mind
on.
is damaged because their parents indoctrinated them with wickedness.
No. See, look, what you are seeing right now, right? It wasn't like this in your time. You get my point. The way it is right now, it wasn't like this in your own time when you were growing up, when you were like the youth of Nigeria these days. You understand? What you saw, what your man was at that time was different. Now go to Nigeria and stay a week, not even a week. Go to just stay a week and move around and see the mentality of the people there. You will be like, your jaw will drop. Like, wow, how did you get here? You understand?
Social media. You think the problem of Nigeria? This is your analysis of the whole situation. Like, this is the problem.
Hold on now. Hold on, let me finish. Then what now made it worse now? This idea of, oh, it don't bad, my belly first. So we now, after we've had this damaged mindset about everybody, we now became individuals of ourselves, as in all man for yourself.
So the problem of Nigeria is psychological, right? That's your analysis of the Nigerian problem. Can someone else say what the problem is?
Hold on first now. Then when we now have people like maybe like Pansat or Ekene or whoever who have this mindset of majority. You are majority.
Do you know that more than 65% of Nigerians have mental problems?
Hold on,
I think it's higher. Are you aware of that? Including the president.
Because you've called yourself majority already, you've already disintegrated the country.
So the way the problem of Nigeria is, some people call themselves majority, some call themselves minority. That's the problem.
No. Say nobody's even saying minority per se because they want to be minority. But
okay, in your opinion, that's the problem.
Different people say majority, so it's now much of individualism now. That's Nigeria's issue. Because I said, when the man is damaged, everybody's like, oh man for himself, God for everybody. So everything about Nigeria is just individualism. Nobody.
Okay, so the liberal concept of individualism is the problem of Nigeria. That's why Nigeria is the way it is, right? In your opinion.
But could this be that we are asking the wrong questions, though? It's like saying, let me say, because I think everybody's giving different solutions. It's like somebody, let's say,
you want to know the problem first.
That's what I'm trying to get to. If a man is poor, let's say a man is poor, there could be a lot of reasons why, depending on how you're looking at it, why he's poor.
Security.
You can say because that man, you can say because of security. You can say the man is lazy. You can say because the man didn't go to school. You can say because his wife took all his money. There are so many reasons, but he is poor. What you have to qualify it if you want to ask that question. Why is this man in this state based on his education, or why is he? So there has to be a context. You're asking the question, then you can actually get a more precise answer to that question.
I think, Eccentric, to answer your question, I think the main problem that Nigeria has is there's nobody called a Nigerian. So there's no sense of nationhood. There's no sense of loyalty as we see it like in successful countries. Like
individualism.
Individualism, which is what he's saying. So everybody first and foremost, like I use the example of the Kurds, and AY was trying to tell G-Day that the Kurds are not primarily fighting on the fact that they're Muslims, they're fighting on the fact that they're Kurds. So this is the problem in Nigeria. Everybody first subscribes to their ethnicity, their tribe, and their religion. And there's no sense of nationhood. And when you don't have a sense of nationhood, what you're going to have is Nigeria. And I think in a nutshell, that is the problem with Nigeria today.
All right.
And those religions you just mentioned now, we are all borrowed religion, invented religion from another man's land. And then we are using it to destroy ourselves.
It's part of the game plan to make Nigeria become individual.
Can we just abandon these religions and be human beings? Can we just let the religions be?
I mean, on that, I disagree, maybe vehemently with that talk, right?
No, if the religion is the problem, I'm just sitting. If that is the problem,
honestly, I think
let me address that.
I didn't say
cover that. May you debate me. I beg. I beg.
Okay, one at a time.
Let me
One at a time. Bansat, calm down now. One at a time. You've been talking now, Bansat.
No, I have to disagree. It's a new.
Right.
No,
So I did not say
one at a time. Who hasn't said much? Jago hasn't said anything.
I did not say the religion was the problem, eccentric. What I said was people owe allegiance to other aspects of the country, namely their tribe, their ethnicity, and their religion before the country
confraternity, whatever.
Everybody should be everybody's allegiance, just like in the United States today, regardless of where your parents are from, where your past is from, even if you naturalize, your allegiance is to the Constitution. This is what makes you American or British or Australian or Canada. So these people have imbibed that in their way of life. We don't have that in Nigeria. Not even within what we call the Yorubas, not even between what we call the Igbos, not even within what we call the Edos, the Hausa, Fulani. There's still division. This person will still say, I'm Ekiti, I'm Ondo. Even in Lagos itself, you see people saying, oh, well, I'm from Badagry, I'm from Ekiti, I'm from Badagry. You know, so we don't have a sense of nationhood. This is the biggest problem we have in Nigeria.
I disagree with that. Go ahead.
But you guys should understand that, sir. Yeah, you guys should understand that wickedness is the problem. Because before the arrival of Christianity and Islam in Nigeria, we've been wicked to ourselves. And that was why, and that was why some people will come and say, you know what, we're going to give you umbrella, we're going to give you kai, we're going to give you miro, but you have to kidnap your brothers and give to us as slaves. And we delve into that and we begin to do that. See, wickedness is our problem.
Tomorrow, we are wicked to ourselves.
Look, you see, the slave you're talking about, let me tell you how it works, right? Let me tell you how
the problem now.
Look
myself and Jago,
let Jago say something. Let him say something about what the problem in Nigeria is, because we need to know what the problems are. Like, you know, take all the points to know what the problem is, and then we can find what the solution would be. Like, you know, you guys have made your points. We can summarize all your points, right? Well, you know what the problem is. We want to hear every single opinion on what the point or the problem is, so we can find solution out of that, right? Instead of like, you know, going around in a circle and not pinpointing
how
something.
Come I can't say what the problem is? I didn't answer that question.
You'll be the last person to answer. You'll be the last person.
Go ahead.
Why are you muting me, forefather? You should bring me in properly, man.
No, I didn't mute you. No,
be a moderator.
You can go ahead and speak that. I didn't mute you at all.
Okay. Thank you very much. What has been said about the issues, I think they're both correct, to be honest, you know. But I feel that there's a bigger thing and a more today thing, a now thing, which is to say that we are people who are oppressed. Oppression is the killer of Nigeria. Oppression doesn't just come from the top, the government. It goes all the way down. We don't know necessarily how to respect each other. We can jump in the middle without starting at the beginning quite easily. We're not people that really go through our issues systematically enough to come with evidence of reality. We are an oppressed nation and oppressed people. It's in the family. Oppression is in all of our families at one level or the other. The closer you are to Nigeria, the more you are oppressed as a person. The thing is, this oppression can never work, because what it means is that we are taking the edicts from people that don't know, people that aren't correct, people that don't have value, people that basically are quite objectionable. Now, unless we're able to really discuss and speak through issues without always feeling insulted, because, you know, the level of, you can say something really slight to somebody and they're so insulted that communication is broken down. And I feel that that is the real issue of the problem of Nigeria. How do we respect each other? Because in the Yoruba instance, they respect each other only upwardly. I won't say that as a total blanket statement, but largely you respect your elders. They don't talk about respecting the young ones. They don't talk about how to listen to the younger generation. We don't really do that. Yeah, I remember being young, and I know my nephews, nieces, sons, and daughters that what they're dealing with is quite different than what we're dealing with. And largely, we don't listen to them. I mean, I even find it difficult sometimes to listen to those who are younger than I am, largely because they're coming from a different paradigm altogether. However, they've got stuff to say. We don't take time and listen to no one. We prefer to slap someone in the face rather than listen to them. And I think that this is the fundamental problem on top of what the two others have said about this issue. And I feel if we can't respect each other, we don't have to like each other. You know, all this friendship that people are making, nonsense. We just have to respect each other. Simple things. I think that's the fundamental problem.
Mm. And I want to say something about the women's section. I don't know what happened to the women's session. They were supposed to come
they're on
after
break.
3 hours. They didn't come on. So I think somebody was asking about them. I'm not responsible for stopping them. I will not stop them. I will never get in the way of the women's session.
They're on break.
So
is it women's session or women's? I don't know, because women's session
Why
is
would they start at 3 o'clock in the morning?
I think that's what they call it. So we have to
it's anchored by a man.
Exactly.
So
Whether the man
has
has told the woman, I don't understand.
Adama moderates it now. Hey, God. Local troublemaker.
Adama moderates. Man, engineer. Okay.
Eccentric.
I let me see.
What's the problem with Nigeria? Like, why would you be hearing from the point? What is the problem in Nigeria? We want to hear from Pastor.
Okay. There's only one problem.
No. Let's not hear about from Pastor again. It's minorities. All right. So, gentlemen, I think we have to close out for today. Let's
really.
We have another this evening now. We have to close out.
We've not
hold on. I'm hearing feedback. Are you trying to say that I'm the one that prevented the women's session? I didn't know. I asked electricity. Didn't answer me. I didn't see any sign or anybody was coming online.
Now. Let us continue. Let us continue.
No. We have to. No. It's not because of them. There's another show this evening too. We have to close out.
Allow Local P to moderate now.
Top. I didn't know. Nobody told me to that you are going to be hosting. Electricity was here. He didn't say anything. That I didn't see anybody that wanted to take over. So he said he
woke me up from my sleep. Now you're wanting to run.
The stuff is in the backstage.
Why don't you communicate with her in the chat section and let the show go on?
Absolutely.
It's in the backstage. I asked about it. I didn't know if why would I stay here if they have their own show. I will not.
If they have a show, let them come on. It's okay. But let them give you the link and then we.
That is not fair. Nobody said they had a show that I should end mine. Nobody said anything like that. If not, I would have ended it. Because I didn't know whether they had a show. I think I actually remember going back there. I didn't even see any.
Normally, they will just come.
Papa is correct. I actually asked Ada.
Adama was there all this while. Adama didn't say anything.
I think you guys don't have like a way of communicating, behind the camera, so that we won't be seeing you guys should be communicating there.
It's true. But I'm just saying that my point is that if they have been said it, I'll just end the show because I don't want to end the show that nothing is on for anybody. Everybody just goes home.
That's true.
So I didn't know whether anybody
was. Don't worry. You are fine.
No worries. Next week.
All right. Thank you very much. When something is true, you could say it at many times. You don't have a limitation to say, I said it yesterday. I'm not going to say it again today. When something is true, that's what it is. There are many problems Nigeria has. A lot of them is not all that nonsense some of us here are talking. say, oh, we don't like you, or you don't respect us. Nobody have to respect you. We're individuals. We're never going to have a policy where we're all good. And
it's not being about good. Respect is not about being good, man. Respect is respect.
That's not what our problem is, though. We have a fundamental.
It's one of them.
It's not one of them.
We should live in disrespect.
If we have to, I mean, I could live.
It's ridiculous, bro. That's what we have now. Ridiculous.
Let me just land now, right?
You're going to land upside down, or
it's reciprocal. If you give respect, you get respect. We have other problems. We have all kinds of problems. That's not what our main problem is. We have a main problem in Nigeria where it's called tradition. You have Western tradition, then you have the Islamic tradition. This is the major problem in Nigeria and other African states and other states, including, for example, what you have in Ukraine. The southeast of Ukraine, they're like Russia inclined and they speak Russian and they have that kind of problem. The Maoris are different. In Nigeria, we have differences based on the mores of our etiquette, manner, properties, practices. But the major one is religious. Now, when you have
you're making noise, you're shuffling.
Okay, when you have sorry about it. Let me just put this up. Now, when you have that major problem of Islam and Christianity, it's irreconcilable. There's nowhere in the world since caveman came to existence that you could point to right now and say, okay, hey, look, the population about 30%, 40% of each one of these religions, and then they made it through and they created an equitable society. It's never happened. It never happened. If Nigerians can discover anything like that, we'll be geniuses. It's never happened and it's never going to happen. So that's what's retarding us. We cannot work as a polity by refining our constitution, doing anything.
I'll dispute that, Pastor.
You could dispute it during your turn. Let me just
Lebanon is a good example.
No, it's not. It's not the same.
It's a very good example.
Actually, in the case of Lebanon, notice that when Israel is fighting Hezbollah,
okay. We are trying to solve the problem here. Just to be clear, if the ladies session is coming up, please notify me so that I can just end the show. Please now let me just do. I'm just trying to do a due diligence. Let's not be like that. Okay, Timmy, she said no. So because it's not fair now. If it turns out that I'm in their way, that is not good.
No, it's not your fault. Now. If she's saying Ovo showed up.
Why am I getting interrupted every time I'm about making my main point? This guy, I think the truth. Actually, he gave an example of Lebanon, right? In Lebanon, right? If you notice, you have the Christian side of Lebanon. They're not involved in this conflict. But you have the Islamic part of Lebanon that has Hezbollah that Israel is fighting.
But that's not. But
let me land. Please, let me land. These are facts.
My
it's
cousin is Lebanese. Lebanon, there's no you cannot distinguish. There's no Lebanese side, Christian side, and the Muslim side.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
Let me finish telling you.
Actually, they're just.
When it's your turn, then you can expatiate. As far as I know, right? The Lebanese are the Christian part of Lebanon, they are very slow to anger as well. They get provocations. So what Hezbollah has primarily done is to come over there at the border and they're fighting Israel. It has nothing to do with the Lebanese themselves who are Christians. They're out of this way. Some of them want Israel to come in there and finish these people off so they could then have
That's not the point. Right? What is the problem of Nigeria? Like you deviate from the point.
Okay, so the problem of Nigeria, you should know, it's obvious to everybody who wants to be honest here. We are
going to be running out in 5 minutes.
Who believe that Western education
ending, we like it or not.
But you see what you have. Of course, now you see what they have. Of course.
No, it's not.
I want you to comment on what I said and tell us what you think the problem is. Do you think that is not the problem? Do you think there's another problem we have? Tell us what you think the problem is.
I don't think
eccentric cat. Eccentric, go ahead.
My problem. So the problem is, has many facets, right? But I would say one of the major problems is it's the system, the economic system, right? The capitalism, right? Because capitalism creates elitism, right? When you have the people on the upper, people that run monopoly, the winners in capitalism always run.
Eccentric. Let me tell you one thing. No, just one thing. Just 1 second. If you learn this thing this night, I'll be very happy.
Go ahead.
We had steel industry. Steel industry was situated somewhere in the bush in Kogi State.
Okay.
When we have metallurgical college or school
This guy, you
Onitsha,
need to follow this Biafra news.
in Onitsha, just because if they cite that steel industry in Onitsha, it will favor Ndibo. They refused. Hold on. They refused, but instead they took him one bush in Kogi State. Is it not a failed venture? It failed. That is where the problem is. Wickedness. And you guys are beating around the bush saying economy. Is it not when you plant, when you invest properly, that you'll be able to defeat the economic problem? People are just wicked, and you're living wickedness. You're talking about other stuff. That is not love. That is the fundamental problem that we have in that country.
Local, you have a mental problem. Right? With Igbos and Southeasterners, you have a mental problem, and you ought to go take care of it. Right? You don't even want somebody else to talk.
No,
what Kene is saying is a microcosm of the problem, but the major problem.
The news Ekene saw, I also saw that news, that same news. The same news saw, and it came out recently.
So when I'm talking with Loco, you mute me and leave Loco to talk, right? Is that fair? I want you to respond.
I don't want the conversation to degenerate.
Refund Luke her money that he gave on my behalf.
You are okay. Let him just say what he wants to say, because we don't have a lot of time left. Anyway,
but look, what Kenneth said and what Eccentric said. For example, let's think about this. Think about this. Let's say Nigeria is just the way our constitution says it. We're a secular country, right? Do you think it matters where you locate anything? It doesn't matter where you look. You're gonna locate something based on the advantages you get from locating that stuff there. Does it matter who becomes president? If somebody's qualified as a Christian, then we're gonna all elect a Christian. But Nigeria will never do that, because if you have a Christian president, the Northerners are not gonna allow it. But if we have a Muslim, but the major point I wanted to make, here's the difference. It's not about equivalent.
Hasn't Nigeria actually had more Christian leaders than Muslim leaders?
No. Okay, but the answer is no. But here's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying blame only the Muslims. Don't blame Christians, because Christians don't care. We want a good Northern Muslim to become president if you're qualified to be president. We would support you. But they are, like right now we have a Muslim presidency, Muslim vice president. You try that with a Christian, and they're gonna turn into terrorists the next day.
It's not a deep analysis of the problem, man.
But that's not
the problem. The talking point is that.
It's not degenerative. It's the facts. Wait a minute, Eccentric. You see, your problem is this. You claim that you're from the southeast, right? Hold on.
Let me finish.
You claim to be from Isiquato, right? But hold on. You claim to be from Isiquato. Could you hold on? God damn it! Could you hold on for 1 minute? Right? You claim to be from Isiquato, right?
It's my turn.
Okay. Well, if it's your turn, you shouldn't be asking questions with it. Tell us. You say you're from Isiquato, but I believe that you're a fraud. You're not from Isiquato, right? No, not. Nobody from Isiquato can be that silly. Nobody from Isiquato could be that ridiculous. Right? We have a problem in the country. They turned off the beavers here. You don't talk about stuff like that, right? They turned off that beavers, and they turned it off because of Islamic animus towards Christians. Every problem we have in that country.
If you think
Muslims,
if you really believe that Nigeria has a religious problem, which I don't think we do.
Look at this guy. Did you hear that?
Let me land. And I'll tell you
Okay, the show is ended. The show, it's ended. It's ended now. It's ended now. This is a hard. This is a hard break.
You would have made a big fool out of yourself.
It's a hard break. It's a hard break. We have to. Hey. Right, all right. I'm sorry, there's no backstage anymore.
The military administrator.
Maybe when we move to the new channel, we'll start doing backstage again. So, gentlemen, AY, I appreciate you for coming in. Thank you for joining us. Half of Turkey is not in Europe. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. Support diaspora voting.
He didn't ask us to conclude.
That's the truth. You would have made a big fool out of yourself.
It's a hard one.
We do have an Islamic problem in the country.
I thought he would have asked us to round up, Even if it's 30 seconds.
Yeah. Tomorrow we'll do that. Tomorrow we'll do that properly. Tomorrow we wish Nigerians well and not the rest. Support diaspora voting. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Kene, as always, the engineer and scientist, thank you for coming in. Eccentricas, we have a lot of technical people here. Thank you for joining us to Eccentricas.
Address me properly, Biafra.
Eccentricas.
There's no Biafra, okay? That's fine.
Why is it flight?
Now you come.
Thank you for coming in.
Free Mazi, free.
We'll come and colonize local and his brothers.
People are these. They say I'm the one.
I'll look for him myself. This local piece.
Hold on
he
now.
He goes more than anything else.
Can you let me before I start playing? Me finish the show. Okay, let me thank the people that gave us donations today. Heavy ones. So even if some of them not many, you see Colata, non sequitur, $2, $2 American dollars. This is American dollars, Trump dollars, the dollars that he wanted to defend.
Somebody said that Colata is a masquerade.
Babajide, $2. Very, very good. $2. Very good dollars. Trump wants to defend. It's very important. And then you see our women. You see how our women are supporting us, and they think I'm going to block women's session. I would never do that.
Is it not God? Is it not God that will bless Madam Luke at Tope?
Exactly. We really appreciate this $100. Dr. Damages, thank you very much for it, Madam Luke. And Madam Luke is not always fond of us, but look at that. Look at what she's doing. I have to appreciate her. It's quite a lot of money there. $200 in one soup, and another $100. This is real money here for a YouTube discussion, because it shows that she's supporting the community. Even if she really doesn't support a lot of things we say, but she's still putting, I really appreciate people that do that. It takes a level of commitment to put your personal beliefs aside and do this.
Why you come out the one with my name on it? There's $100 with my name on it. You just run up to.
It's not your name.
Did they
say this is for Passat by panelists of the year? This is so painful. That is unacceptable. You can't do that. But it's all good though. If they say it's for Passat, I don't know what that means. You can speak to Dr. Damages about it. And
the money is for Dr. Damages. I'm saying he gave it on my behalf.
That's so nice. That's so nice. That's so nice.
She's a Biafran now. Mention him now. You see the clothing on the.
This is one time she will say, I will accept it. This is one time she will say it. Who knows? She might be proper Biafran. No. Okay, thank you, Superman, for the $5.
The river between and the.
Thank you.
The bottom line is that she's still a Biafran.
I will play us out now till
Madalook is a gala.
We'll catch you guys.
I didn't know
She
that.
said Afema or Igbake or something like that.
Yeah, we'll be having an evening session. Sunday philosophy. I'm not going to play this thing again now. We're going to be having an evening session this evening. I think I don't know whether Shore and the others are coming in, but it's going to be a show. Then we will do the philosophy Sunday. where we'll discuss topics that is more abstract, that is
Look
on
for
the
topic.
back of eccentric cast. Pardon?
I said
The
look for
topic-
good topic.
Yeah, I'm going to find a good topic.
We got
I'm
to
gonna-
give it to forefathers today.
I'm going to
though.
put this up a bit
We
earlier.
got to give it to forefathers today.
What happened? What did I do?
Whatever that parrot dish you usually eat that makes you just yap, 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 yap. You didn't eat it today. And you
What
actually
is wrong with this
listen
guy?
and you let everybody talk. So
What?
today I give you a B+.
Did I change? I didn't change.
No, I'm not. You changed a little bit. Let's see what you do tomorrow.
Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! All this enemy of progress. The 1 minute she's giving us money, and the next minute she's dancing on Biafra.
Free Simon Ekman, like
there's this song, "Blessed is the hand that giveth." I think she deserves a special minute.
We gotta close the show. We gotta close it. We gotta close it. We have sinned enough today. We've sinned against the women, and we don't want to sin against too much. We stay too long. So let me play us out today with the anthem, as always.
Who's saying that thing? Who's saying that thing?
Anthem.
As a free name, the kind of right? AY.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Exactly.
Somebody say make una go to one man. What kind of talk is that?
It's in Nigeria now. We have to support
I don't want, if you
ourselves.
go one man, I don't want to make you
All
they
right.
pay me. I don't want my ear they pay me for one man English.
That is the chairman on one
They
man.
pay me.
Oh my God. Okay, now this is just embarrassing now. You know, look at the men
See,
here.
another woman.
I don't want to shame people that donated to the channel.
Yeah,
though,
you
but
see
let's
how
just see
we are
this.
shaming them here.
This is not
You see?
right. This is just unacceptable.
See?
What is this now? Eh?
See how women are shaming men. The likes of look right here with white baby.
This monkey, you will not be put
Madam
under
Topman, thank you
$20
for
for
the
cola nut.
$20. The $20.
You will not be put
And
under $10 for cola nut.
all these people
you
that have
try,
not
my
donated
sister.
anything, you should stop talking.
Hey, look, we go cashless.
Where are they? Where are the ones talking? The one that have not paid a penny. Can you let me see? He say, please subscribe to Iroko to watch tomorrow's show with Showore. Yes, this is quite important. If you want to watch Showore on, you have to go to Iroko Post TV. Go and watch it. And this is because we are transitioning to Iroko Post TV. See, so it's important that we go there. And obviously subscribe, like, share, and subscribe. And I also have to promote my channel, to Niger. Subscribe. I've gotten up to 500. I think 500 is fine for me. I'm not very ambitious. It's all good. But if you want to listen to our conversations, soon I will start streaming exclusively from the channel, because I allow certain things like people not having to put their camera on and being able to. You can have backstage too. You might as well live in backstage if you want to live backstage when that start happening. But in the meantime, we have to close up for today, and thank you all for coming in. We really do appreciate you, including everybody on the chat. I've not acknowledged them. There is Madam Luke. Luke stands with Biafra. Nwachuku, I see you there. Topeo, I see you there. Oscar Blackbone, I see you there. Hybrid 10. Who else? Chris Skin. Chris Skin is on the stage too. He's Kene, he can't hide it.
Cashless. Loco, that actually taught me a lesson that I should always go with cash. It's also with cash. Because of that, the next day I had to go and look for cash. I went to Walmart, I get cash immediately. I said, what kind of embarrassment is this?
Adesina John. I think Adesina John was here before. I'm not sure who that is. Quinty A, Tracy Jacobin, I see you there. Thank you all for joining. They've always been supporting the channel continuously. Tim Gaddis. Man, Tim Gaddis indeed contribute very positively.
Did they ask you whether you get channel?
I get channel now. To Niger now. To Niger is the channel. It's very this in well shared. I did share it quite often. Let me see if I can get the this in the link so that I can share it, and hopefully you'll be able to subscribe to the channel, and I get one more subscriber. Yes, yeah. All right, so that is it there. It's on the link, and I will highlight it on the stage. Let's see. That's it there. To Niger. It's very short and simple name. Look for it, subscribe, And really thank you all for coming in. And it's been a good spirited discussion. You know, it got heated a little bit, but nothing serious. This evening we're going to have a more, you know, relaxed intellectual section to build.
We just gained one subscriber now.
Wow, that is big. You know, that's one subscriber for me. It's a milestone because the rate I get one subscriber a week or so. That's what I tend to get. But
you gotta create content often.
I think my subscribers, you know, I rather have subscribers that are dedicated. And,
but if you have subscribers and you're not putting nothing out, and they come today and there's nothing, and they come tomorrow.
Oh no, I'm always putting something out too. This video is going there too. This video that we are doing now is going.
Why can't you link it? Why can't you link this to your
what
channel?
you do?
It's linked. It's linked to my channel.
1 hour, 30 minutes, or one hour every 2 days. You can also just be doing something short.
Yeah, I have to do something separate. I've been encouraged to do that. Even you know, everybody, including Dr. Damage, has encouraged me to do that, so that I build. He wants us all to build our channels. You know, that's why I'm here. He's a generous person that you know, enables people to grow their this in space. You know,
Rudolph has always been a good guy.
Are you saying Fofana is not a good guy?
No, Fofana
is the AY has always had to twist it. Hey, I've got Saki. I got Saki as a subscriber. Let's see what I will have. Let me play a song for Saki for this thing. It's a breaking news. Just coming through from London, Sir K has just subscribed to Nigerians channel, and he's been coming to you right now, and he's the developing news is that Sir K is now a subscriber of Nigerians channel. He's a subscriber of Nigerians channel. I have to celebrate that. It's all good. Thank you all for joining us, and let's play us out now. Bye all.
Nigerians go back to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom. Peace and unity. Oh God of creation, direct our noble course. Lead us right, help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and live in just and true.